Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Cora. Pain is a constant companion. It lives in the soles of my feet, a dull fire that has burned through my boots and into the flesh. It is a stitch in my side, a hot knife twisting with every ragged breath. It is the hollow ache in my belly that has long since moved past hunger and settled into a deep, gnawing emptiness. I run. The forest floor is a treacherous thing, a carpet of blood-red ferns over slick black mud. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of decay and the sweet, cloying perfume of blossoms that have never known a gentle sun. This is not a human place. The very trees bleed strangeness, their bark a startling shade of blue, their leaves like polished silver. I stumbled into this land days ago, not by choice, but because the thing behind me had closed off every other path. I ran from a monster and found myself in its garden. Another branch whips across my face, and I taste the metallic tang of my own blood. I ignore it. Pain can be ignored. Exhaustion can be pushed down. But the terror is a poison in the veins, and it has been a long time since I felt anything else. A sound slices through the gloom behind me, a wet, guttural crack, like a great tree limb snapping in a storm. It is closer now, too close. My lungs burn, each gasp of air searing and insufficient. My legs are trembling, threatening to give out. I cannot outrun it. I have never been able to outrun them. But I have learned other things. My eyes dart through the unnatural twilight, searching. Not for an escape route, but for a place to disappear. There, a knot of gnarled roots from a fallen giant, its trunk thick as a cottage, creating a hollow of deep shadow beneath it. I don't hesitate. I throw myself forward, sliding on my stomach through the mud and slick leaves, and worm my way into the cramped, earthy darkness. I press my body against the damp wood, pulling my knees to my chest, making myself as small as a forgotten stone. And I practice the stillness. It is a discipline forged in horror. I slow my heart by force of will, command the trembling in my limbs to cease. My breath, which was a ragged saw in my throat, becomes a shallow, silent whisper of air through my nose. I become a part of the forest's rot. I am nothing. I am nowhere. The thudding footsteps grow louder, shaking the very ground I lie upon. It is a heavy thing, this creature. A low groan vibrates through the roots above me, a sound of such profound agony that it almost shatters my concentration. A part of me, the part that still remembers what it was to be a girl instead of prey, aches for it. A massive, clawed foot, gnarled and crusted with something black and viscous, stamps down inches from my face. I do not flinch. I do not breathe. I am stone. I am dirt. The stench of its sickness washes over me, the smell of festering magic, of a body at war with itself. The silver mark on my shoulder blade throbs with a dull, familiar ache. It always does when they are near. The brand, the curse. My mind flashes back, an unwelcome phantom in the dark. The memory is all blinding green light and the scream of a dying god. A wild spot, they called the place, a wound in the world where magic bled raw and untamed. Our caravan had strayed too close. I remember a creature of impossible grace, a guardian with a coat like spun moonlight and eyes like stars, brought low by a sickness that turned its beauty into a thing of nightmare. As it died, it had looked at me, pinned me with its gaze, and I felt a searing heat on my back, a flash of power that felt like being struck by lightning and set ablaze from the inside out. When I woke, the caravan was gone, and the silvery claw-shaped tracery was etched into my skin, a permanent reminder of the moment I became a beacon for monsters. The creature above me snorts, its breath hot and foul. It circles the fallen log once, twice. My world is nothing but the darkness of my hiding place and the overwhelming presence of the beast. It is drawn here. It smells the echo of that pure magic fused to my soul, and its own corrupted nature craves it like a balm. They do not want to kill me. They want to be near me, to bathe in the aura of what they have lost. And that is the cruelest joke of all. It groans again, a long, mournful sound, and then the heavy footsteps begin to recede. It is moving on. The throbbing in my shoulder lessens. The air lightens, the suffocating stench of its blight fading. I wait. I count my own heartbeats, slow and steady now, until they reach 500. Only then do I allow my muscles to unlock, my breath to deepen. I crawl out of the hollow, covered in mud and shivering from the release of tension. The forest is silent again, save for the drip of moisture from unseen leaves. For a moment, I allow myself to sag against the log. I am safe, for now. The thought is a fleeting luxury. I need water. I need food. I need to keep moving. Pushing myself to my feet, my legs unsteady, I stumble through the alien woods. My path has no direction other than away. Away from the last place the monster saw me. I find myself in a small clearing, a circle of relative peace in this hostile land. In the centre stands a single magnificent tree with bark the colour of a twilight sky. A sense of calm seems to radiate from it, and I am too exhausted to question it. My knees buckle. I crawl the last few feet to the base of the strange tree and press my aching back against its smooth bark. The leaves above rustle, a soothing whisper. Just for a moment. I'll rest for just a moment. I slide down until I'm sitting in the damp soil, my head falling back against the trunk. I close my eyes, the darkness behind my lids a welcome relief. The air changes. It is a subtle shift, a sudden drop in temperature, the scent of ozone and something else. Something ancient and predatory, like a serpent sunning on hot stone. My eyes snap open. A shadow has fallen over me, eclipsing the dim light of the clearing. It is not a cloud. It is a body. My gaze travels up, past a massive, coiled lower body covered in dark green scales that drink the light. Past a humanoid torso, powerfully built and corded with muscle, also scaled. Past a formidable cobra-like hood, flared in a display of dominance. My eyes finally land on a face that is both beautiful and terrifying, with sharp fangs just visible behind thin lips and a forked tongue that flicks out to taste the air. And then I see his eyes. They are the colour of molten gold, with pupils like vertical slits. And they are fixed on me, not with the pained confusion of the corrupted beasts, but with a sharp, terrifying, and absolute intelligence. The lord of this blighted, cursed land has found me.
Chapter 2. Zothis. The air is poison. I taste it with every flick of my tongue, the bitter metallic tang of blight that coats the back of my throat. It is the stench of failure, a rot that has seeped not only into the soil of my ancestral lands, but into the very honor of my house. Vasma. The name feels like ash in my mouth. My warriors move silently through the petrified woods, their scales the color of moss and shadow. They are good hunters, loyal to their lord, but I can smell their despair. It is a faint, sour note beneath the sweat of their exertion, a scent that infuriates me more than the blight itself. Despair is a luxury we cannot afford. "My lord," Kalen hisses from my right, his slit-pupiled eyes fixed on a set of tracks in the mud. "The Ursane." It passed this way within the hour. I glide closer, my massive lower body displacing the damp red ferns with a whisper of scales over earth. The tracks are huge, the claws gouging deep into the ground, but it is the scent that tells the true story. Not the clean, earthy smell of a healthy guardian, but the foul reek of corrupted magic. It is an abomination, another of my land's sacred protectors twisted into a slavering beast, another festering wound I must cauterize. My ancestors weep. I can feel their judgment in the oppressive silence of these dead woods. For generations, the lords of Vosma were stewards, our power measured by the vitality of the land and the strength of its guardians. Now my legacy is one of slaughter. I am not a steward. I am an executioner, putting down the rabid pets the gods have seen fit to curse me with. Our religion teaches us to reap from the planet, to take what is ours by right of strength. I have twisted that tenet into a bloody creed of survival. As we press on, a new scent cuts through the decay. It is faint at first, a fragile thread of impossible purity in the foul tapestry of the Blightlands. It is utterly alien. Not Naga, not beast, not even the familiar grubby scent of the dark elves who sometimes foolishly skirt my borders. It is clean, magical, so potent it makes the sensitive tips of my fangs ache. "What is that?" Morwen asks, his hood flaring slightly as he tastes the air. "I do not know," I admit, my own senses overwhelmed. The scent grows stronger, a beacon in the gloom. It is a complex bouquet, underlying notes of sweat and exhaustion, yes, but woven through with something that smells of fresh rain on stone, of crushed green things, of a power so raw and untainted, it feels like a memory from a younger, healthier world. And beneath it all, terror. A sharp, acidic spike of it, the scent of prey. The corrupted Urson is near. Its foulness is a wall of stench now, but that other, purer scent is the heart of the storm. They are in the same place. I give a sharp, hand-flicked command, and my warriors melt into the shadows. I move forward alone, silent as death, my scimitar heavy and cold in my grip. I crest a small ridge and look down into a clearing centered around a great blue-bark tree. My breath catches, a low hiss in my throat. There it is. The Ursane. It is a horror of mottled flesh and mismatched bone, its fur matted with black ooze, its milky eyes blind with rage and pain. It is one of the largest I have seen, but it is not attacking. It is standing perfectly still, its massive head swaying, captivated. And there, huddled at the base of the blue tree, is the source of the scent. A human, a female. It is a scavenger, a lesser being, no more significant than the rodents that scurry in the undergrowth. Yet this colossal, pain-maddened guardian is utterly mesmerized by her. Its rage, a palpable force I could smell from a mile away, has been soothed, quelled into a state of placid confusion. The sight is an impossibility, a violation of the natural order. My mind struggles to process what my senses are screaming at me. This human is not merely prey. She is something else. The Ursane takes a shambling step toward her, not with aggression, but with a kind of desperate longing. It lets out a low, pained groan. This cannot be. I will not allow one of my family's guardians, however corrupted, to be enthralled by a creature of dirt and fleeting life. My honor demands I end this mockery. I launch myself from the ridge. The battle is a blur of calculated fury. I'm a storm of green scales and steel, moving with a speed no human eye could follow. The beast bellows as my scimitar bites deep into its shoulder, its trance shattered. It lashes out, its claws like sickles, but it is clumsy in its corruption. My warriors emerge, their blades flashing, and we become a vortex of death around the Guardian. I am merciless. I feel a savage satisfaction as my blade severs tendon and shatters bone. This is my purpose. This is my penance. To cleanse my home of the very symbols of its greatness. With a final, furious roar, I leap onto the creature's back and drive my scimitar through the base of its skull. It shudders, a great tremor running through its body, and collapses. Silence falls, thick and heavy, broken only by the sound of our panting. The air is choked with the coppery tang of the Guardian's blighted blood, but my focus is elsewhere. I turn, my movements slow and deliberate toward the human. She is still huddled against the tree, her eyes wide with a terror so profound it feels solid. She is covered in mud, her clothes are rags, and a trickle of blood runs from a scratch on her cheek. She is pathetic, insignificant. The gods, Vatia, Atia, Fehir, Meinir, Uella, they are cruel and capricious. They test their children. They allow our lands to wither, our guardians to turn monstrous. But perhaps, in their infinite and inscrutable wisdom, they have sent me a tool, a weapon, not of steel, but of scent. I glide toward her, my shadow falling over her small form. She flinches, a tiny, jerky movement, and presses herself impossibly flatter against the bark. Do not move, human. My voice is a low rumble, the words tasting strange in my mouth. I so rarely have cause to speak to her kind. Her breath hitches. Her heart, I can smell its frantic rhythm, a panicked drum against her ribs. I reach down, my clawed hand moving with deliberate slowness. She squeezes her eyes shut, anticipating a killing blow. I do not grant it. Instead, my claws close around her thin arm. Her flesh is surprisingly warm, soft, fragile. I could snap the bones with a twitch of my fingers. I pull her to her feet. She stumbles, her legs barely holding her. She is a reed in the wind, and I am the storm. My warriors are watching, their expressions a mixture of confusion and awe. They do not understand. I'm not certain I do either, but the seed of a thought, a desperate, blasphemous, brilliant idea, is taking root in my mind. If her scent can calm these beasts, can lure them into a state of docile fixation, then she is the greatest bait ever conceived. She's the key, the answer to my prayers, a divine instrument delivered to my hand. I look down at her, at this trembling, terrified thing. I see the silvery, claw-shaped mark on her shoulder, glowing faintly in the gloom. A mark of magic. Proof. My forked tongue darts out, tasting the air between us. The symphony of her terror is exquisite. It is pure, unadulterated, with no distracting notes of defiance or anger. It is the essence of absolute powerlessness, the scent of a tool that does not know its purpose, but will serve it all the same. It is the essence of control, and it is intoxicating.
Chapter 3. Cora. I wake to the scrape of stone on stone. My eyes peel open, sticky with sleep, and for a disoriented moment, I do not know where I am. This is not the forest floor. The air is cool and dry, free of the blight's cloying rot. I am lying on a thin but clean pallet, and the ceiling above me is hewn from dark, volcanic rock. The scraping sound comes again. A heavy stone door is being rolled aside, revealing a hulking, scaled figure silhouetted against the torchlight of a corridor. The others called him Zathis before I lost consciousness. The memory of our encounter in the clearing crashes back into me. His golden eyes, his immense coiled body, the terrifying intelligence in his gaze. A tremor starts in my hands, and I force it down. Panic is a luxury I cannot afford. He glides into the chamber, his massive serpentine tail displacing the air with a soft hiss. The room is Spartan, a cell by any other name. There is my pallet, a small wooden bucket in the corner, and a high, narrow slit in the wall that offers no view and no hope of escape. He carries a wooden bowl and a water skin. He places them on the floor, a few feet from me. The bowl contains chunks of what looks like raw, red meat. My stomach clenches, a violent mix of revulsion and ravenous hunger. "Eat," he commands. His voice is a low rumble, devoid of any emotion. It is the voice of a master speaking to a hound. I stare at the meat, then at him. Words feel like broken glass in my throat, but I have to ask. What is this place? What do you want with me? His golden eyes fix on me, unblinking. His head tilts, a slow, serpentine movement that is utterly inhuman. This is my fortress, the heart of my lands, and what I want from you is simple. I want you to continue doing what you were doing when I found you. The air catches in my throat. I was running for my life. Before that, he clarifies, his forked tongue flicking out to taste the air. A cold dread seeps into my bones. He can smell my fear, I am sure of it. You were drawing the beast, calming it. You are a lure, human, a tool, and I will use you. A tool. The word is as cold and hard as the stone floor beneath me. He does not see a person. He sees an object, a solution to a problem I cannot begin to comprehend. The creatures out there, I whisper, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. They're sick. Twisted. They are a blight upon my home, he says, the scales on his jaw tightening. A stain on the honour of House Vasma, an honour I will restore, one carcass at a time. With your help. There is no room for argument in his voice. This is not a negotiation. It is a sentencing. I am to be his bait, the living, screaming heart of his trap. The horror of it is a crushing weight on my chest. He watches me, his gaze intense. Eat, you will need your strength. He turns and glides out, the stone door rolling shut with a final booming finality, plunging me back into dimness. I am a prisoner. Later, how much later I do not know, he returns. I have forced myself to eat some of the meat, the raw, bloody taste making me gag, and have drunk deeply from the water skin. Survival is a grim, pragmatic business. It is time, he says. The journey through the fortress is a torment. He leads me through corridors carved from the mountain itself. The architecture is stark, functional, built for war and endurance, not comfort. Naga warriors, all as imposing as Zathis, pause to watch us pass. They carry cruel-looking scimitars, and their slit-pupilled eyes hold a mixture of curiosity and contempt. I am a strange new pet their lord has acquired. In their world, humans are not even worthy of being slaves. We are believed to be too incompetent. We pass a vast open-air courtyard where the night sky is visible. For a moment, the sight of the stars, countless and brilliant, offers a pang of hope. Then I see the arena that dominates the space, its walls adorned with carvings of great battles and fallen warriors. This is a place that worships violence, that thrives on it. Their religion, I recall from scattered traders' tales, even encourages it. My sliver of hope dies. He leads me out of a gate and back into the blighted forest. The air immediately grows thick and foul again. The journey is longer this time, deeper into the woods than I have ever dared to go. Zathis moves with a silent, deadly grace, his massive body weaving through the skeletal trees. I have to half run to keep up, stumbling over roots, my heart a frantic drum. We arrive in a small dead clearing. In the centre stands a gnarled, petrified tree, its branches like blackened claws reaching for the starless sky. Zathis stops. He turns to me, and in his hand, he holds a length of iron chain, a heavy shackle at its end. My blood runs cold. No. The word is a choked whisper. Please. He ignores my plea. He takes my arm, his grip like a vice. His scales are cool and smooth against my skin, a shocking, intimate contact that sends a jolt through me. For a breathtaking instant, our eyes lock. His are not just the eyes of a monster. I see a flicker of something else in their golden depths, a desperate, burning intensity, the look of a lord willing to sacrifice anything, anyone, to save his home. In that moment, a terrible, forbidden spark of understanding passes between us. He is a monster, yes, but he is a tormented one. The moment shatters as he forces my wrist to the tree. The iron of the shackle is frigid against my skin, a brutal shock of cold. He works the lock with detached efficiency. The click of the mechanism echoes in the silence, a sound of absolute finality. I am tethered, an offering. He steps back, his gaze sweeping over me, assessing his work. He seems satisfied. Do not draw them too close, he advises, his tone purely practical. Your only purpose is to hold their attention. We will do the rest. We. He is not alone. I scan the oppressive darkness of the trees ringing the clearing and see nothing, but I feel it. Other presences, watching, waiting. He turns to leave, his powerful tail leaving a smooth track in the dirt. Wait! I cry out, my voice raw with terror. Don't leave me here alone. He pauses, looking back at me over his shoulder. The faint starlight catches the edge of his scales, making them gleam like dark jade. You are not alone, human, he says, voice a low hiss that carries a chilling promise. You are the centre of the party. And then he melts into the shadows, gone as if he were never there. The silence he leaves behind is a living entity. It presses in on me, amplifying every tiny sound, the creak of a branch, the scuttling of some unseen thing in the leaf litter. My own breath is a traitorous roar in my ears. I pull at the chain, a useless, frantic gesture that only serves to chafe my wrist raw against the iron. Then I hear it. It starts as a low moan, far in the distance, a sound of unnatural pain. It is answered by another, closer this time. My blood turns to ice water in my veins. They are coming. He has brought me to their den. The forest sounds fade to a dull roar, my world narrowing to the gnarled tree at my back and the impenetrable wall of darkness before me. The shrieks grow louder, closer, filled with a chorus of agony and rage. The silvery mark upon my shoulder begins to throb, a beacon in the night. A branch snaps nearby with a deafening crack. Heavy, shambling footsteps crash through the undergrowth. A hulking, multi-limbed creature, a nightmare of twisted flesh and too many joints, bursts from the trees. Its head whips around, and its 6 glowing, corrupted eyes lock directly onto me. I open my mouth, but the sound that rips from my throat is not a plea or a word. It is a pure, primal scream.
Chapter 4. Zathis. Her scream is the clarion call. It is a sharp, pure note of terror that slices through the blight-fouled air, and it is the most effective weapon I have ever possessed. The multi-limbed abomination, its attention absolute, its guard completely down, is a perfect target. I give the signal, a flick of my wrist so subtle it is a tremor in the shadows. My warriors strike. The slaughter is a brutally efficient piece of artistry. Kaelin and Morwen engage from the flanks, their scimitars weaving a web of steel that severs limbs and gouges flesh. The creature, a corrupted guardian I no longer recognize, thrashes and bellows, its agony a foul chorus to the symphony of the hunt. I'm a blur of green scales, a striking serpent. I glide under its flailing appendages and drive my blade into the soft tissue of its underbelly, ripping upward. Its shriek is a desecration of the night. Black, viscous blood, smelling of rot and soured magic, sprays across the clearing. The beast stumbles, its many legs tangling. I do not grant it a slow death. My honor may be in tatters, but I'm not a sadist. I'm a lord cleansing his land. I leap, using its own falling body as a ramp, and with a final definitive strike, I sever its head. The great body crashes to the forest floor. The silence that follows is profound, broken only by the panting of my warriors and the frantic, shallow breaths of the human. Her fear is a tidal wave. It is an overwhelming, intoxicating perfume of absolute terror, so potent it coats my tongue. It is the smell of a successful hunt, the scent of a tool that has performed its function beyond my most optimistic projections. "A clean kill, my lord," Kalen says, wiping his blade on the dead leaves. "We lost no one." "The lure worked," Morwen adds, his golden eyes flicking toward the tree where the human is chained. "Better than we could have hoped." The beast was completely enthralled. "It is a gift from the gods," I rumble. I do not truly believe the gods of light are so benevolent, not after they have let my lands wither to this state. But the words are for my men. They need to believe this is more than a desperate gamble. A sign that House Vosma will endure. I glide toward the tree. The human, Cora, I heard one of the warriors call her, is a pathetic sight. She's pressed against the bark, her body trembling so violently I can see it from across the clearing. Her face is pale as bone, save for the streaks of mud and a fresh scratch. Her eyes, wide and dark, are fixed on the headless corpse of the beast, her expression one of shattered horror. She is lean, wiry, her body honed by a life on the run. There is no softness to her, only the sharp angles of a creature that has known nothing but survival. Her dark hair is a tangled mess around her face. She is utterly insignificant, a stray. Yet she holds the key to my salvation. As I approach, she flinches, squeezing her eyes shut. The scent of her terror spikes, becoming sharp, acidic. It is a scent that should be satisfying, and it is, but it also clings, seeping into my own scales. A strangely persistent perfume. My touch is clinical as I take her arm. I ignore the way her skin flinches from the coolness of my scales. With one hand I hold her steady. With the other, I examine the shackle. It is secure. The tool is undamaged. "You have served your purpose for tonight," I state, my voice flat. I produce a key and unlock the shackle. The iron falls away, leaving a raw, red chafe mark on her wrist. She cradles her arm to her chest, her gaze still averted, refusing to look at me. It is of no consequence. A tool does not need to meet its master's eye. "Kalen, Morwen, take a trophy," I command, turning from her. "The skull." Proof for the others that the heart of the blight can be cleansed. We return to the fortress. The journey back is a silent one. I take the lead, my warriors flanking the human, herding her like a tower to slaughter. She stumbles often, her exhaustion a palpable scent on the air. She does not weep. She does not complain. There is a core of something hard inside her, a resilience I can smell beneath the terror. It's an infuriating dissonance, an impurity in the perfect fear I require from her. Back within the stone walls of my fortress, the air is clean, the scent of the blight replaced by torch smoke and cooked meat. My home is not ornate, not like the palaces of the capital where King Ashad of Asma holds court. True Naga power is not in gilded halls, but in the land one commands. My fortress is a testament to function, to strength built to endure. And my land is dying. I lead the human not to the main halls, but back to her stone cell. I push the door open and gesture for her to enter. She hesitates at the threshold, a small, stubborn pause that grates on my nerves. "Your non-compliance is pointless," I tell her, my voice cold. "You are my property now. Your life has one function, to serve House Vosma. You will eat what I provide, you will rest where I command, and you will be my lure in the dark. That is the entirety of your existence. Do you understand?" She still does not look at me, but she gives a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. She steps into the room. I place the bowl of raw meat and the water skin on the floor just as before. "Maintain your strength. We hunt again tomorrow night." I turn to leave, ready to slide the heavy stone door into place. Her voice, small and rough, stops me. It was in pain. I pause, my hand on the stone. What was? The creature, she says, her voice barely a whisper. It wasn't just a monster. It was in agony. I could feel it. I look back at her. Her dark, haunted eyes finally meet mine. I see no defiance in them, only a deep, unnerving certainty. And something else. Pity. For the beast. A forbidden, pointless empathy. Its pain is irrelevant, I hiss, the sound sharp in the confines of the cell. It was an infection. I am the cure. And you are the scalpel. Do not forget that. I do not wait for a reply. I slam the door shut, the boom of the stone echoing my own clipped fury. Her empathy is a weakness, a flaw in the tool. It is something I will need to be mindful of. I walk away down the torchlit corridor, my warriors falling in behind me. Good night's work, my lord, Morwen says. If we can maintain this pace, we can clear the western woods before the next moon. One successful hunt does not win a war, I say, my gaze fixed forward. But it is a beginning. Prepare the warriors. The nights will be long, and the true beasts are yet to come. They peel off, heading for the barracks, their own scents now tinged with a hint of something I've not smelled from them in a long time. Hope. It is a fragile, dangerous thing. I continue toward my own chambers, the great hall where the tapestries of my ancestors hang in silent judgment. I should feel a sense of triumph. I have found a way forward, a path out of the despair that has choked my house. The plan is sound. The tool is effective. As I glide through the silent halls of my home, a strange disquiet settles over me. I lift my hand, bringing my clawed fingers to my face. The essence of her fear lingers on my scales. It is sharp, acidic, and undeniably the scent of a human. But it is more than that. It is persistent, a perfume that refuses to fade, clinging to me like a second skin. It is the ghost of her presence, an unwelcome intimacy. And deep within my ancient, predatory heart, a part of me I do not recognize finds the scent strangely compelling.
Chapter 5. Cora. The darkness in the cell is absolute, but sleep offers no escape. Every time my exhausted mind begins to drift, the image of the multi-limbed creature flashes behind my eyes. I see its death, the spray of black blood, the finality of its severed head. And I hear my own scream, a sound that feels like it has permanently scarred my throat. I am a tool. A scalpel. His words echo in the suffocating silence. I am the instrument of a slaughter I am forced to witness. The thought leaves a bitter, metallic taste in my mouth, the taste of complicity. When the heavy stone door grinds open, I flinch, scrambling back against the cold wall. I expect to see Zathis, his golden eyes burning with cold purpose. But the figure who enters is not him. She is a Naga, but ancient, her scales a pale, dusty grey, like river stones worn smooth by centuries of current. They are not the vibrant, dangerous green of Zathis and his warriors. Her lower body, still powerful, moves with a slow, deliberate grace. She is blind, her eyes clouded over with a milky white film, yet she navigates the small cell with an unnerving certainty, a long, gnarled staff tapping lightly on the stone before her. She carries a wooden tray. "I have brought you food, child." Her voice is a dry, rustling whisper, like old parchment. It is the first voice that has addressed me as something other than human or it. She sets the tray down. The scent is different from last night's raw meat. It is a warm, savoury smell of cooked food, something like a stew, and my stomach responds with a loud, embarrassing growl. "It is Baru," she says, a faint, dry smile touching her thin lips. "Made with cured Torah and root vegetables. Better for a human stomach than what the warriors eat." She speaks to me as if I am a person. The simple courtesy is so unexpected it feels like a blow, and a knot of emotion tightens in my throat. I crawl forward cautiously and take the tray. The stew is thick and hot, and I eat with a desperate, trembling hunger, scooping it up with a carved wooden spoon. It is the most delicious thing I have ever tasted. "Thank you," I manage to say between mouthfuls, my voice hoarse. "You may call me Vera," she says, settling herself on the floor near the door, her back straight, her blind eyes aimed in my direction, as if she can see me perfectly. "I am the matriarch of this household. I have served House Vasma since before the blight began to poison the soil." Her words hang in the air. The blight. She speaks of it like a sickness, not a curse of monsters. "Your lord, he seems to believe slaughter is the only cure," I say, my spoon scraping the bottom of the bowl. Vera is silent for a long moment. Her head tilts. "The young lord is determined. He carries the weight of generations on his shoulders. He sees only the wound and believes the only path to healing is to cut away the rot. But the old ways speak of mending, not of breaking." As I finish the last of the stew, the stone door rolls open again, this time to admit one of Xathis's warriors. He nods respectfully to Vera. "The Lord requires the human to be cleaned before the evening meal." Vera rises with a fluid motion. "I will escort her." The warrior seems surprised but does not argue. To my astonishment, he allows Vera to lead me from the cell. The corridors are as stark and intimidating as I remember, but Vera's presence is a small, steady anchor in a sea of hostility. Her staff taps a quiet rhythm on the stone, a sound I cling to. She leads me not to a grand bathing chamber, but to a small, functional room with a deep stone basin fed by a pipe of steaming water. The warrior waits outside the door, his posture rigid. "The Lord does not wish his bait to be fouled by the dirt of the forest," Vera says, her tone unreadable. "It might interfere with the scent." The word bait from her lips is a cold splash of water, reminding me of my place. I am not a guest being offered a kindness. I am a tool being maintained. Still, the hot water is a luxury I have not known in months. I strip off my tattered rags and sink into the basin, the heat a blissful shock that soothes my aching muscles. As I wash, Vera speaks, her voice a low murmur. "The tapestries in the great hall. They were woven by my grandmother. She depicted all the sacred guardians of this land, as they were, before the sickness. My hands still, the multi-limbed creature from last night." I had pushed the thought away, but now it surfaces again. "I saw a tapestry," I say slowly, "in the corridor yesterday. It showed a beast. It looked like the thing you lured to its death," Vera finishes for me. "Yes, each creature your lord hunts is a child of this land, a protector, now driven mad by a pain it cannot comprehend. The land weeps for its lost children. It does not heal from their slaughter." A cold dread trickles down my spine, colder than the stone walls. Xathis is not cleansing his land, he is murdering its protectors. His quest for honour is a desecration. Before I can ask more, the door swings open. Xathis fills the doorway, his immense form eclipsing the light. His golden eyes narrow as he takes in the scene, me, vulnerable in the water, and Vera, standing like a silent sentinel. The air crackles with his displeasure. "Vera," he says, and his voice is sharp, cutting. "Your duties do not extend to coddling my property. Leave us." Vera does not flinch. She bows her head slightly. "As you wish, my lord." She turns and glides past him, her staff tapping a quiet, defiant rhythm as she disappears down the hall. Xathis's gaze falls to me. He watches me for a long, silent moment, his eyes raking over my body in a way that feels both clinical and possessive. A heat that has little to do with the water coils in my stomach. It is a venomous, terrifying thing. He sees my clean skin, my washed hair, and a flicker of something that might be approval crosses his features. "You are more presentable," he states. He tosses a bundle of folded cloth onto a stone bench. It is a simple tunic and leggings, coarse but clean. "Dress. You will eat with me tonight." The command sends a fresh wave of fear through me. Eating with him. In his presence. The thought is suffocating. I am not hungry. I lie, my voice small. A low hiss escapes his lips, a sound of controlled impatience. That was not a request. "You are a weapon in my war, human. A weapon must be kept in good condition. You will eat. You will rest. You will be strong enough for the hunt." He turns and waits in the corridor, a silent, imposing shadow. My hands tremble as I climb from the water and pull on the new clothes. Every moment in his presence is a battle of wills, and I am losing. I am becoming reliant on the very architect of my horror for food, for clothing, for the illusion of safety between the terrors he orchestrates. He leads me to his private chambers, a large, austere room dominated by a great stone hearth and a table laden with food. He forces me to eat, watching my every move, and I obey because I have no choice. When I am finished, he rises, his shadow stretching long in the firelight. "Prepare yourself," he says, his golden eyes glinting. "The beasts in the western woods are old and powerful. Tonight, we hunt in the heart of the blight." A cold dread seeps into my bones, heavy and final, deeper, more dangerous. The cycle is not just repeating, it is escalating, and I am chained to the centre of it, with no hope of escape.
Chapter 6. Zathis. Tonight, we hunt in the deeper woods where the blight runs thickest. Here, the very air is a suffocating blanket of decay, and the trees are twisted into skeletal effigies of their former selves. The ground is a sucking mire of black sludge that smells of sour magic and old death. It is a place my warriors rightly fear. It's a place I have come to see as my personal hell, a testament to my failings as a lord of House Phosma. 2 nights have passed since the first hunt. 2 more corrupted guardians have been slain. The strategy is sound. The tool is effective. And yet, a strange disquiet has taken root within me. The scent of the human's fear, which at first was a simple, satisfying perfume of control, has become complicated. I leave my warriors at the perimeter of the clearing and glide to a high perch on a rocky outcrop, concealing myself in the deep shadows. From here I can observe. Below, the human, Cora, is already chained to a petrified stump in the midst of the clearing. Kalen secured her a few moments ago, his movements swift and impersonal. She does not pull at the chain. She does not weep. She stands with her back pressed to the stump, her thin frame outlined against the dead wood. I watch her, my senses attuned to the nuances of her presence. And I see it. She is controlling her breath. I see the slow, deliberate rise and fall of her chest. Her eyes are closed, her face tilted slightly upward as if seeking a moon that cannot penetrate this thick, sickly canopy. She's forcing a stillness upon herself, a calm that is a lie. My forked tongue darts out, and I taste the air. The scent confirms what my eyes see. The sharp, acidic spike of her terror is still there, a constant hum in the atmosphere. It is the baseline, the foundation of what she is to me. But tonight, another scent rises through it, weaving itself into the fabric of her fear. It is something deep and earthy, like ancient stone and stubborn roots. It is resilience, of a will that is being bent but refuses to break. It is a dissonance I cannot ignore. It irritates me. A tool should be simple, predictable. Her fear should be a pure, clean note. This new scent is a complication, a discordant chord in my symphony of control. And yet, it fascinates me. I've never known a human to smell of anything but terror or base cunning. This is something else entirely. A low groan echoes through the trees, signaling the approach of our prey. I watch the human. Her eyes snap open, wide and dark in the gloom. Her breathing hitches for a moment, the practiced calm shattering. The scent of her terror intensifies, flooding the clearing. Good. That is what I need. But then, I see her hands clench into tight fists at her sides. I see her jaw tighten. She forces her breath back into that slow, measured rhythm. The wave of terror recedes slightly, and that stubborn, stony scent of resilience surges back, stronger than before. She is fighting it. She is mastering her fear, using it as a shield rather than letting it consume her. A creature of nightmare lurches into the clearing. It was once a Lycar, one of the great wildcats of Kanvu, but the blight has twisted it into a horror. Its fur hangs in mangy clumps, its body is emaciated, and its movements are a jerky, unnatural spasm. It is a piteous, rabid thing. It stops, its clouded eyes fixing on the human. Its pained snarl soften into a low, confused rumble. It is drawn to her, its agony momentarily forgotten in the face of her pure, magical aura. The lure is set. My warriors and I descend. The battle is a whirlwind of violence. The corrupted Lycar is fast, its movements unpredictable, but its body is weak, ravaged by the sickness. We dispatch it with brutal efficiency, but my focus is divided. Part of my mind is on the dance of death, the familiar rhythm of combat. The other part, the part I cannot control, is on the human. I am acutely aware of her throughout the fight. I see her flinch at every blow, yet she does not scream this time. She watches, her face a pale mask of horror, but her eyes are focused, observant. She is learning. When the beast is dead and silence once more descends, I find myself moving toward her before I have even cleaned my blade. My warriors watch me, their own confusion a faint, questioning scent in the air. I kneel before her, the key to the shackle in my hand. Her scent is a maelstrom of conflicting notes. The lingering terror, the sweat of exertion, the coppery tang of the beast's blood that has spattered her tunic, and beneath it all, that infuriating, fascinating scent of stone. I reach for the lock. As my claws brush against her skin, she looks up. Our eyes meet, and I see it. The fear is there, yes. It is a deep, dark pool in her eyes, but for the very first time a flicker of something else sparks in their depths. Anger. A small, hot glint of defiance. It is the look of a thing that has been pushed to its limit and is beginning to contemplate pushing back. The sight is a jolt, more shocking than any physical blow. I finish unchaining her in silence, my mind reeling. I pull her to her feet, my touch perhaps rougher than necessary. I expect her to cower, to look away. She does not. She holds my gaze for a long, silent moment, that spark of anger burning steadily, before she finally drops her eyes to the ground. The walk back to the fortress is a tense, silent affair. I am a storm of conflicting thoughts. This human is changing, evolving. My simple tool is becoming complex, and a complex tool is an unpredictable one. I lock her in her cell, thrusting the bowl of food at her without a word. She takes it, her fingers brushing mine for a fraction of a second. Her skin is warm, alive. I slam the stone door shut and stride away, the sound of my own hiss loud in my ears. I need to clear my head, to reassert the logic of my mission. She is a means to an end. Her feelings, her anger, her infuriating resilience, they are all irrelevant. But later, long after the moon has begun its descent, I find myself drawn back to her cell. I do not announce my presence. I stand in the deep shadows of the corridor, near the small slit that serves as her window, and I watch. She is asleep, curled on her side on the pallet, one hand tucked beneath her cheek. In sleep, the hard lines of her face soften. She looks younger, fragile. The steady rhythm of her breathing is a soft sound in the quiet of the fortress. I close my eyes, focusing on my primary sense. I breathe in the air that seeps from her cell. Her scent in sleep is different yet again. The sharp edges of her fear and anger are gone, smoothed away by unconsciousness. What remains is the pure magical core of her aura, that scent of rain on stone that first drew me. But now, it is softer, warmed by her slumber. There is a new note, something I have never smelled from her before. It is the distinctive scent of a deep, bone-weary sadness, a scent of loss. It is the most complex, confounding puzzle I have ever encountered. She is a weapon, a lure, a thing of flesh and bone that I use to save my home. So why do I find myself standing here in the dark, a silent, scaled monster, trying to decipher the secrets she whispers into the air with every sleeping breath?
Chapter 7. Cora. I am back in the forest, chained to the dead tree. The air is ripe with the scent of rot, a sweet, cloying perfume that coats my tongue. The darkness is a living object, pressing in on me, its weight a physical presence on my skin. I can hear it coming. The snap of twigs, the heavy, shambling footfalls, the low, pained groan that vibrates through the soles of my feet and up into my bones. The corrupted Leica from last night lurches into the clearing, its body a twisted mockery of the noble creature it once was. But this time, it does not stop. It does not pause in mesmerized confusion. It lunges, its clouded eyes burning with a rabid light, its claws extended like hooks of sharpened bone. The chain holds me fast. I scrabble at the iron shackle, my nails scraping uselessly against the cold metal. The beast is upon me, its hot, foul breath washing over my face, its jaws open, revealing rows of broken, stained teeth. I can see the agony in its eyes, the madness born of a pain I cannot imagine. And then it strikes. I wake with a scream caught in my throat, the sound tearing its way out of me, raw and animalistic. I bolt upright on the pallet, my body slick with a cold sweat, my heart a wild bird trapped in my ribs. My breath comes in ragged, tearing gasps. The stone walls of the cell seem to press in on me, the darkness as absolute as it was in my nightmare. The heavy door to my cell grinds open with a deafening scrape. A massive, scaled silhouette fills the doorway, blotting out the faint torchlight from the corridor. Zathis. A fresh wave of terror washes over me, chilling the sweat on my skin. He will be angry. I have disturbed his rest. I have been a nuisance. I brace myself for a cold reprimand, for the hiss of his displeasure. He glides into the room, and the door rolls shut behind him, plunging us into an even deeper darkness. I can hear the soft, almost silent whisper of his scales as he moves. He does not speak. He just stops a few feet from my pallet. His presence is a mountain in the small cell, a predatory stillness that is somehow more terrifying than any outburst of anger would have been. I can feel his eyes on me, though I cannot see them. The silence stretches, taut and humming with unspoken threat. I force myself to speak, my voice a ragged whisper. "I'm sorry. I did not mean to wake you." More silence. Then, his voice, a low rumble from the dark. It was the hunt. It is not a question. It is a statement. He knows. Can he smell the lingering terror of the nightmare? Can he hear it in the frantic rhythm of my heart? Yes, I breathe. I expect him to leave, to dismiss my fear as an irrelevant weakness in his tool. But he does not move. He stays, a silent, imposing guardian in the suffocating dark, and a strange, unwelcome thing happens. The frantic pounding in my chest begins to slow. The lingering phantoms of the dream begin to recede, chased away by the solid, terrifying reality of his presence. It is a twisted sort of comfort, to have the real monster replace the one in my head. At least the real one has not torn me apart. Yet. Why? The question escapes me before I can stop it. It is a small, desperate sound in the stillness. Why are you doing this? To them? To me? He is silent for so long I think he will not answer. When he finally speaks, his voice is different. The cold, pragmatic edge is gone, replaced by something ancient and weary, like stone grinding on stone. You see blight, he says, his voice seeming to come from the very shadows themselves. I see the slow, agonizing death of my house. For generations, the Vasma line has ruled these lands. We were stewards, protectors. Our honour was measured in the life of the forest, in the strength of the guardians who roamed it. He moves, a subtle shift of immense weight, and I sense he has settled on the floor. The distance between us feels both vast and non-existent. My father died fighting this sickness, and his father before him watched it begin, a small spot of rot that has now consumed everything. I inherited a graveyard, a legacy of failure. The gods are silent, the land dies, and my warriors, they begin to lose hope. His voice is flat, a recitation of grim facts. My honour, the honour of my ancestors, demands that I do something, that I do not sit and watch my world crumble to dust. Vera's words echo in my mind. The young lord is determined. He is. But hearing it from him, hearing the raw desperation simmering beneath the surface of his words, is different. For the first time, I see past the cruel captor, past the monster who uses my terror as a weapon. I see a desperate failing lord, cornered by his own history, his own honour. He is a prisoner too, in a cage of duty and despair. So you kill them, I say, voice gaining a sliver of strength. You kill the very guardians your ancestors swore to protect. I kill the sickness, he hisses, a flash of his usual venom returning. The guardians are already dead. What remains are abominations, husks animated by pain. I grant them the mercy of a final death. It doesn't feel like mercy when you're the one chained to a tree, waiting for it, I counter, the words sharper than I intend. The silence that follows is electric. I have challenged him. A tool does not challenge its master. I hold my breath, waiting for the strike. Instead, I hear the soft whisper of his scales as he moves closer. My heart leaps into my throat. He stops right beside my pallet, his massive form blotting out what little ambient light exists. I can feel the heat radiating from his body, a dry, primal warmth. I can smell him, a scent of ozone and clean stone, and something uniquely his, something ancient and reptilian. You are different from the others of your kind, he murmurs, almost to himself. Humans are simple creatures. They smell of fear, of greed, of fleeting, shallow emotions. But your terror is a constant, yes. But beneath it there is something else, something hard, something that does not yield. He is so close now I could reach out and touch him. The thought is both terrifying and strangely compelling. This Naga, this creature of scales and fangs, is the architect of my nightly horror, and yet, here in the dark, he is the only other living thing, my keeper, my protector, my tormentor. The lines are so blurred, so twisted, I no longer know where one ends and the other begins. Perhaps I am just too stubborn to die, I whisper, my eyes fixed on the impenetrable darkness where his face must be. I feel his gaze on me, intense and searching. Perhaps, he concedes. A strange impulse takes over me, a need to understand the mark he sees, the brand that has defined my miserable existence. The mark on my shoulder, I say, my voice barely audible. What is it you see? I feel more than see him lean closer. The heat from his body intensifies. His breath surprisingly warm, ghosts across my neck, and the fine hairs there stand on end. A shiver, not entirely of fear, traces its way down my spine. "It is a brand of pure magic," he says in a low, vibrating hum that resonates deep in my chest. "Untainted, raw. The blight is a corruption of magic. The corrupted are drawn to its opposite. They are drawn to you like a dying man to a spring of pure water. His logic is cold, but it makes a terrifying kind of sense. I am a walking cure that the sick can only sense, not drink." Before I can process this, I feel the delicate brush of his claws against the bare skin of my shoulder. His touch is not rough or clinical. It is light, inquisitive. The claws that could tear me apart, tracing the silvery lines of my mark with an impossible gentleness. The moment his claws make full contact with the brand, a jolt of energy, white-hot and blinding, arcs between us. It is not painful. It is a connection, a sudden, overwhelming flood of sensation, of shared existence. I see flashes behind my eyes, a verdant forest, a sky full of stars, the feeling of immense power coiling in a massive serpentine body. I feel his shock, his confusion, his ancient, aching loneliness. He recoils with a sharp hiss, a sound of pain and surprise. The connection shatters, leaving me breathless and trembling, the darkness of the cell feeling colder, emptier than before. He is across the room in an instant, the sound of his scales a frantic whisper against the stone. The silence returns, but it is different now. It is charged, stunned. We have touched, not just skin to scales, but something deeper. And whatever it was, it has shaken my monstrous captor to his very core. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 8. Zathis. The jolt of energy from the human's mark still hums in my claws. It was an unwelcome, invasive intimacy, a flash of shared consciousness that I've spent the day trying to eradicate from my mind. I saw things, felt things. Her terror, yes, but also a deep, aching loneliness that mirrored my own. It is a weakness in my tool that I cannot abide, and a weakness in myself that I will not acknowledge. Today I inspect the Western Woods, the territory we have spent the last week cleansing. 6 nights, 6 hunts, 6 corrupted guardians slain. By all logic, the land should be showing signs of recovery, a lessening of the blight's foul scent, a hint of new life in the soil. There is nothing. If anything, the rot is deeper. The air is thicker, the scent of decay more profound. The very silence of the place feels heavier, more final. My boots crackle on soil that is turning to gray, sterile dust. Kalen glides beside me, his usual confidence muted. His forked tongue flicks out, tasting the air. My lord, there is no change. The blight feels stronger. His observation is a whetstone on my already frayed nerves. I can smell it. We stand at the edge of the clearing where we slew the Urson. The carcass is gone, dragged away and burned, as is our custom. But a dark, viscous stain remains on the earth, a patch of ground so poisoned that nothing will ever grow there again. One of the younger warriors, a Naga named Raz, lets out a sigh of weary frustration. Perhaps the gods have truly forsaken us, he mutters, the words a puff of despair in the cold air. Perhaps this land is simply meant to die, and us with it. A cold, absolute fury boils in my veins. I am across the clearing in a heartbeat, my massive body a blur of green scales. I grab Raz by the throat, my claws digging into the soft flesh beneath his jaw, and slam him against the trunk of a petrified oak. The impact cracks the dead wood. "The gods have not forsaken us!" I snarl, my face inches from his. I can smell his sudden sharp terror, a scent I welcome. Fear is a better motivator than despair. They test us. They test me, and I will not be found wanting. Despair is a traitor's poison, and I will not have it in my ranks. My lord, I meant no disrespect," he chokes out, his own claws scrabbling uselessly at my wrist. "Your words are disrespect," I say, my voice lowering to a deadly whisper. "They are a cancer. You will stand vigil over the beast pits for 3 nights. Meditate on the fate of the corrupted, and consider if you wish to share their end." I release him, and he slumps to the ground, gasping for air, the marks of my claws stark against his pale green scales. The other warriors are silent, their gazes fixed on the ground. The smell of their fear is now sharp and uniform. Good. Order is restored, but Raz's words, born of weariness, have found a crack in my own armor. I have been brutal, I've been relentless, and I have failed. The land is not healing. The shame of it is like a coil of serpents in my gut. I leave my warriors to their duties and retreat to the fortress library. It's a place of silence and dust, a chamber filled with the scrolls and records of my ancestors. The air smells of old parchment and the faint, lingering scent of my father's frustration. He spent his last years in this room, searching for an answer he never found. I unroll ancient scrolls, my claws tracing the elegant, faded script. They speak of the guardians, of their sacred bond with the land and with our house. I read of the great Ursane as the shield of the western woods, its strength a bastion against intrusion. I read of the Lakar as the silent blade of the deep forest, its cunning a thing of legend. The words paint a picture of noble protectors of a vibrant, living land. There is no mention of corruption, no hint of this monstrous blight. The scrolls speak of the gods of the pure light, of Oella, the goddess of order, and her mandate that we maintain the balance. They speak of Feher, the god of land and water, and the rituals required to earn his favor. My ancestors performed these rituals. They made offerings. They were stewards. I am a butcher. A wave of self-loathing, hot and sharp, washes over me. I slam a fist onto the heavy oak table, the wood groaning in protest. Everything I am doing is wrong. Vera's cryptic words, the humans' strange pity for the beasts, the ancient texts, they all point to the same damning conclusion. My war against the Blight is a war against my own heritage. What choice do I have? To do nothing is to accept the slow, agonizing death of my home. The rituals of my ancestors require a healthy land, pure offerings. I have neither. I have only a creeping rot and monsters that must be put down. The old ways are a luxury for a time of peace, and my land has not known peace in a century. My path is the only one left to me. The tenets of my faith have been warped by necessity. Reap from the planet in any way you see fit. That is the core of it now. I will reap a harvest of death to sow a field of life. The logic is flawed. I know it, but it is the only logic I have. If the sickness runs deeper than I thought, then my efforts have been insufficient. I've been cutting the branches of a poisoned tree, not striking at the root. A tipping point must be reached. I must escalate. I must kill more, faster, until the sheer volume of my slaughter overwhelms the Blight. I must be more ruthless. My thoughts turn, as they so often do now, to the human, my tool, my scalpel. I have been using her in the borderlands, in the frayed edges of the Blight, but the heart of the sickness lies to the south, in a place called the Weeping Fen, a swamp so corrupted that even the air is said to be a tangible poison. It is a place from which no hunting party has ever returned whole. It is a suicide mission. To take her, there would be to almost certainly condemn her to death. She is a tool, yes, but a rare and valuable one. To risk her so recklessly is a fool's gambit. But the scent of failure is a suffocating thing. It is the dust in this library, the despair of my warriors, the ever-present stench of the dying woods. The shame of my house is a brand on my soul, hotter than any physical mark. I look up from the ancient scrolls, my golden eyes staring at the far wall, but seeing the clearing, seeing the human chained to the tree. I see her flinch, but then I see the flicker of anger in her eyes. I smell her terror, but beneath it, I smell that infuriating, captivating scent of resilience. She is strong, stronger than any human I have ever known. A cold, grim resolve settles over me. A desperate lord makes desperate choices. If the heart of the sickness is in the fen, then that is where I must strike, and I will take my sharpest weapon with me. I rise from the table, my decision made. The scrolls of my ancestors lie discarded, their wisdom a relic of a forgotten age. My path lies not in the past, but in the bloody, uncertain future I must carve for myself. I will take her to the Weeping Fen. I will chain her at the very heart of the poison, and I will see what horrors answer her call.
Chapter 9. Cora. The Weeping Fen is aptly named. The air is so thick with moisture it feels like breathing water, and it carries a stench that makes the decay of the western woods seem like a field of flowers. It is a smell of profound sickness, of things that have rotted down to their very essence and then kept on rotting. Skeletal trees drip a black, viscous ooze that sizzles when it hits the stagnant pools of water covering the ground. Strange, pale fungi glow with a sickly, phosphorescent light, casting the entire bog in an eerie underwater gloom. This is the heart of the blight. Zathis said so himself, and he has brought me here to be the heart of his hunt. The iron shackle feels heavier tonight, the chain colder. He has tethered me to a great moss-covered stone that rises from the bog like a tombstone. The murky water laps at my ankles, chilling me to the bone. My practiced stillness, the one shield I have against the terror, feels fragile here. The silence is different too. It is not empty, but full of wet, sucking sounds, of things slithering just beneath the surface of the water, of a deep, guttural thrumming that seems to come from the very earth itself. My job is to be the scream that summons the slaughter. But here, in this suffocating, living graveyard, I fear my scream will be swallowed whole. The thrumming grows louder. The water around my stone begins to ripple, not from a breeze, but from a great disturbance moving toward me. The shimmery silver mark on my shoulder blade begins to burn, a hot, insistent fire against my skin. Suddenly, the water erupts. Not one, but two massive shapes heave themselves from the bog. They are reptilian horrors, their hides the colour of bruised plums, their bodies long and sinuous with multiple thrashing limbs ending in hooked claws. Their heads are crocodilian, but their jaws are lined with teeth like shards of obsidian. Their eyes, dozens of them, dot their skulls in chaotic patterns, all glowing with the same malevolent corrupted light. They do not roar. They emit a series of sharp, clicking hisses that echo across the fen, a sound that scrapes against my nerves like a rusty blade. They move with a terrifying, fluid speed, their bodies half submerged in the black water. And they are both coming for me. My breath freezes in my chest, a solid block of ice. There are two of them. He planned for one. His warriors are positioned for one. This is wrong. This is a miscalculation that is going to get me killed. Before I can scream, a war cry rips through the fen. Zathis and his warriors explode from the shadows. The battle is instant, a chaotic maelstrom of green scales and purple hides, of flashing steel and snapping jaws. The clash of scimitars against monstrous flesh, the furious hisses of Naga and beasts, it all blends into a symphony of violence. Zathis is magnificent and terrifying. He moves like a striking cobra, his massive body a whirlwind of controlled fury. He engages the first creature, his blade a blur, turning aside its snapping jaws, his own claws raking across its hide. His warriors, outnumbered, desperately try to flank the second beast to keep it from reaching me. The chaos is absolute. Water and black mud fly through the air, spattering my face. I am a spectator in my own execution, chained to the front row seat. One of the warriors, a young Naga I don't know, screams as a clawed limb catches him, tearing a deep gash in his side. He goes down, and the creature is on him, its jaws snapping. The second beast, momentarily free, turns its multitude of eyes on me. It surges forward, its wake a V of black water. It is a living battering ram of teeth and claws, and it is almost upon me. I pull against the chain, a useless, frantic gesture, the iron biting deep into my wrist. This is it. This is how I die. A flash of green intercepts it. Zathis. He has left his own fight, moving with an impossible speed to place his body between me and the creature. He lets out a furious hiss, his cobra hood flaring wide, a gesture of absolute dominance and threat. "Kaelin!" he roars, his voice a thunderclap that shakes the air. "To me!" Morwen, finish the other one. The battle shifts. Two of his warriors join him, forming a desperate scaled wall in front of me. The first beast, wounded and enraged, crashes into them. The fen becomes a vortex of thrashing bodies and screaming things. I am lost in the chaos, my world narrowed to the glint of sickly light on scales and claws. A stray body, a warrior, or a piece of the monster I cannot tell, is thrown through the air. It slams into the water beside my stone, sending a great wave of foul bog water over me. The impact shakes the stone, and I lose my footing, my hands slipping on the slick, mossy surface. I see a flash of movement to my left. A single clawed limb from one of the beasts, severed in the fight but still spasming with corrupt energy, is sent spinning through the air like a discarded toy. I have no time to move, no time to even cry out. A sharp, searing agony explodes in my calf. It is a pain so absolute, so blinding, it steals the air from my lungs. I look down. The stray claw has gashed my leg open, a deep, ragged tear from ankle to knee. Blood, shockingly red against my pale skin, wells up and pours into the black water. A sound rips from my throat, not a scream of terror this time, but a sharp, guttural cry of pure, unadulterated pain. The world seems to stop. The clicking hisses of the beasts, the war cries of the Naga, the clash of steel, it all fades into a dull, distant roar. My entire being is focused on the fire in my leg. And then I hear a new sound. It is a roar of such primal, undiluted fury that it shakes the very foundations of the fen. It is not a sound of a beast. It does not sound like a warrior. It's the sound of a god in the throes of a world-shattering rage. It is Zathis. I look up, my vision blurring at the edges. He has disengaged from the fight. His head is thrown back, his fangs bared, his gold eyes blazing with a light that is hotter and more terrifying than any star. He sees me. He sees my leg. He smells my blood in the water. What happens next is not a battle. It is a slaughter. He moves with a speed that is no longer just fast. It is instantaneous. He is on the remaining beast, the one that his warriors were struggling to contain. His scimitar is a blur of silver light, a whirlwind of death. He does not just wound, he dismembers. Limbs are severed, jaws are shattered. He is a storm of vengeance, a force of nature in its most destructive form. His own warriors pull back, their eyes wide with a blend of awe and fear at their lord's ferocity. The beast, which seconds before was a terrifying monster, is reduced to a twitching pile of gore in a matter of heartbeats. Silence, absolute and ringing, descends upon the weeping fen. Zathis stands over the mangled corpse, his body heaving, his scales spattered with black blood. He is the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. He ignores the victory. He ignores his wounded warrior groaning in the water. His blazing, furious gaze finds mine, and he comes for me. He crosses the distance in a few powerful surges of his serpentine body, his movements swift and violently protective. He doesn't look at my face. His eyes are locked on the gushing wound in my leg. A low, venomous hiss rips from his throat, a sound of contained rage. He kneels before me, the water swirling around his powerful form. I expect him to assess the damage to his tool with cold annoyance. I am wrong. His touch, when it comes, is firm but surprisingly gentle as he examines the gash. He looks at the freely bleeding wound, then up at my face. The fury in his eyes is still there, a burning inferno. But I realise with a jolt that sends a tremor through my entire body that the fury is not directed at me. It is not for the hunt gone wrong, or for the inconvenience. "Zathis," I murmur under my breath, groaning in pain. With a snarl, he reaches up to the neck of his own fine, dark tunic. He rips a long, clean strip of the expensive fabric free. He works quickly, his large, clawed hands surprisingly deft as he binds the wound, his touch focused, almost reverent. The makeshift bandage does little to stop the bleeding, but the act itself, the sheer, shocking intimacy of it, steals my breath. He finishes the knot, his gaze still fixed on my leg. Then, without a word, he shatters the lock on my shackle with a single vicious twist of his hand. His arms slide under my back and my knees. He lifts me into his arms, holding me securely against his scaled chest. My head falls back against his shoulder, and I look up into his face. The fury is still there, blazing in the depths of his golden eyes. And I realise, with a clarity that is more dangerous than any monster, that the fury is for me.
Chapter 10. Zathis. She is a feather in my arms, a fragile weight of bone and warm flesh that feels profoundly wrong, and yet undeniably right against my scaled chest. The journey back through the weeping fen is a blur. My fury, which moments ago was a cataclysmic storm, has now banked into a focused, searing heat. It is a protective fire, and this human is at its center. My warriors follow in a silent, stunned procession. I can smell their confusion, their awe, their fear. It is a thick, cloying cloud behind me. They've never seen me like this. I've never been like this. Kaelin carries our wounded, but my entire being is consumed by the female I hold. Her head rests against my shoulder, her dark hair, damp with bog water, brushing against my scales. The scent of her is a dizzying, complex symphony. The hot metallic spike of her blood, the deep, agonizing throb of her pain, the lingering, acidic tang of her terror. But beneath it all, a new and baffling scent is beginning to rise. It is faint, fragile, but unmistakable. The scent of shock, of confusion, and of a dawning unwilling trust. It is the smell of a creature that expected a death blow and received this. We reach the fortress gates, and the guards scramble to open them, their eyes wide as they take in the sight of their lord carrying a wounded human. I ignore their stares. I ignore the gasps of the household staff as I move through the main hall, my path unerring. "Fetch the healers!" Kaelin commands from behind me. "To the Lord's chambers!" "No." My voice is a low, guttural growl that silences the corridor. I stop, turning my head just enough to fix Kaelin with a glare. No healers. I will tend to her myself. The scent of Kaelin's shock is a sharp, almost citrusy note. "My lord, her wound is deep. Our healers are skilled." "Are you questioning my command, Kaelin?" I interrupt, my voice hissing dangerously. He bows his head immediately, the scent of his fear overriding his concern. "No, my lord. Forgive me." I proceed to my chambers, The great austere room with its stone hearth and furs. I kick the heavy oak door shut behind me, the sound booming in the sudden silence. I need no healers fumbling with their poultices and needles. I will not have their sense, their presence, contaminating this moment. I lay her down gently on the furs before the hearth, the pelts of beasts I have slain myself. Her eyes, wide and dark, follow my every movement. The pain has made her pale, her skin almost translucent in the firelight. The makeshift bandage on her leg is already soaked through with blood. "This will hurt," I state, my voice more rough than I intend. She flinches but gives a small, jerky nod. There is a strength in her I am beginning to recognize, a stubborn refusal to shatter that both irritates and compels me. I retrieve my own medical supplies from a carved chest, fine Naga needles, sutures made from gut, and a potent, clear antiseptic distilled from the sap of the blue trees. It is a powerful cleansing agent that burns like fire. I kneel beside her, the furs shifting under my weight. I carefully unwrap the strip of my ruined tunic, my claws moving with a precision that seems alien to my own hands. The gash is ugly, a deep, ragged tear in her flesh. It is a mar, a violation of her skin. The sight of it reignites the cold fury in my gut. "Why?" Her voice is a raw whisper pulling me from my rage. I look up and meet her gaze. "Why did you—" She trails off, unable to finish the question. "The tool was damaged," I say, my voice clipped. "It required maintenance." The words are a lie, a shield of cold logic against the storm of irrational emotion raging within me. She watches me, her expression unreadable. "I am not a tool." "You are what I say you are," I counter, but the words lack their usual conviction. I dip a clean cloth into the antiseptic. "Brace yourself." I press the cloth to the wound. She cries out, a sharp, strangled sound, her body arching in pain. Her hands fly up and grip my arm, her nails, blunt and human, digging into my scales. The scent of her pain explodes into the air, a searing, white-hot thing that I feel in the back of my throat. But she doesn't pull away. She clings to me, her grip desperate, as I meticulously clean the wound. And as I work, something extraordinary happens. The scent of her terror, which should be a suffocating wave, is receding, beaten back by the sheer force of her pain and by something else. That new, fragile scent of trust is blooming in the air between us, a strange and intoxicating flower in a field of agony. She is not flinching from my touch. She is holding on to it. My movements become even more gentle. My touch as light as I can make it. I pick up the needle, its fine point gleaming in the firelight. "You are skilled at this," she says, her voice tight with pain, but steady. "A warrior who cannot stitch his own wounds is a fool waiting to die," I reply, my focus absolute as I push the needle through her skin for the first stitch. She winces, her grip on my arm tightening, but she does not cry out again. We fall into a strange, intimate rhythm. The only sounds are the crackle of the fire, her soft, pained breaths, and the whisper of the suture pulling her flesh back together. Her scent is a constantly shifting landscape. The pain is a mountain range, sharp and high. Her fear is a low-lying fog, persistent but thinning. And the trust is a river, cutting a new and unknown path through it all. I finish the last stitch and tie it off, my work neat and precise. I apply a salve that will numb the pain and ward off infection, my claws lightly tracing the edges of my handiwork. Her skin is soft, warm, and impossibly smooth beneath my touch. She finally releases my arm, her hands falling back to the furs. Her breathing is evening out as the salve begins its work. Her eyes are heavy-lidded, the shock and pain taking their toll. "Why me?" she whispers, her gaze unfocused. "Why did my scent?" I find myself answering, the words coming unbidden. "The blight is a corruption. Your mark, the one from the wild spawn, is its opposite. It is a beacon of untainted magic. They do not wish to harm you. They wish to be near you, to feel what they have lost. I pause. It is a cruel fate, for them and for you. The admission hangs in the air between us, a shocking confession of something that borders on empathy. I do not know where the words came from. She looks at me then, her dark eyes clear and searching. The fear is almost entirely gone, replaced by a deep, weary curiosity. You called them guardians. You know what they are. I know what they were, I correct, my voice hard again. They are monsters now, and I will use any means necessary to cleanse them from my land. Even as I say the words, they taste like ash. She sees it. She sees the conflict in me, the chink in the armor of the ruthless lord. And she does not look away. The air in the room is thick with unspoken things, with her pain, with my confusion, with this new, terrifying intimacy that has been forged in blood and fire. The scent of her trust is a poison, and I am breathing it in like air, and I find I do not wish to stop. She's so close. Her skin, flushed from the pain in the firelight, looks impossibly soft. The pulse in her throat beats a steady, living rhythm just inches from my face. I'm overwhelmed by the sense, by the softness of her skin beneath my claws, by the look in her eyes that sees not just a monster, but a Naga in torment. My control, the ironclad discipline that has defined my entire existence, frays and snaps. I lean down, my ancient predatory instincts taking over. My fangs, sharp and aching, extend from my gums. I'm a breath away from her throat, from the warm, pulsing life there. My fangs graze the delicate skin over her pulse point. A shudder racks her body, a sound that is half gasp, half sigh. And I am lost.
Chapter 11. Cora. My world narrows to the space of a single held breath. The sharp points of his fangs are a cold, terrifying promise against my throat. This is it, the culmination of his possessiveness, the final claim of the monster over his tool. I feel the shudder that racks his body, a tremor of immense, restrained power. I wait for the sting, for the tearing of flesh, for the end. And then he is gone. He recoils with a violent hiss, a sound of self-loathing and fury, and shoves himself away from me. He glides to the far side of the chamber, his back to me, his powerful body coiled as tight as a spring. The silence in the room is a ringing, deafening thing, filled with the echo of what almost happened. My own body is trembling, not just with fear, but with a strange, lingering echo of the energy that passed between us in his cell. My hand goes to my throat, my fingers tracing the spot where his fangs rested. The skin is unbroken, cold. He does not leave. He stays there, a silent, brooding statue of scaled muscle, his gaze fixed on the fire, as if it holds the answers to some question he is afraid to ask. He does not speak for the rest of the night. He simply stays. A silent, imposing guard against the nightmares that I know are waiting for me. And a strange, terrifying thing happens. I sleep. Deeply. For the first time since I was captured, my sleep is a black, dreamless void, empty of monsters and chains. His presence, the very thing that should be the source of my terror, has become a strange and intimidating comfort in the dark. I wake to the grey light of dawn filtering into the chamber through a high window. Zathis is gone. The room feels unnervingly empty without him. My leg throbs with a dull, insistent ache, a painful reminder of last night's horrors. I sit up, my muscles screaming in protest, and look at his handiwork. The stitches are neat, precise, the work of a brutally efficient surgeon. The heavy door to the chamber swings open. I expect a guard, or perhaps Vera. Instead, Zathis himself enters, carrying a tray. On it is a bowl of something steaming and fragrant, a piece of bread, and a cup of what smells like a hot spiced tea. He is the lord of this fortress, a creature of immense power and pride, and he is bringing me my breakfast. The gesture is so at odds with everything I know about him that I can only stare. He places the tray on a small table near the furs where I lie. His movements are stiff, controlled. He will not look at me. "You will remain here today," he says in a low rumble, his golden eyes fixed on the wall just over my head. "You are in no condition to be moved." "Back to my cell, you mean," I say, the words sharper than I intend. His gaze snaps to mine, and for a moment, the cold, ruthless lord is back. "Do not test my patience, human. You are where I command you to be. That is all you need to know." "I have a name," I push, a reckless, stubborn impulse taking over. "It's Cora." He gazes at me, his slit pupils narrowing. He says nothing, but I see a flicker of something in his eyes, a momentary crack in the armour. He heard me. He turns to leave. "Eat," he commands over his shoulder. "Your recovery is a matter of tactical importance." The door closes, leaving me alone with the scent of good food and the confusing, contradictory actions of my captor. The next few hours pass in a strange, stilted rhythm. Zathis is true to his word. I am a prisoner in his chambers, a gilded cage instead of a stone one. He brings me my meals himself, his appearances brief, silent, and charged with an unspoken tension that is thicker than the bog water of the fen. Our conversations are clipped, functional, yet beneath the surface, something is shifting. I can feel it. A new awareness, a dangerous curiosity that flows both ways. In the late afternoon, the door opens not to Zathis, but to Vera. The ancient, blind matriarch glides into the room, a small clay pot in her hands. The air immediately feels lighter, less oppressive. "The young lord is occupied," she says, her dry, rustling voice a welcome relief. "He has allowed me to tend to your wound." She settles beside me on the furs, her movements deft and sure. "Let me see." I show her my leg. She runs her gnarled, scaly fingers over the stitches, her touch surprisingly gentle. "His work is precise," she murmurs, a hint of surprise in her tone. "He was always a skilled warrior, but he has not tended to another's wounds in a very long time." She opens the clay pot, and the scent of crushed herbs and something cool and medicinal fills the air. "This is a poultice. It will speed the healing and soothe the ache." As she applies the cool, green paste to my inflamed skin, her touch is soothing, motherly. It is a kindness so profound it makes my throat ache. "He was so angry," I whisper, the memory of his furious roar in the fen still echoing in my mind. I have never seen anything like it. Vera's hands still for a moment. "A Naga's rage is a fearsome thing, child, especially a Naga of his line. But it is their protective fury that is the most dangerous of all. It is a fire that, once lit, is not easily quenched." She finishes applying the poultice and begins to wrap my leg in a clean bandage. "There is an old ritual," she says, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "A thing of the old ways, mostly forgotten now. It is called the life binding. It is said that in ancient times, a Naga protector of great power could bind their life force to another, their very touch becoming a conduit for healing." She pauses, her blind eyes seeming to look right through me. It required a deep connection, a willingness to share one's own vitality. It was the ultimate act of a guardian. Her words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. My mind flashes back to the night before, to the feel of his hands on my leg as he stitched the wound, to the moment in my cell when he touched the mark on my shoulder and that jolt of energy arced between us. Vera finishes her work and rises to leave. "Rest, child. You will need your strength." She glides out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the cool, soothing throb of the poultice on my leg. A protector's touch. The ultimate act of a guardian. The words are absurd. He is not my protector. He is not my guardian. He is my captor, the monster who chains me up and leaves me to die. My gaze falls to his empty chair by the hearth. The memory of him sitting there through the night, a silent, imposing guard, is sharp and vivid. The memory of his fury in the fen, a rage that was not for his failed hunt, but for me. A sudden, dawning realization sends a chill through me. I think back over the day, over the moments Zathis has been in the room. I remember the dull, persistent throb in my leg, an ache that has been present since waking. But I realize now that it was not constant. There were moments, brief intervals, where the pain seemed to fade, to lessen to an almost imperceptible hum. My breath lodges in my throat. I replay the day in my mind, searching. Zathis bringing my breakfast, his claws brushing my hand as I took the tray. The pain had lessened. Zathis standing over me as I ate, his shadow falling across my injured leg. The pain had lessened. Every time he has been near, every time his presence has filled this room, the agony in my leg has receded. He is the architect of my horror, and yet, somehow he is also the source of my healing. The twisted, toxic dependency I have on him has just deepened, its roots sinking into my very flesh and bone. The throbbing in my leg lessens again, and I know, without turning my head, that he is standing outside the door.
Chapter 12. Zathis. The scent of her is a permanent fixture in my chambers now. It clings to the furs, permeates the stone, a constant low hum of rain and resilience that has irrevocably replaced the sterile scent of my own solitude. For 2 days, I have kept her here. I tell myself it is a tactical decision. Her leg is healing, the flesh knitting together with unnatural speed. My proximity, it seems, has an effect on her vitality. It is a phenomenon I do not understand, but one I will exploit. A healthy tool is an effective tool. The lie is a thin, brittle thing. Kalen enters my chambers without being summoned, a breach of protocol that speaks to the urgency of his news. He bows low, but his golden eyes are wide with alarm. My lord, the scouts have returned from the eastern border. They found tracks. Blight beast tracks are not news, Kalen, I say, growling impatiently. I am reviewing logistical reports, the numbers a meaningless scrawl before my eyes. My attention is on the slow, even breaths of the humans sleeping on the furs by the hearth. Not blight beast, my lord, Kalen says, his voice tight. Naga, 3 of them. They crossed the river from Jalma during the night. My head snaps up, the report's forgotten. A cold, venomous fury coils in my gut. Jalma, the territory of House Tiksorku, a nest of vipers and dishonorable fools who have long coveted our lands, even in their blighted state. The Tiksorku family is notorious for their cruelty and their particular hatred of humans, making a sport of hunting them with magic. Scavengers, I hiss, the word tasting like poison. Vultures, circling what they believe to be a corpse. They think House Vasma is so weakened by the blight that they can poach on my lands with impunity. They were tracking something, Kalen adds. Their trail was purposeful. My gaze drifts back to the sleeping human, to the silver mark on her shoulder, a brand of pure, untainted magic. The Tiksorku are known for their skill in detecting magical signatures. A sickening realization dawns on me. They are not tracking beasts. They are tracking her. Possessive rage, primal and absolute, surges through me. It is an illogical, insane response. She's a tool, a piece of bait. But the thought of another Naga, especially a Tiksorku, putting their hands on her, using her, it is intolerable. They will not leave my lands alive, I state, my voice a low, flat promise of violence. I rise to my full height, my massive body uncoiling. We will set a trap. Tonight. I turn to Kalen, my mind already a cold calculator of strategy. We will not use the fen. It is too chaotic. We will use the Whisperwood near the river. The trees are thick. The sight lines are poor. It is an ambusher's paradise. Send word to the warriors. Tell them to prepare for a different kind of hunt. Kalen bows again, a flicker of grim satisfaction in his eyes. He is a warrior born. He craves a true battle, not the endless slaughter of mindless beasts. And the bait, my lord. My gaze returns to the human. She stirs in her sleep, a soft sound escaping her lips. The possessive fire in my gut burns hotter. The bait, I growl, will be closely guarded. Later, as twilight bleeds across the sky, I enter my chambers to find her awake. She's sitting up on the furs, her injured leg stretched out before her. She has been testing its strength. I can smell the faint, sharp scent of her pain. Vera has been here. The air carries the old matriarch's scent of dried herbs and dust, and a fresh poultice is bound to the human's leg. She looks up as I enter, her dark eyes wary. The raw terror she once radiated has been replaced by a cautious, guarded stillness. It makes her seem less like prey and more like a cornered wildcat, assessing its chances. Your leg is healing, I state, my gaze dropping to the new bandage. Vera says it is because of the poultice, she replies, her voice quiet but clear. Vera is a sentimental old fool who clings to the legends of a forgotten age, I say, dismissing the thought of life-binding as nothing more than a peasant superstition. Yet I cannot deny the evidence before me. Her wound, which should have taken weeks to close, is already scarring over. I place a tray of food on the table, roasted gallus, bread, a cup of water, simple fare for a long night. Eat, I command. We hunt tonight. She looks at me, a flicker of her old fear returning to her eyes. My leg, I cannot run. You will not need to, I say, turning to inspect the edge of my scimitar, and you will not be chained. Her head jerks up, her surprise a fragrant, floral note in the air. What? Tonight's prey is not a mindless beast drawn to your scent, I explain, my voice cold and hard. It is intelligent. Cunning. It hunts with purpose. I meet her gaze, my golden eyes holding hers. And it is hunting you. A cold dread seeps into her scent, but it is mingled with that stubborn, stony resilience that I am beginning to find so infuriatingly familiar. Who is hunting me? A rival house. Scavengers from Jalma who believe what is mine is theirs for the taking. The words are a venomous hiss. She watches me, her expression a mixture of fear and something else, a keen, analytical intelligence. So this time, I am not just the bait. I am the prize. Her perception is unnerving. She sees the truth of the situation with a clarity I did not expect. You are the means to an end, I correct her, my voice harsh. You will draw them in and I will eliminate them. Your role has not changed. But it has. And we both know it. Tonight I am not just using my tool, I am protecting my property. The distinction is a fine, dangerous line, and I am already walking it. We wait in the damp, cloying dark of the Whisperwood. The trees are so thick here that the stars are completely obscured. I have positioned my warriors in a wide circle, hidden in the high branches, their bows drawn. I'm on the ground, concealed behind a thicket of thorns, the human Cora, a few feet from me. She is not chained, but I have ordered her to remain by a large, pale stone, a beacon in the gloom. The air is permeated with the scent of wet earth and the slow, steady hum of her fear. It is a controlled fear now, a scent I am coming to know well. She is a fascinating puzzle, this human, a creature of fragile flesh and unyielding will. A twig snaps in the distance. I tense, my hand tightening on the hilt of my scimitar. The scent of other Naga reaches me, faint but unmistakable. The scent of Tixorku warriors, arrogant, cruel, and smelling faintly of the poisons they are so fond of using. There are 3 of them, just as the scouts reported. Cora hears it too. I see her body go rigid, her head turning toward the sound. Her scent spikes, the terror becoming a sharp, clean note. It is the scent that will draw them the final few yards into my trap. They are close now. I can hear the soft whisper of their scales over the dead leaves. They are moving with a stealth that is commendable for vipers. The air splits with a sharp, whistling hiss. My instincts take over. I move without thinking, a blur of green scales and protective fury. I launch myself from behind the thicket, covering the distance between us in a single heartbeat. I slam into the human, knocking her off her feet and shielding her small body with my own. An instant later, a black-fletched arrow slams into the stone where her head had been, the impact sending chips of rock flying. The arrow quivers, embedded deep in the stone, its tip inches from my face. Wrapped around the shaft, just below the cruel-looking arrowhead, is the crest of House Tixorku, a coiled black viper, its fangs bared, and the arrowhead itself. It glistens with a dark, oily substance. Poison. It was not meant to capture, it was meant to kill. A furious, guttural roar rips from my throat. The hunt is on.
Chapter 13. Cora. The world is a confusing, violent blur of motion. One moment I am staring at the poisoned arrow quivering in the stone. The next I am on the ground. The immense scaled weight of Zathis pressing me into the damp earth. His body is a shield of hard muscle and cool scales. The scent of him, ozone, stone, and a sudden sharp spike of reptilian rage, overwhelming my senses. The air fills with the hiss of more arrows, the thud of them sinking into Zathis's body, and the sharp, ringing clang as one deflects off his scimitar. He grunts, a low, pained sound that vibrates through my entire body, but he does not move. He is an unyielding mountain, and I am the trembling creature caught in its shadow. "Archers!" Zathis roars, his voice a thunderclap beside my ear. "Return fire!" Kaelin, Morwen flush them out. The forest erupts. Zathis's warriors, hidden in the high branches, release a volley of their own arrows. A pained shriek from the darkness tells me they have found their mark. From the trees, Naga drop to the forest floor, moving with a silent, deadly grace that is terrifying to behold. The fight is nothing like the chaotic slaughters of the corrupted beasts, a battle of equals. It is a dance of flashing steel and fluid, serpentine bodies. I have only ever seen Zathis as a butcher of monsters, his movements brutally efficient. Now, I see him as a warrior. He moves with a deadly, focused grace, his scimitar a silver extension of his will. He is a whirlwind of controlled violence, his every parry, every thrust, a masterstroke of combat. He pushes himself off me, his golden eyes blazing. "Stay down," he commands, his voice a low, guttural snarl. He turns to join the fray, his massive tail lashing, a weapon in its own right. I am left huddled on the ground, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I crawl backward, pressing myself against the base of the stone that almost served as my execution block. My leg throbs, a dull, painful echo of the battle raging around me. The assassins from Jalma are outnumbered, but they are skilled. They fight with a vicious, desperate cunning, their movements quick and serpentine. They wear dark, light armour, their faces obscured by hoods. They are shadows, armed with poisoned blades, and a fanatic's zeal. But they are no match for Zathis. He is a god of war on the battlefield. He dispatches one assassin with a brutal, efficient thrust that I am too slow to see, then spins to engage another. The metallic tang of blood is sharp on the air, mingling with the scent of wet earth and Naga fury. "My lord, they are trying to break through," one of his warriors cries out. The remaining two assassins suddenly change tactics. They abandon their fight with the warriors and make a coordinated, desperate lunge in the same direction. My direction. My blood runs cold. They are not trying to escape. They are trying to finish their mission. They are trying to get to me. One of Xathis's warriors intercepts the first assassin, their blades locking in a shower of sparks. But the second one, smaller and faster than the others, slips past. He is a blur of dark leather and gleaming steel. His eyes, visible for a moment beneath his hood, burning with a cold, murderous light. And they are fixed on me. There is nowhere to run. My injured leg screams in protest as I try to scramble away, but I am too slow. He is almost upon me, his poisoned dagger raised for a killing strike. A flash of green, faster than thought, slams into him. Xathis. He has abandoned his own fight, moving with an impossible speed that seems to bend the air around him. He does not kill the assassin. He moves with a cold, brutal precision, his hand clamping down on the man's wrist with a sickening crack of bone. The assassin screams, the dagger clattering to the ground. Xathis kicks it away, then slams the heel of his hand into the side of the assassin's head. The Naga goes limp, his body slumping to the forest floor. Xathis stands over the unconscious form, his chest heaving, his cobra hood flared to its full, intimidating width. The remaining assassin, seeing his partner fall, lets out a hiss of rage and tries to flee. Xathis's warriors are on him in an instant, bringing him down in a tangle of scaled limbs. The battle is over. The silence that descends is heavy, broken only by the ragged breathing of the warriors and the groans of the wounded. 2 of the assassins are dead. 2 are captured. Xathis turns, his blazing golden eyes finding mine. He glides toward me, his movements radiating a cold, contained fury. He ignores the prisoners, his warriors, everything but me. He crouches before me, his gaze sweeping over my body, searching for any new injury. "Are you harmed?" His voice is a low, rough growl, each word clipped and precise. I shake my head, unable to find my voice. I am trembling, the adrenaline of the fight leaving me weak and sick. He reaches out, his clawed hand hovering for a moment before his fingers gently touch the side of my face, his thumb brushing away a smear of mud from my cheek. The touch is a shocking, gentle thing in the aftermath of such brutality. It sends a jolt through me, a strange, confusing warmth that has absolutely nothing to do with comfort, and everything to do with the dangerous, shifting ground beneath my feet. "Secure the prisoners," he commands, his voice returning to its usual tone of absolute authority. "I want them alive. They will be interrogated." He looks down at the unconscious assassin at his feet. "This one first." His warriors, Kalen and Morwen, haul the 2 captured assassins to their feet. The one who had tried to flee is struggling, hissing curses. The one Xathis struck is groggy, his arm hanging at an unnatural angle. "You will regret this, Vasma." The conscious one spits, his voice full of venom. "Lord Malice will not be pleased." Xathis ignores him, his focus still on me. We are returning to the fortress. He starts to rise, to offer me a hand, but the captured assassin chooses that moment to act. With a sudden vicious movement, he turns his head and spits a wad of thick, dark saliva. It lands on Xathis's boot, a small, insignificant gesture of defiance. Xathis freezes, his head turns slowly, his golden eyes narrowing into slits of pure, cold fury. He glides over to the prisoner, his movements radiating a deadly calm. He looks down at the assassin, a predator regarding its cornered prey. The assassin, emboldened by his small act, sneers, his lips pulling back from his fangs. "The great lord of Vasma," he mocks, his voice dripping with scorn, digging his own grave with a human shovel. A stunned silence falls over the clearing. The words are cryptic, nonsensical, but they are delivered with a certainty that sends a chill down my spine. A human shovel. He is talking about me. Xathis stares at the assassin, the fury in his eyes replaced by a sudden, sharp and terrifying stillness. The pieces are clicking into place behind his reptilian eyes, forming a picture I cannot see, a conspiracy I cannot begin to fathom. And I, the bait, the tool, the human shovel, am standing right at the heart of it. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Zathis. The dungeons of my fortress are a place of cold, damp stone and lingering despair. The air is thick with old fear, a permanent stain on the very rock. It's a place I rarely visit. A lord who must frequently resort to torture is a lord who has lost control. But the words of the assassin, a human shovel, have echoed in my mind, a cryptic, venomous seed of doubt. I require answers. The Tixorku assassin is chained to the far wall, the enchanted iron links glowing with a faint, suppressive energy. His arm is broken, his face is bruised, but his eyes, when he lifts his head, are filled with a defiant, sneering hatred. His scent is a foul mixture of pain, arrogance, and the bitter herbal tang of the poisons he favors. Kalen stands guard by the door, his hand resting on the hilt of his scimitar. The scent of his loyalty is a clean, sharp counterpoint to the assassin's filth. You have nothing to gain from silence, I rumble so that echoes in the small chamber. Your lord Malice has abandoned you here. Your life is forfeit, but your death can be swift, or it can be instructive. The choice is yours. The assassin spits on the stone floor. I will tell you nothing, Vasma. I will die with the honor of my house. Honor. The word is a bitter irony coming from a Tixorku. Your house is a nest of vipers that mistakes poison for power, I say, gliding closer. You know nothing of honor. I place my hand on the cold, damp stone of the wall beside his head. This is not a task I enjoy, but it is a necessary one. The magic required for this interrogation is old, brutal, and intimate. It is a violation. I close my eyes and draw on the power within me, the ancient magic of my bloodline. The air in the cell grows heavy, the torchlight flickering as if starved of air. I can feel the assassin's sudden spike of fear, a sharp, acrid scent that cuts through his arrogance. He knows what is coming. My lands are dying, I begin, my voice a low, hypnotic chant, the words of the interrogation ritual. The guardians of my house, the protectors of my ancestors, are turning to madness. I have been hunting them, believing it a sickness, a curse from the silent gods. I open my eyes, my golden gaze locking with his. But you are not a sickness. You are an agent of purpose. Your presence here is no accident. You will tell me why. I press my palm against the stone, and the magic surges from me, not into the assassin, but into the rock itself. The stone of this fortress is part of my land, part of my house. It is an extension of my will. The enchanted chains flare, and a wave of pure, agonizing pressure slams into the assassin. He screams, a raw, tearing sound. His body convulses, his muscles locking tight. His resistance is a palpable thing, a wall of disciplined hatred. A lesser Naga would falter, but a Tixorku warrior is trained to resist such methods. Your will is strong, I acknowledge, pressing harder. The scent of his sweat, sharp and panicked, fills the air, but my desperation is stronger. I push my own consciousness into the link, forcing my way past his mental shields. It is like swimming through tar. I feel the slick, venomous hatred of his mind, his loyalty to his own cruel lord, but beneath it, I sense the truth, a hard, jagged thing he is protecting. The blight, I hiss, my voice dropping down to a whisper. It is not a curse, is it? It is a weapon. His eyes widen, a flicker of shock breaking through his pain. I have guessed close to the mark. I press my advantage, the magic surging, the chains glowing white-hot. Who is the architect of this? Who is poisoning my land? The assassin thrashes, a strangled sob tearing from his throat. His mental wall begins to crack. I see flashes of images, a hidden laboratory, bubbling vials of dark liquid, the sneering face of his lord, Malise. It is a poison, I say, the pieces clicking into place with a horrifying certainty. A slow-acting magical poison designed to corrupt from within, to turn my protectors into monsters, to force my hand. The finality in my own voice breaks him. His resistance shatters and the truth comes flooding out of him, a torrent of gloating, pain-filled confession. Yes! Yes, a poison! He gasps, his body going limp against the chains. A masterpiece of alchemical art, created by Lord Malise himself, odorless, tasteless, delivered to their watering holes, to their feeding grounds, over months. So slow, so subtle, you would never even know. You would simply believe your land was failing, that your gods had abandoned you. His admission slaps me. My entire worldview, the foundation of my desperate, bloody campaign, crumbles to dust. The shame I have felt, the dishonor, the failure. It was all a lie, a meticulously crafted illusion. I was not fighting a curse. I was the unwitting final stage of my enemy's weapon. My honor, the very thing I sought to reclaim, was the mechanism of the trap. My hand falls from the wall, the magical link severing. I stumble back, my mind a storm of shame and white-hot fury. All the beasts I have slain, all the sacred guardians of my house. I have butchered with my own hands. I've not been cleansing my land. I've been systematically murdering its last protectors, carrying out the will of my most hated enemy. I've been Lord Malice's executioner. And the human? I choke out, the words tasting like bile. The human shovel? The assassin, seeing the utter devastation on my face, begins to laugh. It is a wild, broken, triumphant sound that echoes off the cold stone walls. Oh, the human is the most beautiful part of the plan, he cackles, his eyes shining with a crazed light. We have been tracking her for months. We knew of her unique magical signature, the little gift she received from a dying guardian near a wild spot. We knew it would soothe the corrupted, draw them out, make them perfect, docile targets. He takes a ragged breath, his laughter turning into a wet, gurgling cough. We did not need to fight you, Lord Phosma. We simply herded the bait into your path, knowing your blind, stupid pride would do the rest. You have spent weeks doing our work for us, destroying your own defenses, tearing down your own house from the inside out. The air is punched from my lungs. The depth of the deception is unfathomable. It is a wound far deeper than any blade could inflict. I am a fool. A pawn in a game I did not even know was being played. The honor I sought to reclaim is a pile of ash at my feet. The assassin's laughter finally subsides into a series of ragged, wheezing gasps. He looks at me, his face a glittering mask of triumphant malice. And that, he says, a cruel, gloating smile spreading across his lips, is not even the best part of the joke, my lord. Chapter 15. Zathis. I leave the dungeons, but the cold of the stone follows me, It is a chill that has absolutely nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with the absolute desolation that has hollowed out my soul. The assassin's laughter echoes in my mind, a mocking testament to my failure. A pawn, a fool, a human shovel. My world has been a lie. Every drop of blood I have spilled, every guardian I have slain, every night I have spent in this self-imposed purgatory of honor, it has all been a meticulously crafted performance for the amusement of my most hated enemy. The shame is a crushing weight that threatens to buckle my spine. The fury is a white-hot star in my chest, a nova of rage so profound it threatens to consume me. I need something real, something to anchor me in the storm of my own making. And there is only one thing, one scent that cuts through the fog of my humiliation. Her! I do not walk to my chamber. I move like a storm front, a blur of scaled fury, my massive body a battering ram of purpose. I throw the heavy oak door to my chambers open, the wood groaning as it slams against the stone wall. She is there, by the fire, her back to me. She's been tending to the flames, a small domestic act that is so at odds with the cataclysm in my soul. She spins around, her eyes wide, a gasp escaping her lips. The scent of her shock is a sharp, clean note, but it is immediately followed by the familiar acidic tang of fear as she takes in the sight of me. My control is gone. My discipline, the ironclad restraint of a Naga lord, has been shattered into 1,000 pieces. All that is left is the predator. I'm across the room in an instant, my shadow swallowing her small form. She scrambles backward, her injured leg dragging until her back hits the stone of the hearth. There is nowhere for her to run. "Zothis," she breathes, her voice a raw whisper. "What is it? What happened?" Her concern, the genuine question in her dark eyes, is a lit match to the volatile fumes of my rage. I do not answer, I cannot. Words are insufficient. I drop to my knees before her, my massive upper body caging her in. I'm overwhelmed by her scent, a dizzying, intoxicating cloud of fear and resilience, and that strange, infuriating trust she has begun to show me. It is the only thing that feels real in my shattered world. I grab her face, my clawed hands framing her jaw, my touch anything but gentle. "You," I snarl, the word a guttural rumble from deep in my chest. "You are the center of this, the key, the prize." "I don't understand," she pleads, her hands coming up to brace against my chest, her fingers splayed against my cool scales. "You do not need to understand," I hiss. "You only need to serve your purpose." I crash my mouth down on hers. It is not a kiss. It is a brand, a claim, an act of desperate, dominating possession. I expect her to fight, to claw at me, to scream. She does for a moment. A whimper escapes her, and her hands push against my chest. But then a shudder racks her body, and a soft, yielding sigh replaces the whimper. Her lips, which were a tight line of resistance, soften beneath mine. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
As my senses slowly return, I breathe in the air around her, seeking the familiar, satisfying scent of her fear in the aftermath. But it is not there. Instead, a new scent, one I have never smelled from her, from any human, rises from her skin. It is a soft, warm, and utterly shocking scent. Pity. She is holding me, her arms wrapped around my back, and she is pitying me. The thought is a blade in my gut, sharper and more painful than any lie.
Chapter 16. Cora. I wake to the dull, aching throb of bruised muscles and the ghost of a monster's touch on my skin. The fire in the hearth has died down to glowing embers, and the great chamber is cast in the grey, unforgiving light of dawn. I am alone. The furs where Zathis lay beside me are cold. My body is a road map of his possession, a faint purpling mark on my throat where his mouth was, the tender ache between my legs, a deep internal soreness that is both a violation and a strange, lingering echo of pleasure. I am bruised. I am confused. But as I sit up, pulling the heavy furs around my nakedness, I realise with a startling clarity that I am not broken. Something shifted last night. In the eye of that storm of rage and shame and desperate, brutal lust, I saw him. Not the monster, not the captor. I saw a Naga lord drowning in a sea of his own making, and for a single, insane moment, he had reached for me as if I were the only solid thing in his world, and I, his prisoner, his bait, had held him. I had pitied him. The thought is a dangerous, treacherous thing. Pity is a luxury for the free, not for the caged. But it is there, a strange, aching empathy for his self-destruction, a feeling as undeniable as the soreness in my limbs. He avoids me. The day passes in a long, silent procession of hours. I am left entirely to myself in his chambers, a gilded cage that feels vaster and emptier than my stone cell ever did. A warrior, not Zathis, leaves a tray of food outside the door with a sharp rap of his knuckles, then disappears before I can open it. The lord of this fortress, the Naga who claimed my body with such primal fury, is now hiding from me. The thought gives me a small, bitter sliver of satisfaction. In the late afternoon, the door opens, and Vera glides in, a tray with a steaming cup and a fresh bandage in her hands. She says nothing of the Lord's absence, but her blind eyes seem to see everything. They see the bruises I try to hide beneath the furs, the tremor in my hands, the haunted look in my eyes. She sets the tray down beside me. "This is a tea of Gankoya root," she says softly. "It will help with the soreness." Her quiet, non-judgmental understanding is almost my undoing. A hot knot of tears tightens in my throat, but I refuse to let them fall. Crying is a weakness I cannot afford. I simply nod and take the cup, the warmth of it a small comfort in my cold hands. "He has locked himself in the library," Vera says, as if commenting on the weather. "He has not eaten. He has not spoken to his warriors. He is wrestling with ghosts." She pauses, her head tilting. "The assassin from Jalma spoke to him. I do not know what was said, but the Lord's spirit has been fractured." The assassin. The words I overheard in the forest come rushing back. A human shovel. I am a piece of a puzzle, a key part of a conspiracy aimed at destroying Zathis from the inside out. He thinks he is using me, but the truth is we are both being used. Vera reaches out, her scaly hand gently touching my arm. Her touch is cool, dry, and surprisingly comforting. "You are more than just his bait, child. I think you have been from the beginning. You are a fulcrum, a point upon which the fate of this house now turns. Do not mistake his brutality for simple cruelty. It is the desperate thrashing of a drowning man." Her words resonate with the empathy I am so afraid to feel. A drowning man. Yes, that is what he is. And last night, he tried to use my body as a life raft. "The assassin," I say in a low, urgent whisper. "Is he still in the dungeons?" Vera's thin lips press into a firm line. "He is." The Lord has not yet finished with him. A new resolve begins to form in my gut, a hard, cold thing that pushes past the fear and the confusion. I am no longer a prisoner, a passive victim in this dark, twisted game. I am a witness, a participant. Zathis may have his own reasons for avoiding me, for hiding from the truth of what he has done, but I cannot afford to hide. I need to know the rest of the joke. I need to understand the shape of the grave the assassin spoke of, the one I am apparently digging. That night, a different warrior brings my evening meal. Zathis remains a ghost, his absence a palpable presence in the room. I eat, forcing down the food, gathering my strength. I wait until the fortress has fallen into the deep silence of the late hours, until the only sounds are the distant cry of some night bird and the soft crackle of the embers in the hearth. I rise, my leg aches but the pain is manageable. I dress in the simple tunic Zathis gave me. They feel like a costume, a role I am still learning to play. I am not a warrior. I am not a strategist. I am a survivor, and a survivor needs information. I creep to the door of the chamber. I do not know if it will be locked. My hand trembles as I reach for the heavy iron latch. I lift it slowly, the metal groaning in protest. I pause, listening, my heart a frantic drum. Silence. I pull the door open just enough to slip through. The corridor is empty, lit by flickering torches that cast long, dancing shadows on the stone walls. The fortress is a labyrinth, but I remember the way from my brief, terrifying journey to the baths. Down. The dungeons are always down. I move through the silent halls like a ghost, my bare feet making no sound on the cold stone. Every shadow seems to hold a threat, every flicker of torchlight a watching eye. I am a prisoner, breaking the one rule my captor has set for me. If he finds me, his rage will be a terrible thing to behold. But the need to know, to understand, is a fire in my blood that is stronger than my fear. I find the steep, winding staircase that leads down into the bowels of the fortress. The air grows colder, damper, thick with fear and mildew that I remember from Zathis's description. I take a deep breath, the cold air stinging my lungs, and descend into the darkness. I will not be a shovel. I will not be a pawn. I will be the one who uncovers the truth. I will face the assassin myself.
Chapter 17. Zathis. The scent of pity clings to me like a shroud. It is a soft, warm, and utterly sickening perfume that has followed me from my chambers. I washed my scales until my skin was raw, but I cannot scrub the scent from my memory. It is a brand of shame, a testament to the fact that the human, my tool, my property, saw my moment of absolute weakness and did not recoil in fear, but offered a comfort I did not ask for and do not deserve. Now I return to the dungeons, my mind a shard of ice in a sea of fire. The shame and confusion that drove me to her bed have been burned away, leaving only a cold, focused rage. I have been played for a fool. My house has been systematically dismantled by my hand. The assassin's words, not even the best part of the joke, have been a festering wound in my mind. I will have the rest of it. I will have the entire, rotten truth. I find him where I left him, chained to the wall, his head bowed in exhaustion. Kalen stands guard, his posture rigid, the scent of his unease a sharp note in the stale air. "Leave us!" I command, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. Kalen hesitates. "My lord, perhaps." "Now, Kalen." He bows, the scent of his reluctant obedience filling the small space, and pulls the heavy door shut, leaving me alone with the viper from Jalma. The assassin looks up, a pained, malicious grin twisting his lips. "Come back for the punchline, Lord Vasma." I do not grace him with a response. I place my palm flat against the cold stone beside his head, the familiar weight of the interrogation magic gathering within me. His grin falters, the scent of his arrogance soured by a fresh spike of fear. "You spoke of a joke," I whisper. "I am not laughing. You will tell me everything. You will tell me of your Lord Malice. You will tell me of his motive. You will omit nothing." I unleash the magic, not with the focused pressure of before, but with the full, unrestrained force of my fury. The enchanted chains flare with a blinding white light, and the assassin screams, a raw, animal sound of pure agony. His body convulses, and the scent of his terror is so potent it is almost a physical blow. The plot. It is older than you, he gasps, his mental shield shattering almost instantly under the onslaught. Your grandfather. He was the one who drew Lord Malice's ire. A dispute over a Neptherium mine at the border. A matter of pride. Your grandfather was a hard Naga. He humiliated Malice in open court. I see flashes of it in his mind, a scene from decades ago. A younger, prouder Lord Malice, his face a twisted mask of fury. My grandfather, his voice booming with contempt, the seeds of a generations-long hatred being sown. So the blight! He poisoned my lands for a slight against his pride? I snarl, the pettiness of it almost unbelievable. The assassin lets out a choked, gurgling laugh. Pride is everything to a Naga lord, is it not? You, of all Naga, should understand that. The blight was his masterpiece, a slow, generational revenge. To watch your house, the great and mighty House Vasma, wither and die from the inside out. To see your lands turn to dust, your sacred guardians to monsters. It was a poet's revenge. The words are a venomous dart, aimed at the heart of my shame. He is right. I do understand. My own pride has been the very tool Malice has used against me. But the human, I press, the magic tightening its grip, squeezing the truth from him. You said you herded her to me. Why not simply kill her? Why make her part of this? Because, he gasps, his eyes rolling back in his head, the gods, in their infinite cruelty, gave my lord a new reason to hate your line, a more personal one. I feel the shift in his mind, the memory he is trying to protect, the true heart of the joke. I focus all my power, all my rage, on that single point. Show me. The vision slams into me with the force of a physical blow. It is a memory from a year ago. A different plot. A political marriage arranged between houses. And at the center of it, a young, beautiful Naga female with the black viper crest of Tixorku tattooed on her shoulder. Vipra, Malice's daughter. I see her not as a bride, but as an assassin, a poisoned dagger hidden in her robes, meant for the heart of a Vasma prince from a different branch of my family. I see the plot failing, her treachery exposed. I see her choosing a quick death by her own hand over the dishonor of capture. His daughter, I breathe, the realization a cold stone in my gut. She was the assassin sent to kill my cousin. She was, the assassin screams, the words a torrent of grief and rage. And your kinfolk exposed her. They drove her to her death. The blight was no longer enough for my lord's grief. He wanted more than your lands. He wanted you. He wanted your soul. He wanted to see the last lord of the main Vasma line broken, humiliated, turned into the laughingstock of all Nagaland. The full, devastating scope of the conspiracy crashes down on me. The blight was the long game, but Vipera's death made it personal. It was no longer enough for my house to fall. I had to be the one to personally tear it down. And Cora, I say, her name a rough, unfamiliar sound on my tongue. And Cora was the punchline. The assassin crows, his voice cracking with madness. The perfect instrument of your humiliation. He knew of your obsession with honor, with cleansing the blight. He knew you would see her as a divine tool, a gift from your silent gods. He herded the purest thing on this continent into the arms of the most desperate lord, and watched you use that purity to commit desecration after desecration. He did not just want to destroy your house, Vasma. He wanted you to be the one to do it, using the one thing that could have actually healed your lands as your primary weapon. He has made your desperate bid for salvation into the very act of your damnation. It is too much. The weight of it is crushing the air from my lungs. I'm not just a fool. I'm an object of ridicule. A tragic, pathetic figure in a revenge play orchestrated by my most hated enemy. My honor is not just lost. It never existed. It was an illusion, a carrot dangled before a blind and stupid beast of burden. Me. I am the beast. I released the magic, stumbling back from the wall, my body shaking with a silent, all-consuming rage that has no target but myself. The assassin slumps in his chains, his breath coming in ragged, painful sobs, his laughter spent. The silence of the dungeon presses in, thick and suffocating. I am at my lowest point, a lord of nothing but dust and shame. My entire life a cruel joke. The soft, agonizing scrape of stone on stone cuts through the stillness. My head snaps up. The heavy dungeon door is creaking open, a sliver of torchlight cutting through the gloom. And in that sliver of light, a figure stands, her face pale, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrors my own. Cora. She has heard everything.
Chapter 18. Cora. The air in the dungeon is thick with the metallic tang of agony and the sour stench of despair. It is a place of endings. Zathis stands in the very centre of the cell, his massive body trembling with a rage so profound it seems to make the very stones vibrate. He is a predator brought to his knees, not by a physical blow, but by the devastating weight of the truth. His golden eyes, when they finally focus on me, are not the eyes of a lord, but of a man staring into the abyss. The assassin, slumped in his chains, watches us both with a gleam of broken, triumphant malice. Zathis expects me to run. I can see it in the slight widening of his eyes, the tensing of the scales along the edge of his jaw. He expects me to scream, to recoil from the sheer, raw devastation of his failure. He expects the fear that plagues me to finally consume me. I do not run. I do not scream. I take a step into the cell, the heavy door groaning softly behind me. My own fear is a cold, hard knot in my belly, but it is not the only thing I feel. I feel the strange, aching pity from the night before, and beneath it, a new and unfamiliar spark of anger. Not just for what he has done to me, but for what he has allowed to be done to him, to his land, to the very creatures I was forced to lure to their deaths. I heard, I say, my voice quiet but steady in the echoing silence. It feels impossibly loud. His gaze is a physical blow, a wave of shame and fury and something else. Something that looks dangerously like self-hatred. Then you know what a fool I am. You have seen the great Lord of Vasma for what he truly is. A pawn, a joke. His voice is a low, guttural rasp, the sound of a soul being scraped raw. Yes, I say, and the word is sharp, unyielding. I have. He flinches as if I have struck him. The assassin lets out another weak, gurgling laugh. I ignore the creature in chains. My focus is entirely on the Naga in the room, on the monster who is also my captor, my protector, and now my unwilling co-conspirator. I knew they were in pain, I say, the words tumbling out, a confession of my own complicity. The first one, the one in the clearing where you found me. It wasn't roaring in anger. It was weeping. I felt it. You felt nothing, he snarls, his control beginning to fray. You are a human. You understand nothing of these things. I understand pain, I counter, my voice rising, fueled by the anger I can no longer suppress. And I understand what it is to be a prisoner in your own body, to be twisted into something you were never meant to be. My hand flies to the silvery insignia on my shoulder, the brand of my own curse. I saw the tapestries, Zathis, the ones Vera showed me. I saw what those creatures were supposed to be. They were noble, they were beautiful, and you slaughtered them. I was cleansing my land, he roars, the sound a physical blast of air that makes the torches flicker and dance. I was upholding my honour. You were feeding your pride, I shout back, the words a reckless, liberating torrent. Your enemy knew you. They knew your obsession with honour, with the glory of your ancestors. They knew your pride was a sickness, a blindness that would make you the perfect weapon against yourself. They did not need to defeat you. They simply handed you the knife and watched you gut your own house. The words hang in the air between us, sharp and glittering and true. The silence that follows is absolute. The assassin has stopped laughing. He is staring at me with a look of stunned disbelief. Zathis is frozen, his golden eyes wide, the fury draining out of him, replaced by a look of raw, stunned shock. No one has ever spoken to him this way. His tool, his bait, his human shovel, is showing him the ugly, unvarnished truth of his own soul. He looks broken. The great, imposing Naga lord, the monster from my nightmares, seems to shrink before my eyes, the weight of his failure pressing him down. The anger in me subsides, replaced by that treacherous, aching pity. He is a fool, yes, but he is a tragic one. Vera spoke of the old ways, I say, my voice softer now, a peace offering in the wake of the storm. She spoke of mending, not breaking. I take a hesitant step closer, my bare feet cold on the damp stone. She mentioned a ritual for curses, a ritual of severance. His head snaps up, his eyes locking onto mine. A new light flickers in their golden depths. Not fury, not shame, something else. A desperate, grasping sliver of hope. What did she say? His voice is a raw whisper. Only the name, I admit. But she said it was a thing of the old ways, for severing corrupting magic at its source. She said it required a different kind of strength than a warrior's. We stare at each other across the cold, damp space of the dungeon. The power dynamic between us, the one that has defined our every interaction, has been irrevocably shattered. I am no longer just his cowering prey. He is no longer my untouchable, all-powerful captor. We are two broken things, caught in the same intricate trap. The assassin in the corner begins to laugh again, a low, weak, rattling sound. It is useless, he rasps. Even if you knew the ritual, it would do you no good. The poison is too deep. My lord's victory is already assured. Zathis turns his head, his gaze falling on the chained viper as if seeing him for the first time. A new kind of coldness enters his eyes, a deadly reptilian focus that really has nothing to do with rage and everything to do with a lord who has just been handed a new, unexpected weapon. He looks back at me, at the human woman who has defied him, challenged him, and then, inexplicably, offered him a lifeline. The look in his eyes is one of dawning, unwilling realization. He sees me now, not as a tool to be used and discarded, not as a source of a useful scent, but as the only thing in his crumbling, lie-ridden world that might actually be able to help him find a way out of the grave I was supposedly digging. And I don't know if I can do it. I'm as helpless as any human can be.
Chapter 19. Zathis. The dungeon is a tomb of my own making, filled with the ghosts of my ignorance. The human's words, sharper than any blade, have flayed the last of my pride. She's right, and the knowledge is a poison more potent than any of Malice's concoctions. I look at her standing in the doorway, a small, defiant figure wreathed in the torchlight. She is not just a tool, she is a witness, and perhaps she is something more. Her mention of a ritual of severance is a single, fragile flicker of light in an all-consuming darkness. It is a fool's hope, a legend whispered by an old, sentimental servant. But it is all I have. "You will come with me," I say, as a raw, guttural sound. I do not wait for her assent. I turn and glide from the dungeon, the essence of her fear and resilience, a familiar, grounding presence behind me. I lead her not to my chambers, not back to her cell, but to a part of the fortress no human has ever entered. My private library, the repository of Vazma history, the heart of my house's knowledge. The heavy iron-bound door groans open under my hand, releasing the scent of ancient parchment, dried ink, and generations of my ancestors' dust. The room is vast, circular, its walls lined with shelves that stretch up into the darkness, laden with thousands of scrolls. A great oak table, scarred with the marks of centuries of study, dominates the center of the room. This is my sanctuary, my tomb, and I have just brought the instrument of my potential salvation into it. Cora steps inside, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and trepidation. She runs a hand over the spine of a leather-bound codex, her touch surprisingly gentle. Before we search, I say, my voice still rough, we will speak with Vera. If this ritual is more than a crone's tale, she will know its origin. I send a warrior to fetch the old matriarch. While we wait, a tense, heavy silence descends. The memory of our night together is a palpable presence in the room, a ghost that stands between us. I can smell the confusion on her, the lingering scent of my own claim. It is a dark, musky note that is both a brand of my possession and a reminder of my loss of control. I find the scent distracting. Vera arrives, her staff tapping a steady rhythm on the stone floor. She does not seem surprised to find Cora here, in the heart of my private domain. Her blind eyes are, as always, unnervingly perceptive. "You seek knowledge of the old ways, my lord," she says, voice a dry rustle. It is not a question. "The human spoke of a ritual of severance," I state, getting straight to the point. She claims you told her of it. "I spoke of many things," Vera says, her tone cryptic. "Legends, stories to pass the long dark nights." "Is it a story, Vera?" I press, my voice sharp with an impatience I cannot contain. "Or is it real?" Vera is silent for a long moment. "All stories have a seed of truth, my lord. The ritual of severance is a legend from the time before the Blight, from an age when our bond with the Guardians was a thing of song and reverence. It was said to be a way to cleanse a Guardian of any malevolent influence, to sever a curse at its root." "How?" I demand. "What does the ritual require?" A faint, sad smile touches her lips. "That, my lord, is a knowledge lost to time. I have only the name, the story, the specifics, the incantations, the requirements. They would be recorded, if anywhere, in the oldest scrolls, the ones from the time of the First Lords." She turns her blind gaze in Cora's direction. "The unique path of the blade has failed you, Lord Zathis. Perhaps it is time to seek the path of the pen." With that, she bows her head and glides from the room, leaving us once more in the echoing silence. So it is a legend. A fool's hope. And yet, it is my only hope. "We will start with the oldest records," I say, more to myself than to Cora. I move to a section of the library where the scrolls are brittle with age, their casing sealed with the wax of my long-dead ancestors. For hours we work. The silence is broken only by the soft crackle of the fire and the rustle of ancient parchment. The air grows thick with the dust of ages and the unspoken tension between us. I am acutely aware of her every movement, of the soft sound of her breathing, of her scent, a complex mixture of fear, determination, and that clean, rainy smell that is uniquely hers. I unroll a great crumbling scroll depicting the genealogy of the Guardians. The images are faded, the ink bleeding at the edges. I see them as my ancestors did, symbols of power, assets of our house, extensions of our domain. "This one?" Cora says, voice a soft intrusion. I look over and see her pointing to an illustration of a great, serpentine creature with wings of spun moonlight. "The drawing. It is beautiful, but it does not capture the sadness in its eyes." I stare at her. "It is a drawing, human, a symbol. It does not have eyes. Yes, it does, she insists, her gaze fixed on the parchment. When I saw it, when I lured it, it was in so much pain. It was like its very soul was screaming. This drawing is of its power, its majesty, but it is not of its spirit. Her words are a revelation. I've been looking at these scrolls my entire life, seeing only symbols, allegories, lists of assets. She, a human, a creature I deemed an ignorant stray, looks at them and sees living, breathing beings. She sees their spirits. Guided by her strange, empathetic insight, our search takes on a new focus. We are no longer looking for military strategies or weaknesses. We are looking for a connection, for a description of the guardian souls. It is she who finds the section. Tucked away in a codex detailing the sacred duties of the Vazma lords, in a chapter on the spiritual health of the land, we find it. Here, she whispers, her finger tracing a line of elegant, faded script. I lean over her, my body caging her in as I read the passage aloud, my voice a deep rumble. The sacred guardians are not mere beasts, but are reflections of the land itself. Their vitality is the land's vitality, their spirit, the land's spirit. As such, they are bound to the soul of Protheka and cannot be truly slain, only diminished. Should a guardian fall to a corruption of spirit, a blight upon its soul, it cannot be healed by blade or claw. For a sickness of magic can only be cured by magic of a purer form. It requires a direct conduit to the raw, untainted life force of the world, a source of such purity that it can overwhelm the corruption and sever the poisonous bond. My voice trails off. A source of pure natural magic, a direct conduit to the life force of the world. The words echo in the silent library, filled with a terrible, dawning significance. My gaze lifts from the ancient text and falls upon Cora. She is still leaning over the book, her dark hair falling forward, obscuring her face. But I can see the soft, silvery glow of the mark on her shoulder blade, pulsing gently in the dim firelight. A brand of pure magic. A gift from a dying guardian at a wild spot, a place of raw, untainted power. The one who heals my own wounds with her mere presence. The assassin's words slam into me with the force of a physical blow. The one thing that could have actually healed your lands. My breath sticks in my throat. A cold dread and a terrifying, blasphemous awe wash over me in equal measure. The source is not a place. It is not an artifact. It is her.
Chapter 20. Cora. The silence in the library is a vast, echoing chasm that has opened between us, filled with the weight of the words Zathis just read, a source of such purity that it can overwhelm the corruption. He is not looking at the ancient scroll anymore. His golden, slit-pupilled eyes are fixed on me, on the silver insignia on my shoulder, with an intensity that is a mixture of dawning horror and a terrifying, desperate awe. I am the source. The thought is an absurdity, a madness. I am a stray, a survivor, a piece of bait. I am not a cure. I am not a source of anything but misery. No, I whisper, the word a small, broken sound in the great silent room. I take a step back from the table, away from him, away from the impossible truth laid bare in the ancient text. It cannot be me. Can it not? Zathis asks, his voice a low, rough thing, stripped of its usual command. He looks at me as if he has never truly seen me before. Think, Cora. The first beast, the one in the clearing. You said it was weeping. It was not trying to harm you. It was drawn to you. It grew calm in your presence. My mind flashes back to that day, to the hulking, corrupted Ursane. He is right. The creature's rage, its pain-fueled madness, had quelled as it approached me. It had lowered its great, monstrous head, its movements becoming slow, almost reverent, and I, in my terror, had seen none of it. I only saw a monster, just as Zathis did. He had attacked it while it was in a trance, mesmerized by me, by my aura. "Your mark," he continues, his gaze still locked on my shoulder. "A gift from a dying guardian at a wild spot, a place of raw, untainted magic. The scrolls are clear. The sickness is a corruption of magic. And you are its perfect opposite. You are not a lure for monsters. You are a beacon of the very magic they have lost. You soothe them." The weight of his words settles on me, a crushing physical force. It is not a curse. It is a gift, a sacred, healing power. And for weeks this Naga has twisted it, warped it, used it as a weapon. He has taken this potential for healing and used it to orchestrate a slaughter. A hot, white wave of fury washes over me, so potent it burns away the last vestiges of my fear. My hands clench into tight fists at my sides. "All this time," I say, my voice trembling with a rage I can no longer contain. "All those creatures, those guardians, they were coming to me for help, and you used me to lead them to their deaths." The accusation hangs in the air, sharp and glittering and undeniable. I see the truth of it land on him, a physical blow. The scales adorning his jaw tighten, and for the first time he looks away, unable to meet my gaze. "You are right," he says, the words a low, guttural admission of guilt. He turns from me, his massive body radiating a shame so profound it is a palpable scent in the air, a bitter, ashen thing that even I can almost smell. He braces his hands on the heavy oak table, his head bowed. I was blind. My pride, my desperation to save my house. It made me see only what I wanted to see. A weapon, a tool. I did not see the truth that was right in front of me. His confession, his complete and utter acceptance of his guilt, does nothing to quell the fire in my gut. "Your blindness has consequences, Zathis," I spit, his name an accusation on my tongue. "How many have you killed? How many of your own protectors have you butchered because you were too proud to see past your own despair?" He flinches, but he does not turn. He accepts the verbal blows as his due. "Too many," he whispers, his voice raw. "By the 5 gods, too many." The anger in me, which has been a shield and a weapon, begins to falter, leaving behind a hollow, aching grief. Grief for the beautiful, tormented creatures from the tapestries. Grief for the land that is weeping for its lost children. And a strange, unwelcome grief for the broken monster standing before me, a lord who has single-handedly destroyed the very thing he was trying to save. We stand in the silence of the library, 2 souls adrift in the wreckage of his pride. He is the architect of my misery, the cause of so much death, and yet, in this moment, I cannot bring myself to hate him. I see only the tragic, desperate Naga who has been played for a fool, and who is only now beginning to understand the true cost of the game. The path forward is a dark, uncertain thing. I am not a healer. I am not a saviour. I am a girl who has spent her life running. But the knowledge of what I am, of what I could have been doing all this time, has changed something within me. I am not just a piece of bait. I am a source. And that comes with a terrible, heavy responsibility. Before either of us can speak, before we can even begin to process the cataclysmic shift in our reality, the great iron-bound door to the library is thrown open with a crash. A Naga warrior, his scales pale with dust and his chest heaving, stumbles into the room. His scent is a chaotic explosion of panic and exhaustion. "My lord!" he gasps, his eyes wide with terror. "The southern watchtowers! They have sighted it!" Zathis spins around, his shame and guilt instantly replaced by the sharp, focused intensity of a commander. "Sighted what, Morwen?" "Report." The warrior swallows, his throat working. "The last of the great guardians, my lord. The ancient one from the great lake, the Hydra." He takes a ragged breath, his voice dropping to a terrified whisper. "It is corrupted, and it is heading for the fortress."
Chapter 21. Zathis. The Hydra. The word is a death knell in the sudden ringing silence of the library. It is the last of the great guardians, the most ancient and powerful of them all, a creature of legend that my grandfather claimed to have seen only once in his long life. Corrupted. It is a blow from which my house cannot possibly recover. This is not just another move in Malice's cruel game. This is the final, killing stroke. I look from Morwen's terrified face to Cora's. She does not understand the full weight of his words, but she sees the absolute dread on the warrior's face, and her own scent becomes sharp with a new, urgent fear. "Get to the battlements," I command Morwen, my voice a low, hard thing, the only solid sound in a world that's dissolving into chaos. "Sound the alarm. I want every warrior, every available hand, reinforcing the southern wall." Now, he bows, a jerky, panicked movement, and is gone. I am left alone with the human, the architect of my shame, and the unwilling key to my only desperate hope. The air between us is rich with the scent of impending doom. "A hydra," she whispers softly. "I've seen it in the tapestries." "What you saw in the tapestries was a guardian," I say, my voice grim. "A protector. What is coming for us is a living engine of the blight, a force of nature twisted into an instrument of absolute destruction. It will not be mesmerized by you, Cora. It will be drawn by you, and it will destroy anything and everything that stands in its path to get to you." The preparations for the siege are a study in controlled despair. I stand on the southern battlements, the cold wind whipping at my scales, and watch my warriors work. They are efficient, their movements practiced and sure, but I can smell the hopelessness on them. It is a sour, acrid scent that undercuts their sweat and their fear. They know what is coming. We have siege weapons, ballistae, and catapults, but they are designed to repel dark elf armies, not to fell a god. "My lord," Kalen says, his voice low as he joins me at the wall. "The southern gate has been reinforced. The archers are in position. But it will not be enough," I finish for him. He does not answer. He does not need to. We both know the truth. We are arranging pebbles against a tidal wave. I watch the horizon, where the blighted lands meet the gray sky. My mind is a storm of tactical calculations, each one leading to the same inevitable conclusion: defeat. Without the lure, without a way to focus the beast's attention, it will simply tear the fortress apart, stone by stone. With the lure, chained to the wall as a target, perhaps I can buy enough time to find a weakness. Perhaps. But the cost will be her life. As if summoned by my thoughts, Vera appears at my side, her staff tapping softly on the stone. She does not speak, her blind eyes aimed at the blighted lands, as if she can see the coming doom more clearly than any of us. "You have come to offer the wisdom of the old ways, Vera?" I ask, my voice laced with a bitterness I cannot conceal. "To tell me to mend what cannot be broken, but has instead been poisoned to its very root." "The old ways are not a weapon, my lord," she says, her voice like a dry rustle in the wind. "They are a path. You have walked the solitary path of the blade your entire life. It has led you to this wall, to this moment of despair. It has failed you." "And what other path is there?" I snarl, turning to face her. "The path of prayer?" The gods are silent. The path of surrender? I will see my house reduced to dust before I bend my knee to a Tixorku. "There is the path of the heart," she says simply. Her blind gaze shifts, and I know without looking that she is sensing Cora, who has emerged from the keep and is standing near the far end of the wall watching us. "You brought her here as a tool, a weapon." But she is more than that. The deities of the light, in their strange wisdom, have sent you not a weapon, but a choice. Vera reaches out, her gnarled hand resting on my arm. Her touch is surprisingly strong. "The path has cost you your land. Do not let it cost you your soul as well." She turns and leaves me there, her cryptic words a fresh poison in my already tormented mind. My gaze finds Cora. She stands small and defiant against the vast gray sky, her dark hair whipped by the wind. She's watching the warriors, her expression a mixture of fear and a grim, focused resolve. Vera is right. I no longer see a tool. I see a woman whose unique spirit has somehow, impossibly, begun to unravel the cold, hard certainty of my world. She is the key to my land's salvation, the only thing that might give us a fighting chance. And she is the key to my own damnation, for to use her now, to chain her up one last time, would be to commit an act of such calculated cruelty that my soul would be lost forever. I spend the next hour in a fever of activity, not on the walls, but in the depths of the fortress. I go to the old, forgotten tunnels beneath the eastern wing, passages used by my ancestors for escape during ancient wars. They are choked with dust and cobwebs, the air stale with the scent of ages. I find the one that leads out to the river, its exit hidden behind a curtain of waterfall. I clear the path, ensuring it is passable. I work with a desperate, frantic energy, my actions a betrayal of the ruthless lord I am supposed to be. I am preparing a route for her to escape. As the first distant tremor shakes the ground, the herald of the Hydra's approach, I know my time has run out. I must face her. I must make my choice. I go to my chambers, my mind a battleground. From a locked chest I retrieve a set of light, strong chains, the iron links cool and heavy in my hand. From a hidden compartment in the wall, I take the ancient wrought iron key to the escape tunnel. I stand there for a long moment, the two objects in my hands, a manifestation of the war raging within me. One represents my duty, my only desperate chance to save my home. The other represents her. I find her where I left her, on the battlements, her gaze fixed on the southern horizon. She turns as I approach, her dark eyes searching my face. She sees the objects in my hands, the chains, the key. Her scent is a complex storm of fear, of resignation, and a fragile, questioning hope. She does not know which is for her. In this moment, I'm not sure I do either. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 22. Cora. He stands before me on the cold stone of the battlements, the fate of his world held in his two hands. In one, the chains that represent my past, my role as his bait. In the other, a key, a symbol of a future I never dared to imagine. The wind whips his dark hair across his face, but it cannot hide the raw, agonizing conflict in his golden eyes. And I understand. He is not deciding my fate. He is deciding his own. The chains represent his duty, his last, desperate gamble to save his home by using me one final time. The key represents a different path, a sacrifice. He is going to send me away, to safety, and face the Hydra alone. He is going to die. A cold dread, sharper and more profound than any fear I have felt for myself, seizes me. The thought of this fortress without him, of this world without his infuriating, terrifying, protective presence, is a void I cannot bear to contemplate. He is a monster, a captor, the architect of my deepest terrors. But he is also the one who stitched my leg with gentle hands, the one who guarded my sleep, the one whose fury has become my shield. No! The word is a raw whisper, almost lost in the wind. He looks at me, his expression unreadable. I take a step closer, my bare feet cold on the stone. I reach out, a trembling hand closing over his, the one that holds the key. His scales are cool and smooth, his hand impossibly large around mine. You are not dying for me. It is my duty to protect my lands, he growls roughly, and my responsibility to see that the instrument of my folly is not destroyed by it. I am not your folly, I say, my voice taking on a strength I did not know I possessed. And I am not your responsibility. Not any more. I look from the key to the chains. We are in this together, Zathis. Whether we live or die. The tension that has been a taut wire between us for days, weeks, finally snaps. The air crackles with an energy that has little to do with the coming storm. I see the conflict in his eyes, the war between the ruthless lord and the Naga who held me in his arms. And in this moment, staring at the abyss, I know which one I want, which one I need. In a move of pure, reckless instinct, I rise on my toes and press my mouth to his. For a moment, he is frozen, a statue of scaled shock. His lips are cool, firm, unyielding. But then, a low groan rumbles from deep in his chest, a sound of surrender, of a battle lost and a different one begun. His hands drop the chains and the key with a deafening clatter, and his arms come around me, crushing me against his powerful body. The kiss is no longer gentle. It is a desperate, frantic thing, a raw collision of fear and need, and a shared sense of impending doom. His mouth is hungry, possessive, his forked tongue a silken invader that tastes of ozone and despair. I meet his ferocity with my own, my hands on his head, pulling him closer, anchoring myself to him in a world about to be torn apart. This is not about anger or possession. This is a plea for life in the face of death, a desperate, shared moment of connection against the darkness. He breaks the kiss, his breath coming in ragged hisses, his eyes blazing with a fire that has very little to do with rage. Cora, he groans, voice a raw, broken thing. He lifts me into his arms as if I weigh nothing and carries me from the battlements, back into the keep, back to his chambers. He does not put me down. He kicks the door shut and presses me against it, his mouth finding mine again, his body a hard, demanding weight against me. The clothes melt away, torn and discarded in a frenzy of desperate hands. My skin is on fire where it meets his cool scales, an exquisite contrast of heat and cold. He is beautiful, a terrifying, magnificent creature of myth and nightmare. His body is a landscape of corded muscle and smooth, dark green scales, powerful and perfect.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
We collapse onto the furs, a tangled, shuddering heap of slick skin and cooling scales, our breaths coming in ragged, tearing gasps. His name is a prayer on my lips, a brand on my heart. And then the world trembles. It is a low, deep, guttural tremor that runs through the very stone of the fortress, shaking the floor beneath us. A deep, resonant boom echoes from the south, a sound of colossal, impossible impact. The Hydra has arrived.
Chapter 23. Zathis. The world shudders, and the last, lingering warmth of the human's body against mine is brutally extinguished by the cold, hard reality of war. The emotional turmoil, the desperate, raw connection we just shared, is a luxury I can no longer afford. It is a weakness. And weakness, in the face of what is to come, is a death sentence. I pull myself from her, my movements swift and economical. The predator, the lover, is gone. The Lord of House Vasma, the commander of this fortress, takes its place. My mind becomes a cold, sharp thing, a calculator of force and angles, of loss and probabilities. "Get dressed," I command, my voice a flat, hard thing that is unrecognizable from the one that groaned her name moments ago. I'm already pulling on my own breeches, strapping my scimitar to my back. Cora stares at me, her dark eyes luminous with a mixture of lingering passion and dawning terror. The scent of our lovemaking, a thick, musky perfume of sweat and seed, is already being overpowered by the sharp, metallic scent of her fear. Another boom echoes from the south, this one closer, more violent. The very stones of my chamber tremble and dust rains down from the ceiling. "Zathis," she breathes, her voice a raw whisper. "There is no time," I say, my voice cutting. I grab her arm, pulling her to her feet. "Stay here. Do not leave this room, do you understand?" She nods, a jerky, frightened movement. I do not have time to offer comfort. Comfort will not save us. I turn and am gone, a green-scaled blur of purpose, the scent of her, the feel of her, a ghost that I must exorcise from my mind. I burst onto the southern battlements, and the sight that greets me is a vision from the deepest, darkest hells of Glacis. The Hydra is a moving mountain of corrupted flesh, its immense, serpentine body churning the blighted swamp at the base of my fortress walls into a black, frothing sea. It has not one head, but 5, each on a long, sinuous neck, each the size of a battering ram. Its scales are the color of old bruises, and its eyes, dozens of them, burn with a dead, black light. The stench of it is an abomination, a physical wave of rot and soured, ancient magic that makes even my hardened warriors gag. It strikes again. One of the massive heads rears back and slams into the outer wall with a deafening crash. The stone groans, a deep, grinding sound of protest, and a web of cracks spreads from the point of impact. My warriors, hardened veterans of 100 hunts, stumble, their faces pale in the flickering torchlight. I can smell their terror, a suffocating, sour cloud that threatens to break their discipline. "Archers!" I roar, my voice a whip crack of command that cuts through the chaos. "Focus your fire on the eyes! Kalen, the ballistae! Aim for the joints where the necks meet the body! Morwen, the catapults! Load the fire pots, burn the beast!" My orders are a steadying force. The panic recedes, replaced by the grim focus of Naga warriors. Arrows fly, a swarm of black-fletched hornets, most of them pinging uselessly off the creature's thick, magically reinforced hide. A few find their mark, sinking into the soft tissue around an eye. The beast bellows, a multi-throated roar of agony and rage, and thrashes in the swamp, sending great waves of black water crashing against the walls. The first ballista fires, the great iron bolt screaming through the air. It strikes one of the necks with a sickening thud, but instead of piercing, it glances off the scales, skittering away into the darkness. The creature's hide is like solid rock. "Again!" I command, my mind racing. Conventional weapons are useless. One of the Hydra's heads snakes upward, its maw opening wide. It does not breathe fire. It spews a great torrent of viscous, black liquid. The venomous spit arcs through the air and splatters against the battlements not 20 feet from where I stand. It is not just a poison. Where it touches the stone, the rock begins to sizzle and hiss, dissolving into a black, bubbling sludge. The blight. It is actively spreading the blight, using it as a weapon. A warrior screams as a stray drop catches his arm, his scales and flesh dissolving as if touched by a ravenous acid. "Catapults!" I roar, a cold dread seeping into my own veins. "Fire!" Great clay pots filled with flaming oil arc through the night sky, trailing tails of fire. They shatter against the Hydra's massive body, engulfing it in a sheet of roaring flame. For a moment, a sliver of hope ignites in my chest. The beast simply sinks beneath the black water of the swamp, the flames instantly extinguished. A moment later, it rises again, unharmed, its many heads weaving through the air, its dead black eyes filled with an ancient, implacable hatred. It is then that I feel a new presence at my side. I turn, ready to snarl at whatever fool has come to distract me, and my breath gets stuck in my throat. It is Cora. Her dark hair a wild tangle in the wind, her face pale, but her expression one of grim, focused determination. She is not cowering. She is observing, her eyes darting from the monstrous Hydra to my warriors, to the failing siege weapons. "I told you to stay in the chamber," I hiss, my voice a low, furious thing. The possessive, protective fire I have been trying to suppress roars back to life. "I am not your pet to be locked away when there is a threat," she says, her voice quiet but unyielding, somehow cutting through the roar of the beast and the shouts of my men. "And I am not a fragile flower that will wilt at the first sign of battle. I am the reason that thing is here. This is my fight, too." Before I can argue, before I can drag her back to the safety of the keep, the Hydra attacks again. This time, it does not just slam its head against the wall. It rears up, its 5 heads striking like a storm of living battering rams, all at once, against the same weakened section of the wall. The stone screams, it groans, and then with a deafening, grinding roar, it shatters. A great section of the southern wall collapses inward, sending an avalanche of rock and dust cascading into the courtyard below. A gaping hole, a wound in the heart of my fortress, is torn open. Through the dust and the chaos, one of the Hydra's heads, its neck impossibly long, snakes through the breach. Its dead black eyes, each the size of a shield, sweep across the battlements over my terrified warriors, past me, and they stop. They fix on Cora. In that moment, the beast ignores all other threats. It ignores the warriors hacking at its neck with their blades. It ignores the arrows peppering its hide. Its entire monstrous being is focused on the small, human woman standing beside me. It has found its prize.
Chapter 24. Cora. The world is a cacophony of roaring beasts, shouting Naga, and the grinding shriek of stone being torn asunder. Dust and the foul, wet stench of the bog fill my lungs, but all of it, all the chaos and the terror, fades to a dull, distant roar. My entire universe has narrowed to the Hydra's head that has breached the wall, to the dead, black eyes, each the size of a shield, that are fixed on me. And I feel it. It is not a sound. It is not a sight. It is a feeling, a psychic scream of such profound, all-consuming agony that it drops me to my knees. It is a wave of pure, undiluted pain, a torrent of torment that crashes into my mind, and it is coming from the beast. It is a chorus of suffering, 1,000 silent screams all at once, and no one else can hear it. My hands fly to my head, as if I can physically block out the assault. The silvery spot on my shoulder blade burns with a white-hot intensity, a fire that seems to connect directly to the source of the creature's pain. And in that moment, I understand. My lure is not a one-way street. It is a connection, a bridge. I am not just a beacon that draws them. I am an antenna that receives their suffering. The Hydra's head, the one that has fixed on me, lets out a low, guttural groan, a sound that echoes the psychic scream going on in my mind. It ignores the warriors hacking at its thick neck, their blades sparking uselessly against its scales. It ignores the arrows peppering its hide. It sees only me, its gaze a desperate, agonizing plea. It is not a monster. It is a victim, a prisoner in its own corrupted body, and it is begging for release. Zathis appears at my side, his powerful body a solid, reassuring presence in the chaos. He pulls me to my feet, his grip on my arm firm, protective. "We are falling back to the inner courtyard," he shouts over the din. "It will follow you. We can try to trap it there." "No," I say desperately. I point a trembling finger at the thrashing head. Look at its neck, just below the jaw. "There is no time for—" "Look," I scream, my voice cracking. His golden eyes, blazing with the fury of battle, follow my gesture. He sees only a mass of thick, impenetrable scales, but I see more. Through the psychic link, through the shared agony, I see what he cannot. A place where the corruption is thickest, a weak point, a flaw in its monstrous armour. "There," I say, my voice gaining a strange, desperate certainty. "A spot, the size of my hand. The scales are thin there, diseased. It is a wound from the inside out. That is where its pain is sharpest. That is its weakness." He studies me, his expression a mixture of disbelief and a dawning, desperate hope. The Lord, the commander, is at war with the Naga who is beginning to believe in the impossible. The sounds of battle rage around us. A warrior screams as he is thrown from the battlements. We are out of time. We are out of options. "You are certain?" he asks, his voice a low, intense rumble. I meet his gaze, my own eyes filled with a confidence that is born of shared agony. Yes. He makes his choice. He trusts me. He turns, his cobra hood flared, and bellows a command that cuts through the chaos. "Archers! To me, forget the eyes. Aim for the neck, just below the jaw on the far left head. A single point, volley fire on my mark." The Naga archers, disciplined even in the face of certain death, shift their aim. They draw their bows, the sinews creaking in protest. Zathis raises his scimitar, its silver blade a beacon in the gloom. "Now!" he roars. A score of arrows hiss through the air, a single, coordinated strike. They are not aimed at the beast's eyes or its mouth, but at the single small spot I pointed out. For a moment, it seems as if they too will glance off the thick hide, but then the hydra lets out a sound it has not made before. Not a roar of rage, but a high-pitched, piercing shriek of pure, unadulterated pain. The arrows have found their mark. They have punched through the diseased scales, sinking deep into the corrupted flesh beneath. Black, viscous blood, thick as tar, pours from the wound. The head thrashes wildly, its movements no longer a coordinated attack, but a spasm of agony. It smashes against the broken wall, sending more rock cascading into the courtyard. And then, with a final shuddering groan, it pulls back, retreating from the breach, the other 4 heads following its pained withdrawal. A ragged, disbelieving cheer erupts from the warriors on the wall. We have wounded it. We have driven it back. We have bought ourselves a few precious moments of reprieve. I sag against Zathis, the psychic backlash of the creature's pain leaving me weak and breathless. He supports me, his arm a solid band of scaled muscle around my waist. He is looking at me, golden eyes filled with dawning, terrible awe. But the moment of triumph is shattered. A strange, shimmering light begins to form in the sky above the fortress, coalescing into a shape. It is a magical projection, a life-sized image of a Naga I have never seen. He is handsome, in a cruel, sharp-featured way, his scales the colour of obsidian, his eyes burning with a cold, triumphant light. He wears the crest of the Black Viper, Lord Malice. He looks down at the chaos of the battle, at the wounded Hydra, at the broken wall of my fortress, and he begins to laugh. It is a cold, cruel sound, amplified by the magic, that echoes across the battlefield, chilling the blood of every warrior on the wall. "A touching performance, Lord Vasma," he sneers, his voice dripping with scorn. Truly. To see you use your little human pet to wound the last great guardian of your pathetic house. It is more than I could have ever hoped for. He turns his projected gaze, his cold reptilian eyes seeming to fix on Zathis. See how your own guardian tears you down, Vasma, he says, voice a low, venomous purr of victory. This is for my daughter.
Chapter 25. Zathis. Malice's laughter is a poison in the air, a venom that seeps into the cracks of my warriors' already failing morale. I feel Cora flinch beside me, her small body trembling. My arm tightens around her waist, a possessive, instinctive gesture. The scent of her fear is a sharp, clean thing, a strong contrast to the sour, curdled despair that is beginning to rise from my own men. This is for my daughter. The words are a lie, a carefully crafted barb designed to paint him as a grieving father and me as a heartless butcher. It is a masterful piece of psychological warfare, and it is working. I can smell the doubt taking root in my warriors, weed in the barren soil of their hope. I ignore the shimmering projection of my enemy. To address it is to give it power. Instead, I turn to my men, my voice a low, carrying growl that cuts through Malice's lingering laughter. Do not listen to the viper's lies, I command, my golden eyes sweeping over their pale, upturned faces. He speaks of his daughter, but Malice of House Tixorku has never cared for anything but his own reflection. His daughter was a tool, an assassin he sent to commit a dishonorable act, and her death was the price of her own failure. He does not mourn her. He mourns his own wounded pride. My words are a stone thrown into a churning sea of fear. They cause a ripple, but they do not calm the storm. I can see it in their eyes, in the subtle shifting of their stances. They have seen our greatest guardian turned against us. They have seen our walls breached. And now they hear the enemy lord himself confirm that our cause is a fool's errand. He speaks the truth, my lord, a warrior mutters, his voice a low, defeated thing. We have been killing our own. We have been killing a sickness, I roar, the sound a physical blow. But the conviction in my own voice feels hollow. The poison of doubt is spreading, and I have no antidote. It is then that a new presence joins us on the wall. Vera, the ancient, blind matriarch, moves with a steady, unhurried grace that is a sharp contrast to the chaos of the battle. Her staff taps a quiet, rhythmic beat on the stone, the sound of ancient certainty. Kalen moves to stop her, to escort her back to the safety of the keep, but I hold up a hand, stopping him. Vera stops in the center of the battlements, her blind eyes seeming to see everything. The broken wall, the wounded Hydra, the despair on the faces of my warriors. She lifts her head, her wrinkled face turned toward the sky where Malice's projection still shimmers, and she begins to chant. Her voice is a dry, rustling whisper at first, but it grows in power, in resonance, until it is a living thing, weaving itself into the very stones of the fortress. It is an ancient chant, in a dialect of the Naga tongue so old I can only understand a fraction of the words. It is a chant of protection, a plea to the 5 deities of the light, a song of the bond between our house and this land. A strange thing happens. The trembling in the stones beneath my feet seems to lessen. The foul scent of the blight seems to recede, pushed back by the purity of her voice. My warriors, who were on the verge of breaking, turn to look at her. Their fear does not vanish, but it is contained. Her voice, her faith, is a shield against the encroaching despair, and I realize with a shame that is a fresh, sharp wound that I have been a complete fool. I've been relying only on my own strength, on the sharpness of my blade, on the brutality of my tactics. I've been trying to save this house through force of will alone, and I have ignored the true source of its strength, its traditions, its people, its faith. Vera's chant subsides, leaving a profound, ringing silence in its wake. Melissa's projection wavers, as if her ancient magic is an interference he cannot overcome. I release Cora, stepping forward to address my warriors. I look at their faces, the fear and the doubt, and the faint, rekindled spark of hope that Vera has ignited. And for the first time, I do not give them a command. I give them the truth. I have failed you, I say, my voice raw, stripped of all its usual arrogance and command. The words are the hardest I have ever spoken. In my pride, in my desperation, I have been blind. I have led you down a path of desecration, and I've brought our house to the brink of ruin. The viper in the sky is right about one thing. I have been his unwitting tool. A murmur runs through the warriors. I see not contempt in their eyes, but a shocked, dawning respect. I've never admitted a fault, a weakness in their presence. But he is wrong about another, I continue, my voice gaining strength, fueled by a new, purer fire. This is not the end of House Vazma. This fortress is not just stone and mortar. It is our home. This land is not just a blighted waste. It is our birthright. The guardian that attacks us is not a monster. It is our sacred protector, and we will not kill it. We will save it. I draw my scimitar, its blade gleaming in the torchlight. I do not know if we will see the dawn. But I swear on the honor of my ancestors, on the silent gods themselves, that I will die on this wall protecting our home. Who will stand with me? For a moment there is only silence. Kalen steps forward, his own blade ringing as he draws it. For House Vazma, he says, voice a clear, strong bell. For House Vazma, Morwen echoes, drawing his own weapon. A chorus of voices, a ringing of steel as every warrior on the wall draws their blade, their fear burned away by a new, fierce resolve. Their loyalty, their faith is a tangible thing, a warmth that pushes back the cold of my despair. Malice's projection laughs one last time, a thin, tinny sound. Your sentiment is touching, Vazma. Let us see how it holds up against this. The projection vanishes, and the Hydra attacks. It rises from the swamp, its 5 heads a writhing forest of fangs and fury. But this time it does not strike the walls. It ignores us completely. Its 5 heads draw back, its long neck swelling, and with a concerted, gurgling roar, it spews a great black river of its venomous, blighted poison. Not at the walls, not at us. It is aimed at the great aqueduct that feeds the fortress's cistern, our only source of fresh water. A torrent of pure, concentrated blight arcing through the air, on a path to poison us from within.
Chapter 26. Cora. The river of black poison arcs through the night sky, a horrifying, beautiful trajectory of death. It is not aimed at the warriors, not at the walls, but at the great stone aqueduct that clings to the side of the fortress like a lifeline. Our water, our life. A new kind of terror, cold and absolute, seizes me. A fortress can withstand a siege for weeks, months, as long as it has water. Without it, we will be dead in days. This is not a battle of brute force. This is a conflict of attrition, and Malice has just made his winning move. No, I breathe, the word a small, useless sound against the roar of the Hydra. Beside me, Zathis goes rigid. I feel the shift in him, the furious energy of the warrior instantly replaced by the cold, sharp focus of a commander facing an impossible tactical problem. "The cistern!" he snarls, his golden eyes wide with a dawning, horrified understanding. He is poisoning the reservoir. He turns to me, his gaze a physical blow. The controls for the aqueduct gate. They are in the substructure, beneath the eastern wall. "Can you get to them?" I ask, my voice tight. "They are ancient," he says in a low, urgent rumble. "The passage is narrow, likely unstable after the first impacts. My warriors are too large. But you—" He looks at my small frame, and I see the desperate, calculating gears turning in his mind. There is no time for argument, no time for fear. The first of the black poison is already splashing against the stone of the aqueduct, sizzling and hissing, eating away at the ancient mortar. "Show me the way," I say, voice a steady, determined thing that does not feel like my own. He does not hesitate. He grabs my hand, his grip a band of iron around my wrist, and pulls me from the battlements. We race through the chaotic courtyard, past wounded warriors and terrified servants, the sounds of battle a roaring, monstrous thing behind us. He leads me to a small, unassuming iron door set into the base of the eastern wall, a door I have never seen before. He puts his shoulder to it, and with a groan of protesting metal, it bursts open, revealing a steep, narrow staircase spiralling down into absolute darkness. "Stay close," he commands, and plunges into the gloom. The air is immediately cold, damp, and thick with the odour of dust and ages. The only light is the faint, residual glow from the torches in the courtyard above. The distant sounds of the battle become a muffled, rhythmic thudding, a distant, monstrous heartbeat. Down here, the only sounds are our own frantic footsteps on the stone and our ragged, panicked breaths. We reach the bottom of the stairs and find ourselves in a narrow, low-ceilinged tunnel, just wide enough for Zathis' massive body. The walls are slick with moisture, and the air is stale, dead. Another tremor from the Hydra's assault shakes the fortress, and a shower of dust and small pebbles rains down from the ceiling. "The passage is unstable," Zathis says, his voice a low growl. "We must be quick." We move through the tunnel, our pace a desperate, stumbling run. The thudding from above grows louder, more violent. The very earth seems to groan in protest. And then we see it. A section of the tunnel ahead is blocked, a great fall of rock and earth completely obstructing the path. A dead end. "No," I whisper, my last fragile sliver of hope turning to ash. Zathis lets out a furious, guttural hiss. He releases my hand and approaches the rubble, his massive body radiating a frustrated, violent energy. "I can clear this," he says, his voice sounding low and determined. "But it will take time. Time we do not have." "The controls," I say, my eyes darting around the blockage. "Are they far beyond this?" "They are just on the other side," he snarls, slamming a fist against a great slab of rock, which cracks under the force of the blow. The mechanism is an old one. It requires a light touch, not brute force. I look at the rubble again. It is a solid wall of rock and earth. But at the very top, near the ceiling, there is a small gap, a dark sliver of space no bigger than my shoulders. "There," I say, pointing, "I can fit through there." He follows my gaze, his golden eyes narrowing. "It is too dangerous. The entire passage could collapse." "We do not have a choice," I say, my voice sharp. I meet his gaze, and for a moment, the battle of wills between us is as fierce as the one raging above our heads. "You said it yourself. You are too large, but I can do this. You clear the path, and I will work the gate." He stares at me for a long, silent moment, the dust motes dancing in the faint light between us. I can see the war in his eyes, the commander calculating the odds versus the something else, the thing that does not want to see me crawl into a dark, unstable hole. "Go," he finally says, the word a rough, torn thing. "Be quick." I do not need to be told twice. I scramble up the face of the rubble, my fingers and toes finding purchase on the rough, damp stone. Zathis is right behind me, his powerful body a steadying presence, his hands there to catch me if I fall. I reach the top and squeeze myself into the narrow gap, the rock scraping against my back and stomach, a claustrophobic, terrifying embrace. I emerge on the other side, tumbling down onto the stone floor in a cloud of dust. I am in a small, circular chamber. In the centre is a great, iron wheel, rusted with age, connected to a series of gears and chains that disappear up into the ceiling. The controls. "I am through," I shout, my voice thin and strange in the enclosed space. On the other side of the wall of rubble, I hear a great, grinding roar as Zathis puts his full, monstrous strength into clearing the path. I do not have much time. I run to the wheel and put my hands on it. It is cold, slick with moisture. I pull with all my might, my muscles screaming in protest. It does not budge. It is fused with rust and age. "It will not move!" I yell, my voice laced with a rising panic. "The release lever!" Zathis roars back, his voice muffled by the stone. "To the right of the wheel!" It is small, set into the wall. My hands scrabble against the slick stone. I find it, a small, rusted iron lever. I pull on it with all my weight. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, with a loud, groaning shriek of protesting metal, the lever moves, and I hear a great clanking sound from the gears above. I race back to the wheel and pull again. This time, with a great shuddering groan, it begins to turn. It is heavy, the work agonizing, but it is moving. I am moving it. I am closing the gate. A new sound reaches me, a trickling, hissing sound. And a new stench, the foul acidic smell of the Hydra's poison. A dark, viscous liquid begins to seep through the cracks in the ceiling, splashing onto the floor near my feet. It is coming. I pull harder, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps, my entire being focused on the single, impossible task. The grinding of the wheel, the hissing of the poison, the roar of Zathis clearing the rubble, it all blends into a symphony of desperation. The flow of poison grows stronger, a steady, sizzling stream now, pooling on the floor, its foul stench making my eyes water. The wheel turns, slow and stubborn. Just a little more. With a final, desperate heave, I give the wheel one last turn. There is a great booming clang from above, a sound of finality, of a great iron gate slamming shut. I have done it. I sag against the wheel, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The flow of poison trickles to a stop. The foul stench still hangs in the air, a reminder of how close we came to disaster. A moment later, a great slab of rock from the blockage is thrown aside, and Zathis bursts through the opening, his body covered in dust, his golden eyes blazing with a wild, urgent light. He sees me, safe, leaning against the wheel, and the frantic energy in him seems to drain away, replaced by a profound, shuddering relief. He crosses the small chamber in 2 strides, his hands coming up to grip my shoulders, his gaze sweeping over me, searching for any new injury. We stand there for a long moment, our breaths loud in the enclosed space, the muffled sounds of the battle above a distant, forgotten thing. He is so close, his face just inches from mine, his golden eyes searching my own. The air is thick with the aroma of our shared exertion, of the foul poison, of a victory won against impossible odds. "You saved us," he says in a raw, broken whisper, filled with an emotion I cannot begin to name. "Cora, you saved us."
Chapter 27. Zathis. I see the shock in her eyes, the confusion. She does not understand the depth of my admission. I'm not certain I do either. I pull back, the moment of raw emotion shattered by the renewed violent tremor from above. The Hydra is attacking again. The fragile safety we have won is just that, fragile. We must return to the battlements, I say, my voice once more a commander's hard shell over the turbulent sea of my emotions. I help her through the rubble-strewn passage, my hand on her back, a steadying, protective gesture that feels both alien and profoundly natural. We emerge into the chaos of the inner keep. The courtyard has become a makeshift infirmary. Wounded warriors lie on pallets, their groans a low, agonized chorus. The scent of blood and pain is thick in the air. Vera is moving among them, a calm, steady presence in the storm, her hands dispensing poultices and quiet words of comfort. Cora does not hesitate. She pulls away from me and goes straight to Vera's side. She takes a cloth, dips it in a basin of clean water she saved, and begins to gently clean the grime and blood from a young warrior's face. I watch her, and something shifts within me, a tectonic plate of my soul grinding into a new position. She is not a warrior. She is not a Naga. She's a human, a creature I have scorned as weak and insignificant. Yet here she is, in the heart of a battle that is not hers, tending to the wounds of her captors with a quiet, unhesitating compassion. My warriors see it too. I watch their eyes as they look at her. The contempt is gone. The curiosity has been replaced by something else. Respect. They no longer see a human pet, a strange new tool of their lord. They see an ally, a key part of their survival. She has earned her place among them, not through strength of arms, but through a strength of spirit I am only just beginning to comprehend. The battle on the outer wall rages on, sounds of the Hydra's assault a constant, brutal reminder of our impending doom. But for a moment, here in the courtyard, there is a strange, quiet pocket of order, of community, of a house that refuses to break, and she is at the center of it. Leaving the defense in Kaelin's capable hands, I turn and glide into the great hall of the fortress. It is a space I've avoided, a place of silent judgment. The walls are lined with the portraits of my ancestors, the great lords and ladies of House Vasma, their painted eyes seeming to follow me, to weigh me, to find me wanting. I stop before the largest of them, the portrait of my father. He is depicted in his prime, a powerful, confident Naga, his golden eyes blazing with the fierce pride of his house. He holds a scimitar in one hand, and his other rests on the head of a magnificent, healthy Ursane guardian. The painting is a monument to everything I have lost, everything I have failed to protect. I have failed you, I whisper to the silent, painted image. The words are a poison I have held in my heart for too long, and their release is a painful, searing thing. In my arrogance, in my blindness, I've brought your house to the brink of ruin. I have become the very thing you fought against, a destroyer. The silence of the hall is my only answer. I've sought honor in the wrong places. I've seen it as a thing of victory, of conquest, of dominance. But as I look at my father's portrait, at the protective hand he rests on his guardian, I see the truth. True honor is not about avoiding failure. It is not about wielding a blade. It is about stewardship. It is about protection. It is about how one redeems the failures that are an inevitable part of life. A new resolve, a quiet, cold certainty settles in my soul. I know what I must do. I go to the library, to the ancient, crumbling codex that holds the secret to the ritual of severance. I find the passage we discovered, and I read it again, this time with new eyes, with a new understanding. The sickness of magic can only be cured by magic of a purer form. It requires a direct conduit to the raw, untainted life force of the world. And I see the line I had missed before, a line written in a smaller, more faded script at the bottom of the page. The ritual demands not a sacrifice of blood, but a sacrifice of the self. The Lord who would be the conduit must open his heart, must lay down his pride, and must be willing to become the bridge between poison and the cure. A sacrifice of pride, to become the bridge. It is not about killing. It is about healing. It is about admitting my own weakness, my own failure, and asking for help, not from the silent gods, but from the very source of life itself. The ritual is not a weapon. It is an act of profound absolute surrender. And it requires a conduit, a source of pure magic to channel through the bridge. It requires Korra. A fresh wave of tremor shakes the fortress, more violent this time. A great grinding roar from outside tells me the Hydra is redoubling its assault. My time is running out. I look at the scroll, at the words that offer the only path to salvation. Then my gaze drifts in the direction of the courtyard, the battle, closing in on the beast itself. To be the bridge, I must be at the center of the storm. To channel the healing magic, I must be in contact with the source of the corruption. I realize with a cold, final certainty that the final component of the ritual, the ultimate sacrifice of the self, requires me to be at the Hydra's heart. An almost certain suicide mission.
Chapter 28. Cora. The fortress is a hive of frantic, desperate activity. Warriors shout commands, their voices hoarse with exhaustion and fear. The wounded groan from their makeshift beds in the courtyard, the air thick with the sticky scent of blood and Vera's healing herbs. And through it all, the constant rhythmic boom of the Hydra's assault on the outer walls is a drumbeat counting down our final moments. Zathis is gone. After his quiet, devastating admission in the Great Hall, he disappeared, melting back into the shadows of his fortress, leaving me with a new and terrifying understanding of honour, and a cold dread coiling in my gut. He is planning something final. I leave Vera's side, my hands stained with the blood of Naga I do not know, my heart a cold, hard knot in my chest. I have to find him. The thought is a frantic, desperate thing. I am no longer just his bait. I am his ally. And allies do not let each other walk into the dark alone. I search the battlements, the armory, his chambers. He is nowhere. The fortress, which once felt like an inescapable labyrinth, now feels like a tomb, its secrets closing in around me. There is only one place left. The library. The place where our world and his was turned upside down. The heavy, iron-bound door is ajar. I slip inside, my bare feet silent on the cold stone. The room is a place of deep shadows and quiet, ancient dust, a contrast to the chaos outside. The only light comes from a single candelabra on the great oak table, its flames casting a warm, flickering glow on the figure standing before it. Zathis. He has his back to me, his massive, scaled form a study in grim, absolute resolve. He is staring down at the ancient codex, the scroll detailing the ritual of severance open before him. He has not noticed my presence. His entire being is focused on the faded script, on the terrible final choice he has made. I move closer, my heart a slow, heavy drum in my ears. I come to a stop beside him, my shoulder almost brushing his arm. He does not flinch. He does not acknowledge me. His gaze is fixed on a single passage at the bottom of the page, a line written in a smaller, more faded script. My eyes follow his. The ritual demands not a sacrifice of blood, but a sacrifice of the self. The Lord who would be the conduit must open his heart, must lay down his pride, and must be willing to become the bridge between a poison and the cure. Become the bridge. The words are a cold, sharp blade in my gut. To be a bridge, you must stand between two shores, between the poison and the cure, between the Hydra and me. And to be a bridge for a force as powerful as a corrupted great guardian, it would be an act of self-destruction. He is going to die. He is going to let the beast consume him, to use his own body as a conduit to channel my healing magic into the heart of the corruption. He is planning to sacrifice himself. A hot, white wave of fury, so potent it makes me tremble, washes over me. It is a rage born not of fear, but of a fierce, protective instinct I did not know I possessed. No, I say, my voice shaking. He turns his head slowly, his golden eyes meeting mine. They are the eyes of a Naga who has already accepted his own death. There is a strange, quiet peace in them that is more terrifying than any rage. It is the only way, Cora. The path has failed. This is the only path left. The path of the fool, I spit, my voice rising. The path of the coward who would rather die a martyr than live with his own mistakes. He flinches, the scales along his jaw tightening. This is not about my mistakes. This is about saving my home, my people. And what about me? I demand, stepping in front of him, forcing him to look at me. Am I just a component in your grand, tragic sacrifice? The magical battery for your suicide mission, Did you ever for one moment think to ask me? Your role is to be the source, he says roughly. My role is to be the bridge. It is the only way the ritual can work. And you made this decision all by yourself, I say, my voice dripping with a scorn that is a direct echo of his own past cruelty. The great lord of Vasma, making another unilateral decision that will affect everyone but himself. You are not just a fool, Zathis. You are a selfish, arrogant bastard. A low, dangerous hiss escapes his lips. You dare! I dare, I interrupt, poking a finger into his hard, scaled chest. I dare because I have earned the right. I have been your bait, your tool, your prisoner. I have faced your monsters, and I have faced you. And now, after we have fought together, bled together, you think you can just write me out of the final act? I see the conflict in his eyes, the shock at my defiance, the ingrained arrogance of a lord warring with the dawning respect for an equal. My life, I say, my voice dropping to a low, fierce whisper, is not a tragedy for you to redeem with your death. I will not be the sad little human footnote in the heroic tale of the last Lord of Vasma. We are in this together. We find a way to both survive, or we die together. But you do not get to make my choice for me. Our argument is a raw, passionate thing, a storm of words that strips away the last of our master-prisoner dynamic. We are no longer captor and captive. We are two desperate souls, bound by a shared fate, arguing over the terms of our own survival. There is no other way, he says, his voice sounding like a raw, agonized thing. I cannot ask you to... You're not asking, I say, my voice softening, my anger giving way to a fierce, desperate plea. I am telling you. We are the bridge. Together. He stares at me, his eyes filled with a dawning, terrible hope that is more painful to see than his despair. He opens his mouth to speak, to argue, to do something. But he never gets the chance. The ground shakes with a violence that throws us both off balance. The scrolls on the shelves rattle and fall, a cascade of ancient, forgotten knowledge. A great, grinding, tearing sound, louder than anything before it, rips through the fortress. And a roar. A multi-throated, triumphant roar that is not outside the walls, but inside. It echoes through the stone of the keep, a sound of absolute final victory. The Hydra has breached the main gate. There is no more time.
Chapter 29. Zathis. The Hydra's roar inside the walls of my home is a sound of absolute violation. It's the sound of my failure-given voice, a multi-throated testament to the fall of House Vasma. There is no more time for debate, no more time for choices. There is only the desperate final stand. To the courtyard! I roar, my voice cutting through the dust and the chaos of the library. I grab Cora's arm, my touch firm, grounding. Stay with Vera. No matter what happens, you do not leave her side. She looks at me, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a fierce, defiant resolve. She opens her mouth to argue, but I do not give her the chance. I am already moving, a green-scaled blur of purpose, dragging her with me into the heart of the storm. The main courtyard is a scene from a nightmare. The great iron-bound gate lies in a twisted heap of metal and splintered wood. And in the breach stands the Hydra. It is a moving mountain of corrupted flesh, its 5 heads weaving through the air like a nest of serpents, its dozens of void, black eyes scanning the chaos with a cold, malevolent intelligence. My warriors, what is left of them, are forming a desperate, pathetic defensive line before the entrance to the inner keep. They are a handful of brave, terrified Naga, their scales stained with blood and grime, their faces etched with the certainty of their own deaths. The cloying scent of their fear is a thick, choking cloud, a sour, metallic thing that coats my tongue. But beneath it, I can smell their loyalty, a hard, unyielding bedrock of honor. They will die for their home. They will die for me. The shame of it is a fresh, sharp blade in my gut. I've led them to this. I shove Cora toward Vera, who stands near the keep entrance. a small, still point in the swirling chaos, her hand resting on a trembling servant girl. "Protect her," I command the old matriarch. Vera's blind eyes turn to me, and she nods, a single grim gesture of acceptance. I draw my scimitar, its familiar weight a small, cold comfort in my hand. I take my place at the head of the line, my massive serpentine body, a living barricade between the beast and my people. "Warriors of House Phasma!" I roar, my voice echoing off the stone walls of the courtyard. "Today, we die with honor, for our ancestors, for our home!" A ragged, defiant cheer answers me, a sound of brave men facing their own end. The Hydra does not wait. It surges forward, a tidal wave of muscle and teeth. A direct fight is impossible. It is like trying to battle an earthquake. The ground trembles with its every movement. "Scatter!" I command. "Harass its flanks! Do not let it focus its strength." The battle is a chaotic, desperate dance of death. We are gnats, buzzing around a force of nature. I move with a calculated desperation, my blade a flashing arc of silver. I dart in, my scimitar scraping uselessly against the thick scales of its leg, then glide away as a massive, clawed foot slams down where I was a moment before, shattering the stone paving. The scent of pain and blood fills the air. Kalen screams as one of the heads snaps at him, its great jaws closing on his arm with a sickening crunch of bone. He's thrown through the air like a rag doll, his body slamming into the far wall. The scent of his lifeblood, hot and coppery, is a fresh agony in my soul. I see it all, every near miss, every wound, every desperate, futile act of bravery. I fight with a cold, detached part of my mind, my body moving on pure instinct, but my soul is a raw, open wound of grief and shame. I'm trying to protect my people, but I'm also looking for an opening, a chance, however slim, to perform the suicidal ritual, to become the bridge. But the beast is a whirlwind of destruction. It is too big, too powerful. Its 5 heads a coordinated storm of death. For every blow we land, a glancing, useless strike, it repays us with a devastating sweep of its tail, a crushing stomp of its foot, a venomous spit that dissolves stone and flesh with equal ease. I look at my warriors. Their line is broken. They are scattered, wounded, their movements becoming slow, clumsy with exhaustion. The scent of their fear is now a thick, suffocating fog, their hope a dying ember. I can see the absolute final despair in their eyes. They cannot hold. We cannot hold. My gaze sweeps across the courtyard, past the carnage, past the wounded and the dying, and finds her. Cora! She is standing with Vera, her face a pale, horrified mask in the flickering torchlight. Our eyes meet across the chaos, and in that moment, the sounds of the battle fade away. There is only the silent, desperate connection between us. I see in her eyes not just terror, but a fierce, aching grief for me, for my people, for this home she has only just begun to know. It is a silent farewell. My final act as a lord must be to protect my people, and my final act as a Naga must be to atone for my sins. I turn my back on her, on the last warm, living thing in my desolate world. I raise my scimitar, its blade a final defiant prayer to the silent gods. I fix my gaze on the great, pulsating heart of the Hydra's chest, the nexus of its corruption. I will charge the beast. I will become the bridge. I will sacrifice myself. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the foulest stench of the blight a final, fitting perfume. I coil my powerful body, ready to launch myself into oblivion. And then, a sudden, intense and absolute silence falls over the battlefield. The Hydra, which was a moment ago a maelstrom of destructive fury, freezes. Its 5 heads, which were a writhing nest of serpents, all turn as one, their dead black eyes fixing on a single point in the chaos. The roaring, the hissing, the crashing of stone, it all just stops. The only sound is the crackle of the torches and the ragged, disbelieving gasps of my dying warriors.
Chapter 30. Cora. The silence is a sudden, brutal absence of sound that is more shocking than the roar it replaced. The world, which a moment ago was a maelstrom of violence and terror, has gone utterly still. Zathis is a frozen statue of green scales and silver steel, his body coiled for a suicidal charge that has been arrested mid-motion. His few remaining warriors, scattered and bleeding across the ruined courtyard, stare in stunned, ragged disbelief. And the Hydra. The Hydra is a mountain of quiet, waiting menace. Its rampage has ceased. Its 5 great heads, which were a writhing nest of serpents, are all turned as one, their dozens of dead ebony eyes fixed on a single point above us. The air hums with a new and terrible energy, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrates in my bones. I feel it, the psychic pull. It is the same agonizing wave of pain I felt on the battlements, but 100 times stronger, a direct, undeniable summons that screams a single silent word in my mind. Help. The silvery brand on my shoulder blade burns with a cold white fire, a beacon answering a desperate call. My gaze is drawn upward, following the Hydra's fixed stare, and I see him. He is standing on the highest, most intact section of the southern battlements, a lone, dark figure against the stormy, blighted sky. Lord Malice. It is not a projection this time. It is him in the flesh, a cruel, triumphant smile on his handsome face. He has been here all along, watching his masterpiece of destruction unfold from the shadows. In his hands he holds a glowing, dark artifact. It is a sphere of what looks like polished obsidian, but it pulses with a sickly purple light, and a black, smoky tendril of energy connects it to the great, still form of the Hydra below. The thrumming in the air, the deep, resonant hum of power, is coming from that sphere. And I understand. Everything. The Hydra is not just a corrupted beast. It is a puppet, a marionette of flesh and bone, and Malice, with his dark artifact, is the one pulling the strings. The psychic scream of agony I feel is not just the pain of the blight. It is the silent, desperate struggle of a noble spirit trapped within its own body, forced to tear down the very home it was born to protect. My eyes dart to Zathis. He has not seen Malice. His entire being is still focused on the beast, on the suicidal charge he is about to make. He thinks this is an ultimate battle of flesh and steel. He is wrong. This is a battle of wills, a war of magic. I know, with a knowing that is as cold and hard as the stone beneath my feet, that the ritual of severance alone will not be enough. The ritual is designed to sever a curse, to cleanse a poison. But it cannot fight a living, malevolent will that is actively fueling the corruption, that is holding the Guardian's very soul in a cage of dark magic. The Hydra needs more than a bridge. It needs a beacon, a source of pure, untainted magic to fight the artifact's suffocating influence, to give its own spirit the strength to break the chains. It needs me. I look at Zathis, at the proud, broken lord of this dying land. I see the rigid line of his back, the desperate, self-destructive set of his jaw. He is preparing to die, to redeem his failures with a final, futile act of sacrifice. And in that moment, I see the full, terrible, beautiful scope of my own choice. I can stay here, behind the barricade, in the relative safety of Vera's protection. I can let him make his charge. I can let him die, and then wait for the Hydra, its purpose fulfilled, to be put down or to turn on the rest of us. I can be a survivor, or I can be something else. All my life, I have been running. I have been prey. I have been bait. I have been a passive object in a world of monsters and monstrous men. My only goal has been to survive until the next sunrise, to endure the next horror. But here now, in the ruins of this courtyard, with the screams of the dying in my ears and the weight of a god's agony in my soul, I realize there is a fate worse than death. And that is to stand by and do nothing while the last, fragile hope of this world is extinguished. Zathis takes a deep, final breath, his powerful body coiling for the spring. It is his silent farewell. My own choice is made. I take a deep breath, the cold, blight-tinged air, a strange, clean fire in my lungs. My fear is a living thing, a cold, hard knot of ice in my belly. Finally, it is not the only thing I feel. I feel a fierce, protective love for this broken land, for its tormented guardians, and for the proud, foolish, and beautiful monster who is about to die for them. Cora, no! Vera's hand, a dry, papery claw, grips my arm, her blind eyes wide with a sudden, panicked understanding. I gently pull my arm free. He cannot do this alone, I say, my voice becoming a quiet, steady thing that I do not recognize as my own. Zathis is about to launch himself into oblivion. There is no more time for words. There is only time for action. I take a single, deliberate step out from behind the barricade of fallen stone, leaving the shadows and the pretense of safety behind me. I step into the open, into the eerie, phosphorescent gloom of the courtyard, and I deliberately draw the full, undivided attention of the great, five-headed Hydra to myself.
Chapter 31. Zathis. Time ceases. The universe narrows to the sight of the small human woman stepping out from the shadows into the eerie phosphorescent gloom of my ruined courtyard. My charge, the suicidal lunge that was to be my final, desperate act of atonement, dies in my coiled muscles. My body is frozen, a statue of scaled disbelief. Flee! The command is a silent scream in my mind. Get back, you foolish, impossible creature. But she does not move back. She stands there, a small, fragile thing of flesh and bone, and faces the mountain of corrupted muscle and seething rage that is my last and greatest guardian. The Hydra, its 5 heads a writhing nest of serpents, is utterly still, its dozens of dead, ominous eyes fixed on her. The psychic pressure in the air, the agonizing scream of the guardian's trapped spirit, is a tangible thing, a force that should send any sane creature fleeing in terror. Cora does not flee. I watch her, and my senses, which have been a tool for hunting and warfare my entire life, are now an instrument of my own undoing. I can smell her. Amidst the foul stink of the blight, the coppery tang of spilled Naga blood, and the sour perfume of my warrior's despair, her scent is an impossible, defiant island of purity. The sharp, acidic note of her terror is there, a constant, familiar hum. But it is no longer the overwhelming symphony it once was. It is a baseline, a foundation upon which a host of new, confounding scents have been built. I can smell the iron-hard resolve that is her stubborn spirit, a scent like ancient, unyielding stone. I can smell her grief, a soft, aching fragrance like rain on dust, a grief for my warriors, for my home, for me. And beneath it all, radiating from her in a gentle, pulsing wave, is the scent of her power. It is the pure, untainted magic of her mark, a clean, sweet fragrance of new life, of a world that is not dying. And I remember the essence of her pity in my chambers, a soft, warm thing that felt like a blade in my gut, the scent of her comfort as she held me, a strange, unwelcome balm on my fractured soul. I remember her courage as she faced me in the library, her fury a cleansing fire that burned away my self-pity. I have been an idiot, a blind, arrogant fool. I've been so focused on the honor of my house, on the ghosts of my ancestors, that I have failed to see the living, breathing miracle that has been in my grasp all along. My honor is not in a glorious death. My redemption is not in a suicidal charge. It is in her. My gaze drops to the floor, to the discarded objects that lie on the blood-stained stone at my feet. The chains, the key, the instruments of my impossible choice. The choice between my duty and my soul. And in this moment of absolute, terrifying clarity, I know there is no choice at all. I move, not toward the Hydra, but toward her. I scoop the key from the ground, its cold, heavy iron a solid, real thing in my trembling hand. I ignore the chains. They are a symbol of my past, of my failure, of the monster I've been. They have no place in my future, however brief it may be. I stop before her, placing my body between her and the silent, watchful gaze of the beast. She looks up at me, her ebony eyes wide, not with fear, but with a quiet, unwavering resolve. "Get back, Cora," I say, my voice becoming a raw, desperate thing. "This is my battle, my atonement." "No," she says softly, her voice an unyielding anchor in the storm. "It is ours." I reach out and take her hand, her small, warm fingers a shocking contrast to the cold metal of the key. I press the key into her palm and close her fingers around it. "The eastern tunnel," I say, my voice low, urgent. "It leads to a waterfall, to the river. Follow the river south. It will take you out of my lands, away from this." She stares down at the key in her hand, then back up at me. I see the understanding dawn in her eyes, and with it, a fierce, defiant anger. "No. I am not running." "You are," I insist, my grip on her hand tightening. "That is an order." "I do not take orders from you anymore," she says, voice a quiet, dangerous thing. "I am not your bait, Zathis. I am not your tool, and I will not be the reason you die." "My death is my own choice," I say, releasing her hand and taking a step back, turning to face the Hydra. "My life is forfeit, but yours will not be. Run, Cora, live. That is the only victory I have left." I raise my scimitar, its blade a final defiant salute. I prepare to die for my home. I prepare to die for her. It is the only honorable act left to a Naga who has lost everything. But she does not run. I hear a soft metallic clatter on the stone behind me. She has thrown the key away. And then she walks past me. She does not hesitate. She does not look back. She walks with a steady, determined grace, her small human form a beacon of impossible courage in the face of a god-sized monster. She walks directly into the path of the raging five-headed Hydra, her hand outstretched, not in fear, but in offering.
Chapter 32. Cora. Every instinct in my body screams at me to run, to turn and flee from the mountain of corrupted flesh, from the dozens of dead black eyes that are fixed on me with an intensity that is a physical blow. The fear is a living thing, a cold, coiling serpent in my gut. But for the first time in my life, I do not obey it. I take another step, my bare feet slapping softly on the blood-stained stone of the courtyard. Behind me, I hear Zathis's sharp, desperate hiss. "Cora, no! Get back!" I ignore him. My world has narrowed to the great five-headed beast before me, to the psychic scream of its agony that is a constant, deafening roar in my mind. I am no longer just a survivor. I am a source. And this creature, this ancient, tormented guardian, is dying. I close my eyes for a moment, and instead of focusing on the terror, I focus on the silver brand on my shoulder. For so long, I have thought of it as a curse, a brand that marked me as prey. But Zathis's words, Vera's words, the words from the ancient scroll, they have given me a new and terrifying truth. It is not a brand, it is a beacon. I take a deep breath and open myself to it, to the pure, untainted magic that has been dormant within me for so long. I do not try to control it. I simply let it be. I let it flow through me, a warm, liquid light that pushes back the cold tendrils of my fear. I take another step, and another. I am walking calmly, deliberately, towards the Hydra. The beast, which had been a statue of coiled menace, lets out a low, guttural rumble. It is not a sound of aggression. It is a sound of profound, aching confusion. Its 5 great heads, which were all focused on me with a predator's intensity, begin to sway, their movements becoming slow, uncoordinated. The psychic scream happening in my mind lessens in its intensity, the sharp edges of its agony softening into a low, mournful hum. It feels my magic. It feels the pure, clean echo of the world, as it was meant to be, and its own corrupted nature is soothed by it. I am halfway across the courtyard now. I can see the details of its corruption, the way the blight has turned its once majestic scales into a mottled, bruised purple, the black, viscous ooze that weeps from the cracks in its hide. I can see the pain in its dead, black eyes, a deep, ancient sorrow that tears at my own heart. This is not a monster to be slain. This is a patient to be healed. One of the great heads, the one that we wounded on the battlements, the one with the arrows still embedded in its neck, lowers itself slowly, its movements a study in agonizing grace. It comes to rest on the stone paving just a few feet in front of me, its great crocodilian snout almost touching my outstretched hand. A collective gasp goes up from the few remaining warriors. I can hear Zathis' sharp, indrawn hiss, a sound of pure, shocked disbelief. I do not hesitate. I reach out, one of my trembling hands coming to rest on the creature's great scaled snout. Its skin is not rough and cold as I expected, but surprisingly warm, and it vibrates with a low, pained thrum. The moment my skin makes contact with its scales, the silvery spot on my shoulder explodes with a soft, brilliant light. It is not a painful sensation. It is a release. A flood of warm, pure energy pours from me, from the mark, and into the beast. The light travels from my hand, up its snout, a web of silver, healing light spreading across its corrupted hide. The hydra lets out a long, shuddering sigh, a sound of profound, bone-deep relief. The psychic scream in my mind is gone, replaced by a feeling of immense, weary gratitude. It is a silent, soul-deep thank you. This act of profound, impossible bravery, this communion between a human girl and a monster god, has brought us a moment, an opening. And behind me, Zathis, the proud, broken lord who was ready to die, finally understands. He sees not a battle to be won with a blade, but a sickness to be cured with a faith he had long forgotten. I hear his voice, a low, resonant chant that is unlike anything I have ever heard from him. It is not a command, not a roar of fury. It is a song of power, the words ancient and filled with a deep, aching reverence for the land, for his ancestors, and for the 5 deities of the light he had thought silent. He is beginning the ritual. He is drawing on the ancient magic of his bloodline, preparing to become the bridge.
Chapter 33. Zathis. Her courage is a fire that reignites the dying embers of my own hope. As Cora stands before the great, mesmerized head of the Hydra, her small hand a beacon of pure, healing light on its corrupted hide, I know that this is my only chance. Not for an honorable death, but for a true, meaningful redemption. The words of the ritual of severance, words I've only ever read in a dusty, forgotten scroll, rise unbidden to my lips. They are a song of the earth, a plea to the 5 divine gods of the light, a testament to the ancient bond between my house and this land. My voice, which has been a tool of command and fury, is now an instrument of a magic so old it feels like it is woven into the very fabric of my being. It's as if I know it by heart. Even the forgotten words, the chant I don't know, resonates within me. It's my soul singing, flowing through me. By Oella's order and Fair's grace, I chant, my voice a low, resonant hum that seems to make the very stones of the courtyard vibrate. By Atia's fire and Vatia's heart, by Minir's sight, I call upon the old ways. I call upon the bond of blood and soil. I step forward, my scimitar held not as a weapon, but as a conduit. I am the bridge. The thought is a terrifying, liberating thing. I am no longer the destroyer. I am the healer. The air around me grows thick, heavy with a power that is not my own. It is the power of the land itself, a deep, ancient magic that has been dormant for too long. It flows into me, a torrent of raw, untamed energy, and for a moment the sheer force of it threatens to overwhelm me. I look at Cora. She is a small, still point in the swirling chaos, her face a mask of serene, focused concentration. The silvery detail on her shoulder is a blazing star, and the pure, clean scent of her magic is a calming, steadying anchor in the storm of power that is raging within me. She holds the Hydra's attention, her aura a soothing balm that keeps its pain-fueled madness at bay, allowing me the time I need to work the ritual. On the battlements, I am aware of a new presence, Malice. I can smell his shock, his fury, his disbelief. The scent is a satisfying, sweet perfume of a plan gone wrong. He's watching his puppet show come to an end, and he's powerless to stop it. I am the lord of this house, I continue, my voice gaining strength, each word a hammer blow against the corruption. And this is my sacred guardian. You will release it. I take another step forward, my body now a conduit for the raw magic of the land, and Cora's pure healing energy. I can feel the two forces mingling within me, a potent volatile alchemy. I reach out with my free hand, not to the Hydra's flesh, but to the black, smoky tendril of energy that connects it to the dark artifact in Malice's hands. The moment my claws touch the tendril of dark magic, a wave of pure, agonizing corruption slams into me. It's a feeling of absolute soul-deep rot, of a pain so profound, it has no end. I see through the Hydra's eyes, feel its centuries of torment, its confusion, its rage at being a prisoner in its own body. And I feel Malice's will, a cold, cruel, and relentless pressure, forcing the Guardian to be a weapon of his own petty vengeance. A roar of agony is ripped from my own throat, a sound that mirrors the beast's own suffering. But I do not pull back. I am the bridge. I must endure. I focus all my will, all the power of the land, all the purity of Cora's magic, into a single, focused point. Be gone! I roar, the words a physical blast of power. The tendril of dark magic shatters, dissolving into a shower of purple sparks. On the battlements, Malice cries out, a sharp, infuriated sound as his artifact goes dark. The puppet's strings have been cut, but the poison remains. The corruption that has been festering in the Hydra's soul for decades is still there, a deep, festering wound. I move to the great lowered head of the beast, my hand coming to rest on its scales beside Cora's. I look at her, and in her dark, determined eyes, I see my own resolve reflected. We are in this together. Now, I say in a raw, strained voice, we purge the poison. We press our hands against the beast's hide, and together we pour all the power we have into it. It is a torrent of healing, a flood of pure, untainted magic. The Hydra lets out a long, shuddering groan, not of pain, but of release. And the purge begins. A wave of black, corrupt energy, thick and foul as bog water, erupts from the Hydra's body. It is a physical thing, a shock wave of pure, malevolent power that throws me and Cora back. We land in a heap on the stone, the force of it stealing the air from our lungs. The Hydra thrashes, its 5 heads whipping through the air in a final, agonizing spasm. The black energy pours from it, from its mouth, from its eyes, from the very pores of its skin. It is a storm of darkness, a vortex of purged poison that shrieks and wails as it is torn from its host. As suddenly as it began, it is over. The Hydra, its great massive body shuddering, collapses. It is not a violent, crashing fall, but a slow, weary settling, a mountain of flesh and bone finally giving in to an age of exhaustion. It is still a magnificent, terrifying creature, but the dead, black light in its eyes is gone, replaced by a deep, ancient, and weary intelligence. Its scales, which were a bruised, mottled purple, are already beginning to shift, a hint of their original, majestic bronze showing through. It is weakened. It is exhausted. but it is a protector once more. I pull myself to my feet, my body aching, my own energy reserves drained to their very dregs. I help Cora up, her small, trembling hand a warm, solid thing in my own. We stand together in the ruins of my courtyard, surrounded by my wounded warriors and the still, silent form of our redeemed guardian. We are victorious. A slow, deliberate clap echoes from the battlements. My head snaps up. Lord Malice is still there, but he is not alone. Flanked by a dozen of his elite, black-scaled guard, he looks down at us, his face a mask of cold reptilian fury. The shattered remains of his dark artifact lie at his feet. "A touching performance," he sneers, his voice a low, venomous thing that carries across the silent courtyard. "Truly." But the play is not yet over.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 34. Cora. The air in the courtyard is a thick, humming thing, charged with the lingering energy of the ritual and the new venomous presence of Lord Malice. He stands on the battlements, a king surveying his conquest, the dozen elite guards at his back, a silent, deadly promise of the slaughter to come. The taste of victory, so sweet and fragile a moment ago, has turned to ash in my mouth. Zathis stands before me, his body a protective shield. He is magnificent, his scales gleaming in the firelight, his posture one of unwavering defiance. But I can see the truth of our situation. He is trembling with exhaustion, a fine, almost imperceptible tremor that runs through his massive body. The ritual has cost him, drained him of his immense strength. His warriors, those who can still stand, are a battered, bloody handful, their own exhaustion a palpable weight in the air. We are a field of broken reeds facing a storm. Melissa's cruel, handsome face twists into a smile of pure, malevolent satisfaction. "Did you truly think it would be so easy, Vasma?" He calls down, his voice a silken, mocking thing. "Did you think I would allow you to undo my life's work with a few chanted words and a little human's parlour trick?" He gestures to the ruined courtyard, to the wounded warriors, to the great, still form of the Hydra. "I must admit, this is even better than I had planned. To have you exhaust yourself, to have you bleed your own warriors dry, all to heal a beast that I will now simply kill again, along with its master. It is a far more satisfying end to this little drama." He is right. The realization is a cold, sharp blade in my gut. He was waiting. He let us fight, he let us bleed, he let us hope, all so that our final fall would be that much more devastating. "You speak of your daughter," Zathis calls up, his voice a low, rumbling growl that is surprisingly steady. "But this is not about her. This is about your own pathetic pride. You are a coward, Malise, a poisoner who hides in the shadows, who uses others to do his dirty work because he lacks the strength to do it himself." Melissa's smile tightens, the insult finding its mark. "Words are the weapons of the desperate, Vasma. I prefer a more direct approach." He raises a hand, a silent command to his guards. "Kill him, and bring me the prize. I am very interested to see what other tricks she can perform." My blood runs cold. The 12 elite guards on the wall draw their blades, the sound of steel a sharp, final hiss in the sudden, tense silence. They are fresh. They are unwounded. We are finished. Zathis pushes me back, a firm, protective gesture as he raises his own scimitar, his body coiling for a final, hopeless stand. His warriors, bless their brave, foolish hearts, rally around him, forming a small, pathetic circle of defiance. And the world trembles. It is not a tremor from an attack. It is a deep, resonant shifting of immense weight. Behind Zathis, the Hydra, the great redeemed guardian that we had all thought unconscious, begins to move. It rises slowly, its massive body unfolding, a mountain of bronze scales and ancient power. Its 5 heads, their eyes no longer dead and black, but a clear, intelligent and fiercely protective gold, rise to their full height, their collective gaze fixing on the figures on the battlements. The Hydra opens its 5 great maws and lets out a roar. It is not the sound of a corrupted beast. It is the distinctive sound of a sacred protector, a roar of pure, unadulterated territorial fury, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the fortress and promises death to any who would harm its lord. The effect is instantaneous. Melissa's elite guards, who were a moment ago poised to attack, stumble back, their faces pale with a sudden primal terror. On the ground, Zathis's own warriors, who were on the verge of collapse, let out a ragged, disbelieving cheer. The return of their guardian, the sight of this impossible, mythical creature rising to their defence, is a fire in their blood, a surge of new, impossible hope. Zathis turns, his own golden eyes wide with a dawning, terrible awe as he looks upon the magnificent, healed creature at his back. He is no longer just a lord. He is a true guardian, with the spirit of the land itself as his ally. He turns back to the battlements, and the look on his face is no longer one of desperation. It is one of pure, cold, reptilian fury. He is a king, a predator, the rightful lord of this house, and his power, his true power, has finally been restored. He points his scimitar at the stunned, furious figure of Lord Malice. "This has gone on long enough, Malice," he roars, his voice a clap of thunder that echoes the Hydra's own. "No more poison, no more puppets, no more hiding behind your guards. I, Lord Zathis of House Vasma, challenge you to a duel of honour, to the death, for the fate of our houses."
Chapter 35. Zathis. The duel is a brutal, ugly thing. It is not a dance of honor, but a desperate, grinding battle of attrition. Malice is skilled, his movements a blur of black scales and poisoned steel, but his strength is born of arrogance, of a belief in his own superiority. My strength, what little of it remains after the ritual, is born of something else entirely. Desperation, redemption, and the fierce, unwavering gaze of a human woman who has shown me the true meaning of courage. In the end, it is his own pride that is his undoing. He overextends, a theatrical, gloating lunge meant to finish me, and I exploit the opening. My scimitar, a clean, honorable blade, sings through the air, and with a final, definitive strike I disarm him, the hilt of my blade cracking against his jaw with a satisfying crunch of bone. He crumples to the stone, not dead, but defeated, his sneer of arrogance replaced by a look of stunned, absolute disbelief. Silence, heavy and profound, descends upon the ruined courtyard. The Hydra, my magnificent, redeemed guardian, lets out a low, rumbling hiss of approval from behind me. My own warriors, battered and bleeding, watch with a weary, dawning hope. And the elite guard of House Tixorku, their lord a broken heap at my feet, stand frozen on the battlements, their faces a mask of confusion and fear. I stand over Malice, my chest heaving, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. The old Zathis, the lord who was ruled by a brittle, prideful honor, would have ended him then and there. A quick, clean death to satisfy the demands of vengeance. But the scent of Cora, the memory of her courage, the feel of her hand in mine, it has changed me. Death is too simple a punishment for a creature like Malice. "Bind him," I command, my voice a low, rough thing. Kaelin and Morwen, their own faces etched with a grim satisfaction, surge forward, binding the Lord of Jalma's hands with thick leather straps. I turn then, my gaze sweeping from my own weary warriors to the stunned, leaderless guard of House Tixorku on the walls above. I raise my voice, and it is not the roar of a conqueror, but the clear, steady voice of a lord who has earned his authority not through birthright, but through a trial of fire and soul. Warriors of Jalma, I call out, my voice echoing in the sudden tense silence. You have witnessed the treachery of your lord. You have served a Naga who has broken the most sacred of our laws. He did not come here to conquer. He came to desecrate. He used a slow, dishonorable poison to corrupt the sacred guardians of my land, a crime against the 5 divine beings of the light themselves. A murmur runs through the Tixorku warriors. The scent of their confusion is a thick, cloying thing, mingled with the sharp, acrid tang of their fear. They look from their defeated lord to the great, healed form of the Hydra, and the truth of my words begins to dawn on them. Your lord's quarrel was with me, I continue, my voice ringing with a conviction I have not felt in years. But his actions have stained the honor of all Naga. This was not a battle between houses. This was an act of blasphemy, an act that has weakened us all in the eyes of the gods and our enemies. I let the words sink in. A poison of a different kind, the poison of truth. The honor of House Tixorku is a lie, I state, my voice a flat, hard thing. But your own honor, that is a choice you can still make. I point my scimitar, its tip still dripping with Malice's blood, at the warriors on the wall. I offer you this choice. Renounce the false honor of your treacherous lord, and swear fealty to the true laws of Nagaland, the laws that bind us all. Or be exiled from these lands, cast out as the followers of a heretic, and take your chances in the blighted wilds. The silence is absolute. I can smell their conflict, the war between their ingrained loyalty and their dawning sense of shame. Then, one of the warriors, a captain by the markings on his armor, steps forward. He removes his helmet, his face a hard mask of grim resolve, and kneels on the stone of the battlements. I renounce the name of Tixorku, he says in a voice that's as clear as a bell. My loyalty is to Nagaland. My loyalty is to the gods. One by one the others follow his lead, a wave of black-scaled warriors kneeling, their heads bowed in a gesture of surrender and renewed fealty. All but 2, who turn and flee into the darkness, choosing exile over a new lord. I let them go. They are of no consequence. My gaze falls once more on the bound, pathetic form of Lord Malice. He glares up at me, his eyes burning with a pure, undiluted hatred. "Kill me, Vasma!" he spits, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. "Finish it. Give me a warrior's death." "A warrior's death is a privilege you have not earned," I say coldly. "Death is a mercy, and I have none to spare for you. No, your punishment will be to live." I turn to Kaelin. "Take him to the deepest cell in the dungeons, the one with the single high window that looks out over the southern fen. He will have a front row seat to watch the land he tried to destroy heal. He will live out the rest of his miserable days watching my house, the house he sought to ruin, grow strong again. That is my judgment. A new sense of order, of a justice that is true and earned, settles over the courtyard. My warriors, their bodies aching but their spirits renewed, begin to tend to the wounded, to secure the prisoners, to put out the fires. The long, terrible night is finally over, and in this moment of victory, of a new and true beginning, I turn, my heart a strange, light thing in my chest, to find the one person who made it all possible. But she is gone. I scan the courtyard, my gaze sweeping over the faces of my warriors, of the servants, of the kneeling Tixorku guard. Cora is nowhere to be seen. She has slipped away into the crowd, a ghost in the aftermath of the battle she helped to win. A cold, aching sense of uncertainty, a feeling that is dangerously close to loss, washes over me, a bitter counterpoint to the sweet taste of my victory.
Chapter 36. Cora. The fortress is a hive of activity, but it is a different kind of energy now. The frantic, desperate chaos of the battle has been replaced by the slow, steady rhythm of rebuilding. Warriors, their wounds bandaged, are clearing the rubble from the courtyard. Servants are scrubbing the bloodstains from the stone. And Zathis is a lord again, a true one this time. He moves among his people, his voice a low, steady command, dispensing not just orders, but a quiet, earned authority. He is a king reclaiming his kingdom, and I am adrift. I slip away from the courtyard, from the noise and the purpose, and find myself in the fortress gardens. A place I have only glimpsed before, a place that was once the pride of House Vasma. Now, it is a graveyard of dead and dying plants. The blight has poisoned the soil here too, turning what must have once been a lush paradise into a skeleton of its former self. Gnarled black rosebushes claw at the air with thorny, leafless branches. A great petrified oak stands in the centre, its limbs a stark, grey elegy against the sky. The external threat that bound us all together, that bound me to him, is gone. The Hydra rests, a great bronze mountain of healing flesh, in the lower caverns. Lord Malice is a prisoner in the dungeons, his impotent rage a distant, forgotten thing. I am no longer bait. I am no longer a prisoner. I am no longer an ally in a desperate fight. So what am I? The question is a hollow, aching thing in my chest. For the first time in as long as I can remember, no one is hunting me. No one is chaining me. No one is using me. I am, for all intents and purposes, free. I could walk out of the broken gate of this fortress and never look back. But the thought of leaving, of walking away from this broken, healing land, from its proud, broken, healing lord, feels like tearing something vital from myself. My life, my purpose, has been so intertwined with his, with this place, that I no longer know who I am without it. I have found a strange, toxic, and undeniable home in the very heart of my own personal hell. A soft tapping sound on the gravel path behind me makes me turn. Vera. The ancient blind matriarch glides toward me, a steaming mug in her hands. She navigates the dead garden with an unerring grace, her staff a gentle guide. "I thought I might find you here," she says, her voice becoming a dry, comforting rustle. "The air is cleaner today, is it not?" She is right. The thick, foul stench of the blight, which has been a constant, oppressive presence since I arrived, has lessened. The air is still tainted, but there is a new, clean scent beneath it, a hint of damp earth and living things. She holds the mug out to me, and I take it, its warmth a welcome comfort against my chilled hands. It is a sweet floral tea, the scent of resin blossoms rising with the steam. "He is a good lord," Vera says, her blind eyes turned toward the fortress, as if she can see Zathis moving through its halls. "He was lost, blinded by the grief and the shame of his inheritance. But you have given him back his sight." "I did nothing," I say uncertainly. "I was just there." "Sometimes," Vera says, a faint, wise smile touching her lips, "the most powerful thing one can be is a mirror. You showed him the truth of himself, of his land, and you showed the land the truth of its own heart." She gestures with her staff to a gnarled black vine that is clinging to the crumbling garden wall. "Look, child. Look closely." I follow her gesture, my eyes tracing the dead, brittle length of the vine, and then I see it. A tiny, almost imperceptible speck of green. A new bud, pushing its way out of the dead wood. My breath stops in my throat. "It began this morning," Vera says, her voice a soft, reverent whisper. "All over the fortress, on the oldest and most blighted of plants. New life. The land is healing, Cora. It is responding to you, to its protector." Her words are a profound, impossible shock. Me. A protector. I am a stray, a survivor, a girl who has spent her life running from monsters. The bond between a guardian and the land is a sacred two-way thing, Vera continues, her voice taking on the cadence of an ancient story. The guardian protects the land, and the land, in turn, gives the guardian its strength. You carry the mark of a guardian, the pure, untainted essence of one. You are, in your own way, the heart of this land now. It feels you. It knows you. She reaches out, her gnarled, scaly hand coming to rest on my shoulder, her touch a light, surprisingly warm weight. The land knows its lady, she says simply. Her words, the sheer, impossible weight of them, steal the air from my lungs. Lady? I am no lady. I am a girl with scars on her skin and ghosts in her heart. My gaze falls back to the blighted vine. The tiny green bud seems to pulse with a faint inner light. Driven by an impulse I do not understand, I reach out, my trembling fingers coming to rest on the dead black wood, just beside the new growth. The moment my skin touches the vine, a strange, warm tingle spreads from my fingertips, up my arm, a gentle humming energy that feels like a part of me I never knew was missing. And before my very eyes, a single, perfect, vibrant green leaf unfurls from the bud, its delicate veins a miniature roadmap of a life that was, until this moment, impossible.
Chapter 37. Zothis. The days that follow our victory are a blur of dust, sweat, and the steady, grinding work of rebuilding. The old Zothis would have directed the repairs from the battlements, a distant, commanding figure. But the old Zothis is a ghost, a creature of pride and ruin. I am someone new, someone I do not yet understand. I work alongside my people. I haul rubble from the shattered gate, my own muscles straining alongside my warriors. I help shore up the weakened walls, the rough stone, a solid, real thing beneath my claws. I earn their respect not through the authority of my title, but through the shared sweat of our labor. The scent of my warriors is different now. The sour tang of fear and despair has been replaced by the clean, sharp scent of purpose, of a hard-won hope. And the land is healing. The change is slow, subtle, but to my senses it is a symphony. The air no longer tastes of ash and rot. There is a new sweetness to it, the scent of damp, clean earth, of sap rising in the trees that were once dead. I stand by the reservoir, the water that Cora saved, and it runs clear, the taint of the blight gone. The 5 gods who were silent for so long feel closer. Their presence is a warm, benevolent hum in the air, a quiet approval of the new path I've chosen. Everything I am doing is to restore my home, to reclaim the honor of my house, not as a conqueror, but as a steward, a protector. We have a new purpose. We are not just surviving. We are rebuilding. We are healing. And yet it is all hollow. I find myself pausing in my work, my gaze sweeping the courtyard, searching for a glimpse of dark hair, for a small human form that has become the center of my new world. But she is a ghost in my own fortress. She keeps to herself, spending her time with Vera in the infirmary, or in the dead gardens, a quiet, pensive figure. She is free. The thought is a constant, aching pain in my chest. There are no chains, no locks. She is no longer my bait, my prisoner. She is a guest, a hero to my people. She can leave whenever she wishes. The thought of this fortress, of this healing land without her, it is an agony far greater than any failure I've ever known. I've spent my entire life focused on my duty, on my legacy, on the abstract concept of honor. And now, I find that all of it, the restored faith of my warriors, the healing of my land, the defeat of my most hated enemy, it all means nothing if she is not here to share it with me. I understand with an absolute, soul-shattering clarity that saving my land means nothing if I lose her. I seek her out, my steps taking me to the one place I know she will be. The gardens. As I approach, I see the change that has been wrought there, a miracle in a world that I had thought barren of them. The gnarled black rose bushes are dotted with the vibrant, impossible green of new leaves. The great, petrified oak in the center has a single new branch, a testament to a life that will not be denied. And there, in the center of it all, is Cora. She is not alone. Lying in a great bronze coil at her feet is the Hydra, the great guardian, its wounds healing, its gold eyes filled with a deep, ancient wisdom, follows her with a quiet, devoted attention. She is running a hand over its great scaled snout, her touch a gentle, soothing thing, and the beast lets out a low, rumbling purr of contentment. The sight is a blow to my chest, a beautiful, impossible tableau of a healer and her charge. She is not just a human. She is not just the source. She is the heart of my land, the very soul of its healing. And the great mythical beast that nearly destroyed us now follows her like a loyal hound. She looks up then, her dark eyes meeting mine across the garden. The fear is gone. In its place, a quiet, guarded warmth, a fragile thing that I am terrified of breaking. She is the lady of this land, as Vera said, and I'm just its broken, humbled lord. In that moment, watching her, with the scent of new life in the air and the greatest of my guardians resting at her feet, my resolve solidifies. I have been an ignorant fool, a monster, a tyrant, but I will not be a coward. I have fought for my land. I have fought for my honor. Now, I will fight for her.
Chapter 38. Cora. The gardens have become my sanctuary. In the days following the battle, I find myself drawn here, to this quiet place of impossible rebirth. The air is clean, sweet with the scent of damp earth and new life. The gnarled black rose bushes are now covered in a soft green fuzz of new leaves, and the first, tightly furled buds are beginning to appear, a promise of a beauty I never thought I would see. The great petrified oak in the centre is no longer a skeleton. It is a survivor, its new, vibrant green branch a defiant flag of life against the grey sky. I am no longer adrift. A new, quiet purpose has taken root in my soul. I spend my days with Vera, learning the names of the herbs she uses, helping her tend to the wounded. The Naga warriors, who once looked at me with contempt, now nod their heads in a gesture of quiet respect. They call me the healer, the guardian's chosen. They do not know my name, but they know what I am, what I did. And Zathis. He is a changed Naga. He is still a lord, his presence still a commanding, powerful thing. But the cruel, cold arrogance is gone, replaced by a quiet, steady strength. He works alongside his people, his hands, which once chained me, now rebuilding the walls of his home. He is a king who has earned his crown not through conquest, but through humility. He gives me space. He does not summon me. He does not command me. He simply watches me, his eyes filled with a new, unreadable emotion whenever our paths cross. The power dynamic between us is gone, shattered in the chaos of the battle, and in its place sits a fragile, uncertain equality that is both a relief and a terrifying, unknown country. I am sitting on a stone bench, my fingers tracing the delicate, unfurling leaf of a once blighted vine, when his shadow falls over me. I look up, my heart a soft, fluttering thing in my chest. Zathis stands before me, not as a lord, not as a warrior, but as a Naga. His scales gleam in the soft afternoon light, and his golden eyes are soft, hesitant. The air between us is thick with unspoken things, with the memory of blood and battle, of desperate shared passion, of a world that has been unmade and is now slowly being remade. The gardens are healing, he rumbles quietly. The whole land is, I reply, my own voice a soft thing. Vera says the blight is receding. It is, he says, his gaze sweeping over the new life that is pushing its way through the dead soil. Because of you. He moves to stand beside me, his presence a warm, solid weight that is both a comfort and a source of 1,000 complicated emotions. I have been a fool, Cora, he says, and the use of my name, the first time he has spoken it in a tone that is not a brand or a claim, sends a shiver through me. I have spent my entire life chasing a ghost, the ghost of an honour I did not understand. I believed honour was a thing of strength, of dominance, of a blade that never faltered. I was wrong. He looks down at his own hands, his long, clawed fingers, the hands of a warrior, of a killer. True honour, he says, his voice sounding like a low, raw thing, is in stewardship. It is in protection. It is in healing. It is a lesson I have learned too late, at too great a cost. It is not too late, I whisper. Look around you. It is not too late. He turns to me then, his golden eyes searching my face, and in their depths I see a vulnerability that is more profound, more moving than any show of strength. I am a lord of a healing land, he says. I have reclaimed my house from the brink of ruin. I have earned the respect of my people. I have everything I thought I ever wanted. He pauses, his throat working. And it is all a hollow, meaningless thing if you are not here to share it. My breath catches in my throat. I am a monster, Cora, he continues, his voice a raw, painful confession. I have been the architect of your deepest terrors. I have used you, chained you, hurt you. I took from you, in a moment of my own weakness and shame, something that should have been freely given. For that, for all of it, I am truly, profoundly sorry. It is not the apology of a lord. It is the apology of a man, a broken, humbled man, and it is the most honest, painful and beautiful thing I have ever heard. I am free now, I say, the words a test, a question. Yes, he says, and I can see the fear in his eyes, a raw, naked fear that mirrors my own deepest insecurities. You are free to walk out of that gate and never look back. You have every right to. And the thought of it, the thought of this place without you, it is a blight far worse than any Malice could have ever conceived. He takes a hesitant step closer, his gaze so intense it is a physical touch. I am asking you to stay, he says, his voice trembling. He reaches out, his hand not a command, not a claim, but an offering. He takes my hand, his cool scales wrapping around my fingers, his touch a gentle, reverent thing. But not as my guest, he continues, his voice a raw, hopeful whisper that is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. As my mate, as my queen, as the leader of my house, my partner.
Chapter 39. Zathis. I wait, my entire being a taut, humming wire of anticipation. My soul is laid bare in the quiet of this healing garden, my future held in the small, warm hand of this impossible human woman. I have offered her the last, most vulnerable piece of myself. Cora stares up at me, her dark eyes a deep, unreadable ocean of emotion. I see the ghosts of her past there, the fear, the pain, the memory of the chains. But I also see the woman she has become, the healer, the savior, the fierce, unyielding heart of my home. A single, perfect tear traces a path down her cheek, a glittering diamond in the soft afternoon light. Zathis, she whispers, her voice a raw, trembling thing. My heart, a cold, hard stone in my chest for so long, clenches in a painful, unfamiliar spasm. This is it. The rejection. The end. But then she smiles. It is a small, watery, and utterly breathtaking thing, a dawn I never thought I would see. Yes, she breathes, the word a soft, warm exhalation that is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. Yes, I will stay. The world, which has been a gray, muted thing for so long, explodes into a riot of impossible color. The tension, the fear, the cold, coiling serpent of uncertainty that has been my constant companion, dissolves, leaving behind a profound, soul-deep relief that is so potent it almost brings me to my knees. I do not speak. Words are insufficient. I simply pull her to me, my arms wrapping around her, holding her as if she is the most precious, fragile, and essential thing in the universe. And she is. She is all of those things. She melts against me, her own arms wrapping around my waist, her face pressing into my scaled chest. She is so small, so soft, a perfect warm counterpoint to my own hard reptilian form. I bury my face in her dark, fragrant hair, and I breathe her in. And her scent, it is a revelation. The fear is gone. The cautious uncertainty has vanished. In its place wafts a perfume of such profound absolute warmth and trust and a deep, blooming love that it is a physical blow, a scent so beautiful it makes my fangs ache. It is the essence of home, of belonging. It is the essence of us. I pull back just enough to look down at her face. You are certain? I ask, my voice a raw, desperate thing. You are not a prisoner, Cora. You are free. I would not. She silences me by rising on her toes and pressing her lips to mine. The kiss is not the desperate, frantic collision of our past encounters. It is a slow, deep, and infinitely tender thing, a sealing of a vow, a promise of a future. Her lips are soft, yielding, and they taste of the sweet floral tea Vera is so fond of making for her. It is a kiss of such profound absolute rightness that it rewrites my entire world. When we break apart, we are both breathless, our foreheads resting against each other. I am not your prisoner, Zathis, she says, her voice becoming a soft, steady thing that is the anchor of my new world. I am home. A joy, a fierce, triumphant, and utterly unfamiliar joy surges through me. I throw my head back and let out a roar, not of fury, but of pure, unadulterated triumph, a sound that echoes through the healing gardens and across the rebuilt walls of my fortress. I take her hand, my fingers lacing through hers, and I lead her from the gardens, back into the heart of my home. My warriors, my servants, they stop what they are doing and stare as we pass, their eyes wide with a dawning, joyous understanding. They see their lord, the grim, solitary creature of rage and despair, holding the hand of the small human healer, a look of profound, absolute devotion on his face. I lead her to the center of the main courtyard, the very place where we faced our shared doom, and I turn to face my people. Warriors of House Phasma! I call out, my voice a booming, joyous thing that is filled with a power and a pride I have never known. People of my house, for a generation we have lived under the shadow of the Blight. We have known only despair and decay and death. But the gods of the light have not forsaken us. They have sent us a gift, a healer, a savior. I raise our joined hands and a ragged, joyous cheer erupts from the assembled Naga. This is Cora, I announce, my voice ringing with a pride that is a pure, clean fire in my veins. She is the heart of our new beginning, the lady of our healing land, and she has done me the great, impossible honor of agreeing to be my mate. The courtyard explodes. The cheers are a deafening, joyous roar, a sound of a people who have been given back their future. My warriors raise their scimitars in a salute, the afternoon sun glinting off the polished steel. I will bind my life to hers, I declare, my voice ringing with the sacred words of the mating vow. Her life will be my life. Her breath, my breath. We are one. And together, we will lead House Phasma into a new age of prosperity an age of honor that is built not on a blade, but on a bond. I turn to Cora, and in the midst of the joyous chaos, I pull her to me and kiss her again, a deep, possessive, and utterly public kiss that seals my vow before my people and my gods. When we break apart, Vera is there, a great, beautiful smile on her ancient, wrinkled face. "The 5 gods are pleased," she says happily. "The land is pleased, and an old, blind matriarch is very, very pleased." She takes Cora's other hand, her touch a gentle, reverent thing. "I will prepare the most beautiful, intimate mating ceremony, my lady," she says, her voice filled with a deep, happy reverence. "A ceremony of flowers and herbs and sacred vows. The gods will not just accept this union, they will rejoice in it." Her declaration makes my heart sing. "Thank you, Vera," I whisper softly, taking Cora's hand in mine. She turns to me with the most beautiful smile I have ever seen. It eclipses the moon and the stars. The future has never been more beautiful as this one.
Chapter 40. Cora. The night air is cool and sweet, a silken caress against my skin. It smells of damp earth, of night-blooming jasmine, and of the clean, clear water of the Great Lake. A month ago, this lake was a black, stagnant heart of the Blight. Now, under the watchful gaze of 1,000,000 brilliant stars, its surface is a perfect, silvered mirror, reflecting the impossible beauty of a world reborn. And it is all for us. Zathis stands beside me at the water's edge, his hand in mine. He is not the grim lord of a dying land, but a king in his own right, his green scales gleaming like jewels in the soft moonlight. There is a peace in him now, a quiet, steady strength that has replaced the tormented fury I first knew. Vera stands before us, a priestess of the old ways, her blind eyes seeming to see more than any of us. The air is aromatic with the scent of crushed herbs and the sacred smoke of burning reared blossoms. She has guided us through the ancient Naga mating ceremony, a ritual of quiet vows and shared hopes, of promises made not just to each other, but to the 5 gods of the light and to the land itself. "The bond is forged," Vera says, her voice a dry, happy rustle. "The gods are pleased. May your lives be as one, your hearts a single beat, and may your love be the seed from which this house grows anew." She bows her head and glides away, leaving us in the sacred, humming silence of the night. I am his mate. He is my mate. The words are a song in my soul, a truth I am still learning to believe. He turns to me, his golden eyes a soft, molten fire in the darkness. "My Cora," he says reverently. He lifts my hand to his lips, his fangs grazing the sensitive skin of my wrist in a gesture that is no longer a threat, but a promise of a lifetime of fierce, devoted protection. "My Zathis," I whisper, and the name on my lips is a prayer, a declaration, a coming home. He pulls me to him, and his mouth finds mine in a kiss that is a universe of unspoken things. It is a kiss of healing, of forgiveness, of a love that was forged in the deepest, darkest pits of fear and despair, and has somehow, impossibly, emerged into the light. It is a kiss that is all-consuming, a slow, deep exploration that speaks of forever.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. As dawn begins to break, painting the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold, He carries me from the lake, his mate, his queen, his partner. And I look at him, at the magnificent redeemed monster who has become my entire world, and I know, with a certainty that is as deep and as true as the newly healed earth beneath my feet, that I am finally, truly home.
Epilogue. Zathis. A year has passed, a year of impossible, miraculous change. I stand on the high balcony of my chambers, the same balcony from which I once looked out upon a dying world, and I breathe in the scent of my home. It is a symphony of life. The air is no longer a poison, but a sweet, clean perfume of damp, rich earth, of blooming, raised blossoms in the gardens below, and of the clean, crisp water that flows from the mountains. The blight is a memory, a ghost story we will tell our children to remind them of the true meaning of honor. My lands are not just healing, they are thriving. The forests are a deep, vibrant green, the trees tall and proud. The rivers run clear and silver, and the fields, once barren and gray, are now lush with crops. My people, a mixture of Vazma loyalists and the humbled, integrated warriors of House Tixorku, work with a purpose and a pride I have never known. They are not just subjects, they are stewards, partners in the rebirth of our world. My honor, the brittle, foolish thing I once chased with a blade and a heart full of rage, has been reforged in the fires of humility, the quiet, steady work of a true protector. I am a lord my ancestors would be proud of, not for my strength in battle, but for my wisdom in peace. A soft, familiar sound draws my attention from the flourishing lands below. It is the sound of a great bronze body settling onto the stone of the terrace with a contented sigh. The Hydra, my magnificent redeemed guardian, has followed its mistress. And there she is. Cora. She is walking through the gardens, her hand trailing over the vibrant green leaves of a vine that was, a year ago, a black, brittle skeleton. She is no longer the haunted, terrified creature I found huddled in the woods. She is a queen, not of a fortress or of a people, but of the land itself. The guardians, the great Ursane, the swift Likar, and the ancient wise Hydra, they are her constant companions, her loyal court. They follow her not because of a lure, but because of a bond, a deep, sacred connection that has healed them all. She is dressed in a simple, elegant gown of green silk that matches the new life of the gardens, the silvery mark on her shoulder a beautiful, intricate piece of jewelry against her skin. She is the lady of this house, a title she wears with a quiet, unassuming grace that has earned her the love and devotion of all my people. She looks up then, her dark, beautiful eyes finding mine across the distance, and she smiles. It is a smile that is still, after a year, a miracle, a thing of such profound, absolute beauty that it makes my ancient predatory heart ache with a love so fierce it is a physical blow. She makes her way up to the balcony, the Hydra watching her with a fond, protective gaze before settling into a great, coiled slumber in the sun. She comes to stand beside me, her small, warm body, a perfect, familiar fit against my own. I wrap my arm around her, my hand resting on the gentle curve of her waist, and I breathe her in. Her scent is a complex, beautiful perfume that I have become addicted to, a scent I cannot live without. There is the clean, sweet scent of her own pure magic, a fragrance like rain on stone that is the scent of the land itself. There is the warm, soft scent of her trust, of her love, a perfume I have earned through a long, hard journey of redemption. And beneath it all, there is the scent of us, the musky, intimate fragrance of a bond that has been forged in the deepest, darkest fires and has emerged, impossibly, into the light. It is a beautiful day, she murmurs as she leans her head against my shoulder. Every day with you is a beautiful day, I say. The words a simple, profound truth. We stand together in a comfortable, happy silence, watching the sun dapple the leaves of the newly healed forest. This is my life now. Not a battle, not a struggle, but a quiet, profound peace that I never thought possible. She takes my hand, the one that is resting on her waist, and she moves it, her own small, warm hand guiding mine. She places it on her stomach, her slightly rounded stomach, a place of soft, gentle curves that I've come to know and worship. I look at her, a question in my eyes. She simply smiles, a secret, beautiful smile, and in that moment, I smell it. It is a new scent, a scent I have never known before. It is faint, fragile, but unmistakable. It is a scent of impossible new beginnings, of a love made manifest, of a future I never dared to dream of. It is love and hope, forever.